Hi everyone, and welcome back to my channel. I'm here this week with a brand new Billionaire Marriage Brokers romance. Whoa. Although now that I'm looking at things, I have to wonder, do you guys ever make like 25 YouTube videos and wear your hair the same way in all of them? Hairstyles aside, I am really excited about this book because Noah Baker is the most swoon-worthy groom ever. So great. The more time I spent doing this audiobook, the more I fell in love with him again. He is so much fun and he's so cute and he's such a challenge, and his bride is stinking adorable, and I can't wait for you guys to meet him. So I'm not going to say anything else. I'll talk a little bit on the back end, but here we go. Enjoy.
The Protective Groom. A Billionaire Marriage Brokers romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. Harley Wilson let out a sigh as she slipped off her 3-inch black stilettos in the back of the limo. Mama outdid herself this year, she said to her older brother, Wyatt, as they rode through the secluded area of Houston on their way home from the annual Air and Space Gala held at the Four Seasons Hotel. The planning committee, headed by none other than the amazing Julia Wilson, Harley's mother, had transformed the Four Seasons into a space museum with artifacts brought directly from the moon. How on earth did she find those moon rocks? And the space rover, asked Wyatt. She's a force of nature, said Harley's dad, who sat across from Harley and Wyatt, brooding. He hated leaving Mama behind to supervise the cleanup, but she'd insisted they all head home without her. Harley's daddy loved her mama as long as Texas was wide. He never truly smiled unless Julia was near. Oh, he loved his children, took his role as a parent as seriously as the business end of a 45, but he adored his bride. Wyatt pulled out his phone. I don't think she expected Harley to jump into that spacesuit though. He flipped his phone around, and Harley watched a video of herself in a genuine spacesuit, complete with a flag on the arm and the bubble helmet, connected to a giant elastic rope and supported by a heavy beam in the ceiling that let her bounce across the floor as if she were walking on the moon. At the end of the video, she took off the helmet and shook her blonde hair out and had a smile as bright as the noonday sun. That was more fun than a carnival ride, she thought. Getting into the suit had been a bit tricky with her floor-length aqua-green sequin dress. She'd thought her dad was going to clean her plow when she hiked the fabric up to mid-thigh to step her bare feet inside the puffy legs. Even now, he stared out the window, and she wondered if she'd gone too far. Send me that video, will ya? She asked Wyatt. Wyatt lifted one side of his mouth in a crooked smile that had every female in the Lone Star State drooling over him. As his sister, Harley wasn't amused. You already posted it, didn't you? He winked in reply. Harley groaned. Wyatt had a thing with social media. He friended everyone and anyone and rarely filtered what he posted. If you were close enough to hit by swinging a dead cat, you were probably on his page. If he'd posted the video, 150,000 plus people had already seen it. Her little hop was probably trending. Leaning close, Wyatt whispered, it's good for the family image. We don't want the world thinking we're all like the general. Just because I'm not looking at you doesn't mean I can't hear you, said John, his deep voice rumbling through the limo's stuffy air like tanks over an open field. Harley would have loved to roll down a window or, heaven forbid, open the sunroof, but that was strictly against protocol until after they'd cleared security and entered the gates to their private community, or the compound, as Wyatt called it. The vehicle made the turn off the main road to Shady Spot Lane. The high-pitched squeal of rubber against road pierced the air as the car skidded to a stop. Harley grabbed the door handle to keep from flying across the space between the seats. A thin line of moisture gathered at the base of Harley's neck. Limousines weren't supposed to skid, ever. And Robert was smart as a hooty owl when it came to driving. He kept a bell on the floor of the passenger side of the vehicle. Harley asked him about it once, and he said that if the bell rang, he knew he was turning or stopping too quickly. In the past 5 years, Robert had been her personal driver. Harley had never heard the ring-a-ding-ding, until now. Daddy pushed the button to lower the divider and barked at Robert. What happened? Straightening her dress, Harley peered past her dad and out the windshield, where a package lay in the middle of the road. She and Wyatt exchanged a look that said, "I've got your back." Harley pulled a Glock 42 from her purse, and Wyatt slid his .45 out of the holster he'd worn under his tuxedo. Daddy had an identical gun in his palm. Harley couldn't remember seeing him reach for it. He was a quick draw, and darn proud of it. "Would you like me to go around it, sir?" asked Robert. "No. If it's a bomb, the vibrations from the tires could set it off." "Do you think it's a trap?" asked Harley, glancing out the back window. She couldn't see anything through the heavy tint. She wasn't worried about getting shot while in the car. It had reinforced siding and bulletproof windows. Oh, Harley was about to offer to scout the rear of the vehicle, but then she zeroed in on the tug of her dress around her middle. Not only would the sequins light her up like a Christmas tree in the dead of night on an open prairie, she didn't have the proper shoes for a foot chase. Scowling, she held her tongue. Despite their precautions, there was always the possibility of one of them getting hurt, and that was as acceptable as a porcupine in a nudist colony. As a child, Harley was terrified of being kidnapped, which wasn't an unfounded fear, as she'd had a bag stuffed over her golden curls and was hauled off while her nanny screamed. If it hadn't been for a good Samaritan ripping her away from the man, she might not have made it home. Her fear followed her into the house, where Daddy told her it wasn't a matter of if an intruder was shot, it was only a matter of what caliber gun got him first. As soon as she turned 8, he'd taught her how to use a firearm for self-protection. Now she spent regular time in their private range, keeping her skills high and her aim true. Daddy had his phone to his ear, updating their head of security, an old Air Force friend, on the situation. "Stu, have you seen anything on the cameras?" He hit the speaker button, and Harley leaned forward. "Nothing close to the gate or the houses." "Let me check the fences." There was a momentary pause, and Harley imagined Stu clicking away as several of his men, dressed in black pants and shirts and weapons hooked to their belts, flipped through the images for signs of foul play. Though Daddy was serious about security, he wanted the many guards around them to disappear into the background of their lives. His plan worked. Harley didn't notice the patrols. Of course, her house was searched, and the men cleared out each day before she set foot on the Guatemalan tile in her entryway. It's all clear on this end. Whoever put that out there stayed on the surveillance perimeter. Wyatt cursed under his breath. His green eyes had gone hard. Stu continued, "We're sending a team out now to retrieve the item. They're bringing Rover." "Stu's probably lovin' this," commented Harley. "Rover was his baby." "I'm gonna be mad as sin if that thing blows up my robot," said Stu through the speakerphone. Harley, who'd forgotten he was still there, widened her eyes at Wyatt, who snickered. They'd grown up with Stu. There was no slack in that man's rope, but he had a tender spot for Harley, and she knew it. Daddy grunted, and Harley and Wyatt turned their attention back to the drama unfolding through the windshield. Harley sent up a quick prayer for the safety of those outside the vehicle. She didn't know them all by name, but she didn't want anyone hurt. Everybody was someone's sweetheart. Everyone except her, but that was a topic better left on the back porch for now. Harley transferred herself to the other side of the vehicle with her daddy facing the back of the seat, her arm hooked behind the headrest and her knees creaking against the leather. The gate yawned open, and a squad of 8 men in full body armor and holding protective shields, looking ready to charge the devil himself with a bucket of ice water, advanced toward the package. The 2 men in the middle carried Rover between them. Setting the heavy piece of equipment down with care, they backed away and let the robot cover the 30-foot distance to the package on its own. Harley squinted, trying to get a better view of the box. For such a pretty little bundle, it sure was causing a ruckus. Wrapped in hot pink wrapping paper with exact corners and folds, the whole thing was topped off with a silver bow. Rover, controlled by Stewart from the security room inside the gatehouse, scooted close enough that he could poke the box with a mechanical arm. The thud-thud of his tread on the pavement and the high whine of his motor came through the speakerphone. According to the briefing they'd gotten from Stewart when he'd purchased Rover, the robot had several microphones that could be used to pick up the sound of a ticking bomb or the beep of a timer counting down. Hearing what was going on made Harley feel like a frog in a pot of slowly heating water. A bead of sweat trickled down her back. Rover flicked the box, and a tinkling sound came over the phone. Rover froze. "Was that music?" asked Wyatt, tipping his head. Harley shrugged, and Daddy shook his head. "I couldn't tell." After a moment, Rover nudged the box again and the sound came through the phone. Harley tucked a stray wisp of hair behind her ear and listened closer as Rover picked up the box and shook it several times. A faint, tinny sound came through. "Sounds like a music box," said Daddy. "Rover's in one piece." "I'm sending in the squad with a scanner," said Stewart. The men moved as one, crossing the distance to the package and using a machine shaped like a metal detector to investigate the box. "That's an all clear." Daddy let out a breath. "Send out another squad to clear the immediate area and check for snipers. Have this squad sweep for wires before we pull ahead. I'll call Julia and tell her I'm on my way to pick her up. We'll meet you in the gatehouse." "Roger that," echoed Stewart's voice before Daddy ended the call. "Let go of the seat, sugar," said Daddy. Harley checked her hands and found her fingers digging into the butter-colored leather, her gun smashed under her right palm. She mentally forced her muscles to let go, and twisted so she was facing the other direction. Her hands were white, and they stung with the influx of blood as she made sure the safety was on and the chamber empty. Returning her weapon to her purse, she reined her mind away from what could have happened and focused instead on the plush carpet. "Wyatt, stay with Harley until I get back with your mama." Harley straightened in her seat. "This isn't my first rodeo, Daddy." "It's not for you, sugar. Poor Wyatt here is as pale as the moon." Wyatt shook his head and stared out the window. Harley was sure his coloring was just fine and her dad was being overprotective. But he certainly was sweet about it, and when the general made up his mind, there wasn't much use arguing with him. "Fine, you can stay." She folded her arms, "but stay out of my freezer. Ben and Jerry are all mine." If one were to drive through the heavy gates and straight on down the road, they'd run smack dab into her parents' cream stucco home with Roman columns and a huge wraparound porch. On their east side was Wyatt's castle, complete with turrets and a dungeon where he stored his vast collection of baseball memorabilia. Harley's house was next, the first one on the left when you drove Shady Spot Lane. She'd built herself a Tuscany villa that wrapped around a large stone courtyard. To the west of her parents was an empty lot owned by Harley's older sister, Sydney, who was out of the country for the foreseeable future. Next to Sid was Jackson, their half-brother and Harley's reluctant business partner, who might as well hang a "Do Not Come Near" sign in his front yard with his covered front entry and dark-windowed house. Once inside her door, Harley changed into a pair of yoga pants and a boat-neck sweatshirt. Wyatt removed his jacket and tie and all evidence of salted caramel brownie goodness from her freezer before rolling up on her couch like a hound dog in front of the fire. Despite the full evening, sleep was like a ghost in the sunlight. Perhaps it was her old childhood fears coming to the surface or womanly intuition whispering that there was more to the evening's surprise than they'd first thought, but Harley couldn't settle in. She roamed the house, gun in hand, peering through the curtains and watching the gardens for shadows and movement. Chapter 2. Noah Baker stood up in the stirrups to gaze across Camp Buckeye's pond from under his light straw cowboy hat. The yawning sun bathed the area in pink and gold. Breathing in the scent of dewy grass, clean air, and poppies, he settled back into the saddle. This was how a man was meant to live. Just him and his horse. Riding the trails. not answering to anyone or anything. As if the universe had a sense of humor, Noah's cell phone beeped twice before it screamed, "Answer the phone." Shaking his head at the annoying ringtone one of his younger sisters must have uploaded when he hadn't kept track of his phone, Noah dug into his shirt pocket. The caller ID said BMB. Noah slid from the saddle and placed his back to the horse, surveying the area. Rebel Rouser huffed, but didn't move away. The Palomino flicked his blonde tail, hitting Noah in the shoulder. Noah gave him a nudge with his elbow as he said, "Hello?" "Noah Baker, please," the caller said in a sweet, matter-of-fact tone. Relaxing his stance, Noah pictured Pamela Jones, the owner of an exclusive matchmaking company, who had short blonde hair and a commanding presence. Even at this early hour, he was sure she was dressed for business and eager to get to work. Since joining up with Billionaire Marriage Brokers as a prospective groom, Noah had signed his name more times than he had the whole year he learned to write cursive, been shopping with Trish more times than he wanted to admit, and made friends with just about everyone in the office save the mysterious owner. He'd even gone to a couple 49ers home games with Harrison, Pamela's lawyer. Just over a year ago, Paige, Noah's sister, had secretly signed up with BMB as a bride. Seduced by the huge paycheck and guaranteed annulment after a year, Paige had married a man she'd never met and became a mother to his daughter, Addison. At first, Noah was furious at his sister for putting herself into such a precarious situation. She had no idea who Cody was. He could have been a drunk, an abusive spouse, or a deranged lunatic pulling in his next victim. Thankfully, Cody was as steady as they come, and he and Paige had fallen in love, renegotiating their one-year marriage contract into something more permanent. Noah wasn't pining for love. No way. What he wanted was the money, a personal trainer, an expense account, and time to work on his '57 Ford, but most of all, he needed a reason to run away from home. Not that living and working at Camp Buckeye was bad, it just didn't fulfill him like it used to. In fact, he'd been empty for quite some time. Ever since. Swinging into the saddle, Noah flung his dark thoughts away, imagining them flying across the lake and staying there. "What can I do for ya, Ms. Jones?" He still couldn't bring himself to call her Pamela, no matter how many times she insisted. "I know it's early, but something's come up." "Is there any way you can make it to the office by 10?" she asked. Noah flipped the phone away from his ear and checked the time. BMB offices were an hour's drive south. If he hurried, he could take care of the horse, shower, and be there in time. He nudged Rebel with the heel of his boot and steered him back up the path. "Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine. I have a possible match, but it's time sensitive." And she trailed off. Noah pulled Rebel to a stop at the top of the hill. From here, his family's land fell both in front of him and behind him. The cabins used for campers dotted the landscape ahead. Peace, brought on by sleepy campers snuggled deep in their sleeping bags, was like a shield Noah had needed desperately just a short time ago. Now it felt like a wet tarp. "And," he prodded. "And I would like to talk to you about it in person." Noah jerked his chin. He had a lot of respect for Ms. Jones. She made big decisions, and she made them fast. She didn't mess around with people's lives. In his time spent with BMB employees, he had learned that Pamela had only made 3 mismatches, as they called them, in over 100 marriages. "I'll be there. I'll see you then." They said goodbye, and Noah kicked Rebel into a gallop. The pounding of the horse's hooves thrummed along with Noah's heart. This could be it. He could be getting married. He'd always pictured himself settling down one day with a wife and kids, just like his older brother Jacob, who went home to a loving family every night. His brother's happiness and set of priorities were all Noah had ever wanted, and he'd been close enough to see the beauty of his future until one horrible night had ripped it all away. Rebel's gait slowed in the barnyard and Noah dismounted, leading the animal into his stall on foot. Once the saddle and blanket were put away, he called Paige, filling her in as he brushed down Rebel's tawny coat. "I'm coming with you," Paige announced. Noah had an odd sense of déjà vu. He'd shouldered his way into Paige's first B&B appointment and wedding ceremony, come to think of it. No way. I don't need my little sister tagging along. PFT. You don't have a choice. Noah raked his hand down his unshaven face. He'd need some quality time with a razor and mirror before he met his bride. His suddenly cramped schedule didn't leave room enough to talk Paige out of coming. Besides, she'd probably show up at the office anyway. It wasn't like she didn't know where it was. All right. A half hour later, Paige pulled up in a small car, her massively curly red hair filling up half the space. She honked and motioned for him to get in. Noah considered his gas-guzzling truck before opening the passenger door. He and Paige always drove trucks, and seeing her in this compact tin can was just plain strange. "Where'd you get this?" he asked. Like he had to ask. Cody owned several dealerships and enjoyed bringing home the merchandise. Paige made a face. "It's a commuter car." "Are you commuting now?" asked Noah as he buckled in. "Only to get Addison to and from school." "Huh." Noah played with the window, rolling it up and down at the press of a button. "You guys have stupid money." "Stupid money?" "Yeah, enough money that you can afford to do stupid things, like buy a car just to drive your daughter to school." Paige's face fell, her feelings obviously hurt. Noah immediately felt like a horse's present left in the barnyard. Cody and Paige were two of the most generous people he knew. They never threw their excess in his face, never talked down to him or made him feel less than awesome, and they would help him out in any way. They were also doing an amazing job of raising Addison. "I didn't mean you were stupid. It's just weird to think of someone buying a car the way I buy pants." Paige rubbed her forehead. "I know. It overwhelms me at times, too. We didn't grow up with extra, and I'm still getting used to having expensive things." Noah shrugged. "But you're happy?" Paige smiled. "Cody and Addison are my life. You can have the money as long as I get to keep them." They rode in silence for a few minutes as Noah contemplated her words. Great, now Jacob and Paige had everything they ever wanted. Shaking his shoulders, he promised himself that he would have what she had, someday, and this marriage was a good first step. Sometimes, Noah wondered how far off someday really was. How long would it be before he found a woman who would love him, despite what he'd done? Paige broke the silence. "So, are you ready for this, ready to meet your fiancé?" Thankful for Paige's brightness because she radiated light from the crown of her shiny head to the silver tips of her boots, Noah drank in his sister's joy and let it drag him away from his melancholy thoughts. He rubbed his palms together. "I've been ready for months." "Huh. You think you're ready?" Paige gave him a little shove. "I mean it. I need this new start, maybe even a new town. Ms. Jones said most of her brides are from out of state." He scratched his ear. "I know it's time to move on. Move out. I'm not qualified for anything besides police work, and that's the last path I want to follow." "It's too bad. You loved it, right up until," Paige cut off before she said the words that made Noah want to hop on Rebel and disappear into the hills. "Yeah. Until," he agreed. "Cody's offered," she started. Noah held up his hand, cutting her off. "I need to stand on my own 2 feet." He grinned. "Besides, with my rugged good looks, I have a lot to offer a woman." Paige snorted. "Your ego alone could fill her garage." "No. I intend to fill that with truck parts. The Ford's been acting up, and I need to put in a new master cylinder." "Lovely. You're going to spend this woman's money on your truck?" "My money. I'll earn it," with a smile. She narrowed her eyes. "You're incorrigible." Who are you, Mary Poppins? Paige flipped her copper-colored curls over her shoulder. If you mean practically perfect in every way, then yes. Here we are. Her voice was just a little too bright and her smile forced. Noah appreciated her efforts, but he could tell she was worried about him. Some days he couldn't blame her. Others, like today, when he was sincerely trying to put the past behind him, he wished he could erase the memories of that terrible night from his mind and wave his arms to dissipate the cloud he'd blanketed over his family. That's what this daredevil move of becoming a B&B groom was all about. Leaving town. Starting anew. Being out there on his own again. Noah had burrowed into Camp Buckeye pretty deep. He needed to prove to himself that he could survive in the world. Even a groundhog popped his head out of the hole every now and again. If he couldn't survive a business marriage, then he'd know without a doubt that he wouldn't be able to contribute to a real one, and he'd have to let that dream go. He'd already lost so much. Lord, if I've earned any blessings in the last 2 years, please help me be a good husband. Chapter 3. When the call came to join her parents in the gatehouse at 7:30, Harley went to wake Wyatt. She stopped under the arch that separated the kitchen and the living room, eyeing the coal-black barrel of her gun. She should leave the weapon behind, safely stowed in the wall safe next to her headboard. After all, she was inside the compound, and this was the safest place on earth for a Wilson. Except, she couldn't put a halter on the sense of impending doom that swarmed around her like flies. She stuffed the pistol into the oversized pocket of her sweatshirt and nudged Wyatt, who grumbled something about obeying the general, before shaking his head and following her out to the garage. He resembled a man who'd spent the night 3 sheets to the wind instead of sleeping on her luxury furniture. With bloodshot eyes and werewolf hair, Wyatt stopped in the kitchen to grab an orange juice. Harley flipped on the garage light, revealing her prize pickup truck, luxury convertible, and 4 ATVs. The far wall was lined with cabinets and countertops. Her security detail hadn't swept the house last night. They'd been out checking the 55 acres of fence to ensure there were no gaps. Several cabinets were tall enough to hide a person. Squinting, Harley couldn't be sure if the last cabinet, the one closest the back patio, was closed all the way. There appeared to be a thicker shadow between the door and the jamb, making her believe it wasn't latched and therefore could be opened from the inside. Eyeing the door warily and reaching her hand inside her jacket, she headed towards the 2-seater Ranger. Keeping her footsteps soft, she strained, listening for the sound of someone shifting inside the metal cabinet or their breath echoing like Darth Vader in a metal can. She heard loud breathing, but it was hers. Chiding herself for lacking control, Harley paused to wipe her palm against her pants. "Mind if I drive?" asked Wyatt, his voice booming off the concrete floor and bare walls. Harley spun on him, her gun drawn. Wyatt's hands flew in the air. "Easy there, Trigger." Harley pressed her palm to her chest in an effort to quiet her stampeding heart. The organ continued to thump against her ribs. Wyatt lifted one eyebrow. "You been taking lessons from the general, quick draw?" Harley smirked. "What's going on?" Wyatt prodded as he started the ignition and pressed the button to put the garage door up. Harley dropped her arm to her side as she climbed into the passenger seat, her mind on the cabinet. She'd have to send a security detail through to sweep the garage and the house. "I have this feelin'." She shuddered. They headed down Harley's curved driveway and onto the street. Gripping the bench seat, Harley's premonition deepened as they drew closer to the gate. The side-by-side's thick rubber tires hardly made a sound against the blacktop, and the engine noise was swallowed up by the twitter of early birds in the trees and open space that Texas was known and loved for. "What kind of feeling?" asked Wyatt. Harley rubbed her arms like my life is about to be torn apart. Wyatt kept his gaze on the road, the searing morning sun turning the side of his face into a shadowy plateau. "That's pretty much horrible." "Thanks," replied Harley, her tone as dry as the desert air. They arrived at the gatehouse and were ushered into the small room used for conferences and briefings. From the outside, the building appeared to be a normal house with a covered porch, stone facade, and large bay windows. On the inside, it was a command center. The ground floor was storage for gear, like Rover and the bomb detection device the men had used last night. A kitchen, a couple of offices, a rec room for off-duty entertainment, a video surveillance hub, a meeting room, and a safe room in case of tornadoes or lockdown. Stuart lived on the second floor, and Harley had never been up there. The conference room had a large, gray table and enough metal chairs for the family plus Stuart. Daddy took the center of the table, and Stuart, as the head of security, was on his left. Mama was on his right. A 30-something guard named Ralph stood at attention near the door. The security detail was instructed to be as inconspicuous as possible, but Ralph was friendlier than most, and Harley appreciated his frank smile. However, no one smiled this morning, and the hovering worry that had followed Harley throughout the night plunked down on her shoulders and dug its claws into her bones like a buzzard out for its last meal. The wall opposite the table was covered with screens, each broadcasting last night's events in full color from different angles. Harley only took a moment to take a gander before accepting her mama's hug. "You haven't slept," accused Mama as she brushed Harley's swooping bangs off her forehead as though she were checking for a fever. Harley stepped back, and her bangs fell into place. "Wyatt slept enough for both of us." Wyatt stretched his arms wide and gave a yawn a crocodile would envy. Mama patted him on the shoulder. Mama could talk the hide off a cow and never get down to business. With her nerves feeling like they'd been battered and fried, Harley asked, "What was in the box?" Daddy motioned for Stuart to answer. Stuart typed on the wireless keyboard in front of him, and the image of a music box appeared on the center screen. The first photo had been taken with the box closed. There aren't any identifiable marks on the exterior. We did find a stamp on the bottom. The image switched. "I've talked to the manufacturer, and there's no way to identify who bought the box. There are over 10,000 of these shipped around the world. They aren't collector's items, nor are they expensive." "All that fuss for a chintzy toy," said Stuart. "It's not just a toy," said Stuart. He hit another key, and a song played over the speakers, the melody created by the ting-tang of music box metal and gears. The shot switched to one of an open box, and Harley's blood ran cold. "What's that tune?" asked Mama, with a furrowed brow. "The Wonder of You," whispered Harley. She dropped her head into her hands to block out the embarrassing memories of college karaoke. "Please say the box wasn't for me." Something landed in front of Harley, and she lifted her head to find a cardboard gift tag with her name on it. She recoiled in her seat, staring at the printed letters. Never had her own name barked at her like a mad dog before. Daddy leaned forward. "Sugar, we need to know what's going on here. Who would send this to you?" "I wish I knew." Harley rubbed her temples, suddenly exhausted. "There was one night, during my junior year at Texas Christian University, when she turned to Wyatt for help. He'd been there. It was back when her roommate, Molly, had a huge crush on him, and Harley had tried her hand at matchmaking. Which, she learned, she was as good at as she was at catchin' flies. It was the night she met Jeremiah," offered Wyatt. "And this song played?" asked Stuart. Harley groaned. "I sang it." Mama lifted one sculpted brow. "You sang it?" "Karaoke," Harley whispered. The other brow went up. "Wilsons do not karaoke." Wyatt scrolled through his phone. "Harley does." Harley smacked him in the arm. "Did? Here." He flicked his phone at the screen, and suddenly Harley was belting out "The Wonder of You" as Jeremiah mooned over her. "Is nothing sacred to you?" snapped Harley. Wyatt shrugged. "If I hadn't posted this, then we wouldn't have evidence." By posting that video, you took our list of suspects from 20 to 20,000, growled Daddy. Could it be from Jeremiah? Asked Mama. He's been around enough to know where the cameras are and how to avoid them, added Stuart. He has motivation. How long since the two of you broke up? Asked Daddy. Just over 2 months ago, sighed Harley. But I don't think he'd. Stuart reached over and flipped the card. Harley stopped her defense and stared. We can be together again. A deadbeat, or an ex-boyfriend, can still sting, said Mama. Harley read the phrase twice. I don't even know what to say. Daddy stood. Have Jeremiah and, what was the name of the boy before him? Christopher, muttered Harley. Right. Have them both questioned. Stuart jotted down the names. I've called the local police department, and they contacted the FBI. An agent should be here before 10. Daddy tapped his fingers on the armrest. Good. If you don't mind, I need a moment of privacy with my family. Stuart nodded and left the room. John exchanged a grimace full of turnips and castor oil with Julia. As bad as the meeting had been up until this point, Harley had a feeling what came next would be even worse, even if her parents were going to coat it with a hefty dose of "this is for your own good. I'm not hiding under the bed until they catch this freak. She squared her shoulders. Mama shook her head. Wilsons don't hide from trouble. We don't make trouble. We don't hide from trouble. And we sure as heck don't start trouble. So what exactly do we do with it, Mama? Asked Harley. Julia put her hand on her hip. Y'all, leave your sass on the porch. This is serious. Daddy tapped his chin. A signature move that meant he was about to checkmate his opponent, or throw them into the nearest cactus. We want you to get married. He's throwing me into the cactus. Yeah. Okay. I'll work on that. She went to get up, but Mama placed a hand on her arm, keeping her in her seat. This weekend, added Daddy. Sweet, wedding photos. Wyatt snapped a picture of Harley, who blinked at the flash, incredulous. Y'all are crazy as a bullbat. Harley threw her hands in the air. Exactly whom am I supposed to marry? Jeremiah and I aren't exactly on speaking terms since we broke up. Plus, Daddy thinks his bulb has burned out. Mama patted her arm. I have a friend who specializes in weddings. Harley rolled her eyes. It's not a matter of picking out the cake, Mama. I kind of need a groom. That's what I'm sayin', darlin'. Pamela runs a matchmaking company. I've already called, and she assures me she'll have a groom here in time for a weddin' on Saturday afternoon. Wait. Wyatt held up his palm. You're serious? Daddy sighed. This isn't the first time this person has left a gift for Harley. Excuse me? Harley jumped from her seat. There have been several deliveries to the office. This is the first one at home. Your stalker is becoming more aggressive, and I'd like to nip it in the bud. By marrying me off like some. Harley waved her hands around as she searched for the right word. Mail-order bride, supplied Wyatt. Thanks. Harley dropped her chin in acknowledgement. At least someone in the room could see the situation for how ridiculous it really was. Pop-Tart, your daddy believes that getting married will let the stalker know you aren't interested in being with him. Mama's eyes begged her to listen. Harley swung her gaze to her dad. Psychotics often believe that they are already in a relationship with the person they stalk. They convince themselves that you love them too. If you get married, they will be forced to see you're moving on in life and not waiting for them. Makes as much sense as a roast on Sunday. So we stage a weddin'? Not stage, said Daddy. You actually get married. Harley sputtered. Wyatt hooted. She punched him in the arm and he quit caterwauling. I'm not the one you have to marry. He rubbed his now dead bicep. Harley hooked the chair with her foot, drug it beneath her caboose, and plopped down. I am not getting married. Daddy sat next to her. His jaw clenched several times, and the small vein above his temple throbbed. All this. He waved his arm to indicate the building, the guard outside the door, the cameras and screens. Is to protect you. And it's done a bang-up job until now. This person, whoever they are, knows things others don't. Their notes are surprisingly familiar. At first I thought they were lucky guesses, but the more they reveal what they know, the more I'm beginning to understand that this is an inside job. Harley's mouth went dry. Inside? As in, inside our walls? My home? Harley wanted to scrub her skin clean thinking someone had entered her domain uninvited, touching her furniture, burrowing through her clothes, and who knew what else. She had a hard time figuring out how they would get in. Mrs. Hill ran the house with a white glove and an iron fist. If the staff had seen someone out of the ordinary, it would have been reported. The only time the house was really empty of staff was when Harley was home. Mrs. Hill ensured Harley's downtime was protected, knowing that Harley spent very little time actually alone. Even then, men and dogs patrolled the grounds. From what Daddy said, her stalker was someone she knew or had known well enough to invite to the compound. To think she'd opened her door to a crazy person made her shudder. We don't know that for sure, sweetheart. Mama warned Daddy off with a level stare. We know enough, countered Daddy. Darlin', your daddy is trying to protect you. Mama's eyes pled for Harley to acquiesce. Rubbing her temples, Harley asked, can't we do something else? I'll take a full-time bodyguard, work from here, and stay home on the weekends. Anything but marriage. She could see the headlines a quick marriage so soon after her public breakup with Jeremiah would inspire. And what would Jeremiah say? He may have broken up with her because she was too calculating. His actual word. But they'd been Skyping on and off for a week or so, and she'd hoped to establish a solid foundation for friendship if nothing else. Getting married would put a damper on the happy reunion. Besides, despite the initial horrification of being dumped, Harley liked being single. The pressure and upkeep of a close relationship was not something she was hoping to add to her life at the moment. I've talked to several FBI agents who specialize in this type of situation, and they agree that a marriage would do one of two things. Either it will force this creep to back away and give up, or it will push them over the edge and make them desperate enough to mess up and get caught. Either way, we win. Right. Except I lose Jeremiah. Of course, if Jeremiah was the stalker, she didn't want him back. Shaking her head, Harley chided herself for believing that Jeremiah was psychotic. Jeremiah was one of the kindest men she'd ever known. Sure, he cried as often as a hen laid eggs, but growing up with the general meant that she and her brothers learned quickly how to stop the floodgates and control their outbursts. It was said that each of them only dared throw a temper tantrum once, because once was enough to learn that a Wilson did not behave that way. Jeremiah had shown her a softer side to the male half of the species. It was intriguing. Even if, at times, it was emotionally exhausting to keep up with his sensitivities. At least he had them. Daddy shook his head. We don't want you to change your pattern of behavior without a viable reason, otherwise the stalker believes they have gained control over you. Your husband will be your bodyguard, and since you're married, having him close won't seem strange. Also, since you'll be newlyweds, staying close to home and working from satellite locations will appear normal. We'll paint you as a loving couple who can't get enough of each other, so nesting on the weekends won't draw undue attention. In a year, after all this is behind you, you can get an annulment. Harley groaned. So she had to deal with house arrest and a marriage. Wonderful. What happens if we just ignore this lunatic and continue on? John sucked air through his teeth. Most likely the attempts to gain your attention will escalate and lead to a possible attempt on your life. Wyatt let out a low whistle. Well. He clapped Harley on the back. Death or marriage, what's it going to be? The general cleared his throat. Wyatt flashed him a brilliant, unapologetic smile. Just to be stubborn, Harley stared at the ceiling and pretended to think about it. Harley Wilson, Mama whispered in warning. It's a big decision, Mama. It's not every day that a girl picks a wedding dress or a casket. Maybe you could wear a wedding dress in the casket. Wyatt grinned. Harley tipped her head as she lightly considered the option. It's really the best of both worlds, high fashion and meeting the higher power. Daddy tapped his knuckles on the desk. If you two are done with this morbid desire to torment your mother, I need an answer. Harley took in Mama's pale face and the circles under her eyes. Mama was a capable woman with the ability to do everything from running a major corporation to raising semi-normal children and spoiling her only grandchild, all while looking like she stepped off a movie set in full hair and makeup. Harley had wanted to be just like her when she was little. Still did. Mama wouldn't make a fuss about getting married like this. She'd take it in stride and trust in the Lord. Sucking it up was a character trait that ran deep in the Wilson bloodline. The one and only thing in Harley's life that had a place in her heart was her family. They all shared the compound, and if she was in danger, they were too. Daddy wouldn't hesitate to spring to her aid. Wyatt would sleep on her couch every night if needed. And Mama would wear a hole in the floor pacing with worry over Harley's well-being. Jackson? Jackson wasn't here. He was probably holding down the office while the rest of them talked about stalkers and wedding dresses. The idea that this madman might go through her family to get to her rammed into Harley like a bull with a burr up his tail. Her eyes went from her mama to Wyatt and finally to Daddy. He could and very much would take a bullet for her. And what about the men and women they hired to protect the compound? Their lives were more important than her pride or her love life. What was 1 year of marriage compared to the health and happiness of those around her? Let's do it. The very air around the general sagged with relief even as he kept his shoulders 10 straight. This weekend, then. I'm on it. Mama had her phone to her ear before she left the room. Pamela? Pause. Darlin', we need a groom. Pronto. Harley pressed her hands over her eyes. Too late to change her mind. Once a Wilson gave their word, they stuck to it. She checked her pocket for her Glock before heading to the door. You might want to keep that close by. Daddy's eyes darted to her pocket, indicating he was talking about her weapon. I had a holster sent to Ms. Hill. It'll fit under most of your jackets. Harley swallowed. She hated wearing suits and suit jackets to the office like she was one of the guys. Just because she ran with a bunch of longhorns didn't mean she had to dress like them. Instead, she depended upon knee-length dresses and skirts in soft colors to get her through the workday while still feeling feminine. The world of billion-dollar deals was dominated by males. Throwing beautiful women in their path was often a ploy used to distract others during business negotiations, and most billionaires had learned to tune the distractions out. Harley found it was a huge advantage to be the distraction men couldn't tune out. Not if they wanted her financial backing. Did she have an unfair advantage? Perhaps. Was she going to stop using her feminine wiles? Nope. Because in the world of billion-dollar deals, a girl needed every advantage she could get. Marriage? Marriage was the biggest deal of all. Once in the hall, Harley tapped her mama on the shoulder. Pull out the platinum, Mama. I want to be the prettiest bride south of the Mason-Dixon line. Chapter 4. Noah and Paige followed Tina, the petite B&B receptionist, down the hall to Pamela Jones's immaculate office. Noah checked his boots. The dark brown crocodile leather was his best pair, and they were clean, thank goodness. Considering the two women in front of him, Noah decided Tina's hair was suddenly a lot closer to Paige's copper red than the light strawberry it was the last time he'd been here. Tina tapped lightly on the open door and waved them inside before going back to the greeting area. Pamela, president and owner of Billionaire Marriage Brokers, sat behind her fancy wood desk, her phone pressed to her ear. She held up a finger, letting Noah and Paige know she'd just be a moment. Noah's eyes roamed over the desk, where a half-size legal pad and a pen were the only decorations. He suspected Pamela organized her desk like she organized the brides and grooms that came through her door. Everything had a place, and there was a place for everything. Only, it had taken her months to find a place for Noah. And now that the moment was here, Noah found his palms were slick. He wiped them on his pant legs as Pamela motioned for him and Paige to sit in the chairs opposite her desk while she finished up a phone call. "He just walked in," she said into the phone as she gave Noah a knowing wink. "I understand, and I assure you the information will be kept confidential." "Okay, bye, hon." Pamela hung up and got to her feet, coming around the desk to offer Paige a hug. Noah stood, always the gentleman. "How are you?" Pamela asked. "I'm wonderful." Paige practically glowed. She roamed around with a perpetual smile on her face and a bounce in her step, and her hair. Noah could always judge his sister's mental state by her mane. Even though Paige insisted one did not affect the other, her husband, Cody, was on Noah's side. On good days, it lifted with each step of her silver-toed boots. On bad days, it hung limp as a shroud. Today it neither bounced nor clung, and Noah was distinctly aware of Paige's concern on his behalf. For a moment, Noah wondered if his wife would have long hair. He was definitely partial to big curls and locks his fingers could get tangled in. He sat up taller. There was no sense wondering about such things when he was only marrying this woman for her money. Yeah, he was a cold-hearted son of a gun. Any softness toward the world would just open him up to another beating, and he didn't think he could survive the aftermath. Pamela moved from Paige to Noah. She offered her hand, and when Noah took it, he felt like he was a top rebel, pounding through the wind with no means to stop the horse. Pamela released his hand and moved back to her side of the desk as Noah groped behind him for the armrest on his chair. Blinking several times, he met Pamela's confident gaze. "I have a good feeling about you, Noah Baker," she said. She leaned back in her chair, and Noah copied her relaxed posture despite the furious beating of his heart. Paige discreetly patted his knee, and he took in 3 quick breaths followed by one deep exhale. Just like when he was in sniper training and needed to calm his heart after a sprint so he could shoot accurately. Only this time, he wasn't the one doing the shooting. Pamela was about to introduce him to his bride, and he found himself reacting as if caught in the crosshairs. "Thank you for your patience with this process, Mr. Baker," began Pamela. "You came with a unique and yet highly useful skill set, which gave me an interesting conundrum." She tapped her nails on the desk as she studied him. Noah worked to keep his face passive, unsure where Pamela was leading him. "The ratio of male clients to female clients is, unfortunately, 3-to-1. Since you approached me 4 months ago, I've had several women sign on, however, none of them needed what you have to offer. Until today." Noah leaned forward, wanting to absorb every bit of information. "Your bride is Harley Wilson, from the Texas Wilsons." Noah lifted his shoulders. Was her name supposed to mean something to him? He didn't run in the same circles as billionaires, except for his sister, and she and Cody kept an extremely low profile for the benefit of their daughter. Harley's father served his country as an airman and then moved into the private sector, where he built a proper empire out of paper. Wilson paper goods are sold the world over. With a plan akin to an airstrike, John leveraged his empire and took over a good portion of the world's wealth. He has holdings in everything from real estate to primetime television. The man is a cutthroat financial genius who cares deeply about his wife and children. His success came with a price in that it made his family the target of several kidnapping attempts and blackmail, and unfortunately led to the death of Caroline Wilson, John's sister. Vowing never to let another member of his family be threatened or feel scared in their own home, John bought 55 acres and developed the raw Texas land into a safety zone when Harley was just 3. Harley is a second-generation billionaire with a small empire of her own. An empire? Noah raised one eyebrow. Each Wilson was given a sizable trust when they turned 18. Each? Prompted Paige. Pamela smiled. There are 4, and Harley's the youngest. She turned back to Noah. Harley apparently takes after her father when it comes to money. She's turned her trust fund into a fortune that, if it continues to grow at the current rate, will rival her father's in the next 10 years. Noah blinked. If she's so smart, why does she need me? Pamela shook her head as she swiveled the computer screen so Noah could see the grainy black and white video of a group of men in SWAT gear approaching a box. Soon there was a bombot poking the thing, and finally a new man in protective gear picked it up. Harley is being stalked by someone her family believes intends to do her harm. Pamela swung the screen back around. The last message, found in the box you just saw, indicated that the stalker believes Harley has a desire to be in a relationship. Obviously, this couldn't be further from the truth. Her family would like to send the message that Harley is not interested and have asked me to find a groom. Pamela lifted her eyes from the screen to delve directly into Noah's soul. Your police training, experience, and protective nature are exactly what the Wilson family, and Harley, need right now. Noah's hands began to shake, and he turned away from Pamela's penetrating stare. Suddenly, he was back in the precinct with the smell of stale coffee and the sound of phones set to vibrate tapping against the metal desks. He'd sworn he would never go back. Giving up the job he loved was poor penance for what he'd done, even if, at the time, it was all he had to give. Pamela. Paige spoke in a soft, soothing voice. Noah doesn't. Don't, Noah cut her off. He didn't need Paige to explain why he couldn't put on a badge again. Turning to Pamela, he forced himself to stare over her shoulder as he spoke, just like when he'd reported the events of that night to the judge. I no longer do police work. Pamela cleared her throat, and Noah's eyes flicked to hers, expecting to find the pity he'd seen in so many others. Instead, he found fire, coupled with determination. I'm not asking you to become a police officer, I'm asking you to become a groom, a husband. She flipped the screen around, and this time Noah was met by an image that had his complete attention. The picture was taken from the side, with the woman turning slightly so Noah had full access to both of her large, golden brown eyes, which sparkled with a confidence that drew him in. Her blonde hair cascaded down her back, with swoopy bangs brushing across one eyebrow. She was a natural beauty, her rose-petal lips, high cheekbones, and flawless skin didn't need makeup. Everything about this woman left Noah discombobulated, and he found that he thoroughly enjoyed the experience. Pamela continued, I've spoken with her family. They are very concerned about Harley's safety, concerned enough to take drastic measures. Noah's eyes went back and forth between Pamela and the picture of Harley Wilson. He couldn't imagine anyone wanting to harm someone as precious as she appeared to be. Those pale pink lips, so full and inviting, spoke of innocence and sweetness. She didn't deserve the fear that stalkers forced on their victims. If anyone knew about the sickos and crazies out there, it was Noah. The time he'd spent with the LA Police Department had opened his eyes to a whole different level of humanity, which was more like inhumanity. He had no desire to return to that world, a world that had turned him into a monster. He could hoof it out of here, turn his back on BMB, and take that job with Cody. No one would judge him, no one but himself. Moving back to Harley's image, he knew he couldn't walk away. Deep in his gut, the part of him that had urged him to become a police officer in the first place, to protect innocents and bring bad guys to justice, sprang to life. When's the wedding? Paige gasped, her hand flying to his arm. Are you sure? I can't let something happen to her. Not when I can help. I can't carry that weight. Paige nodded, somehow understanding the words he couldn't speak. They'd always been close, and at this moment, Noah was grateful he didn't have to explain himself further. It will be this Saturday at the Wilson estate in Texas. Tina will have your flight information at the front desk. Noah stood. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to drive. Drive? Pamela's eyebrows pulled together, creating the tiniest of lines on her forehead. Paige slid her purse over her shoulder. He's in love with his truck and won't leave it behind. Pamela lifted her hands. As long as you're there in time for the wedding. Wouldn't miss it. Noah put on a smile he didn't feel and gestured for Paige to go ahead of him through the doorway. I'll take that flight and meet you there, Paige said over her shoulder. Noah grabbed her elbow to get her to stop. I'm going alone. Paige put her free hand on her hip. No way. You weaseled your way into my wedding, and I'm coming to yours. Noah dropped his head, gathered his thoughts, and said, if everything Pamela said is true, and I believe it is, then it's quite possible that this wedding will be a trigger for the stalker. I'm going in blind, and there's no way I'm hauling you in with me. But the only thing I know is the perp left a package on private property. That's not easy to do, especially with the kind of security I saw in that video. Paige screwed up her face, ready to form a rebellion that would include his parents and every one of his 7 brothers and sisters, so Noah changed tactics and lowered his voice. If it were an office wedding or church wedding or even one by Old Faithful, I would have you there in a heartbeat. You know that. Paige's shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch, and Noah took full advantage of her softening heart. I need to know you and the rest of the family are safe, or I'll never make it through the wedding. Paige rolled her eyes, and Noah knew he'd won. I want pictures. She poked him in the chest. Lots of them. You'll get them. Trish appeared in her open office doorway. Noah narrowed his eyes. My phone has an eyesight camera. She held up the phone and wiggled it. Noah held up his hand. Oh no. You're not coming either. Trish was B&B's resident makeover artist. She knew all the right places for hair and clothes, and who knew what else. The moment Noah had signed up as a B&B groom, Trish had dragged him all over town and scorched his newly issued expense card. To her credit, she'd taken his faded jeans and Camp Buckeye t-shirts in stride, adding collared shirts, Henleys, and designer jeans in a manner that didn't change his style, just magnified it. Though Noah found her obsession with credit cards a little scary, he'd come to think of her as an extension of his family and didn't want her anywhere near this lunatic. I'm on official B&B business. She flicked her short hair out of her face. Me too, offered Harrison as he emerged from his office. The hallway's getting too crowded. Noah jerked at his tie in frustration. Noah? Asked Paige. Noah growled. There are too many variables. I can protect my bride, but not if I have to keep an eye on all of you. I take full responsibility for myself, promised Harrison. He quirked a smile. And I'll even watch out for Trish. Trish's cheeks went bright red, 12-hour sunburn red. I can handle myself, thank you very much. Yeah, but it will be so much more fun if I help. Harrison threw her a wink and clapped Noah on the shoulder. I need you to sign a couple papers before you leave. Noah nodded, and Harrison sauntered back into his office. Trish harumphed. That man, she spun on her heel and stalked to her office. We're coming, she said before she shut her door, loudly. Paige turned her wide eyes on Noah, and they burst out laughing. Wow, he said. Right? Paige dabbed at the corners of her eyes, her grin wide. I'm tempted to pull a Trish on you. She folded her arms over her stomach. But I get this feeling that you do have to do this alone. Noah's eyes stung, and he cleared his throat, twice, before saying, thanks. Paige pointed to the 2 office doors. Which one do you want? I'll take door number 1. Noah moved toward Harrison's office to put his signature next to Harley's on the prenuptial agreement. Fine. She let out a sigh before brightening. I need Trish's advice on. Paige's arms snapped to her side. A new dress shop. That should cheer Trish up. Noah settled into the chair across from Harrison and took a fortifying breath. He wasn't going back to his old life. This path was new, and though it threatened the foundation he'd labored over, he had to take this leap. Otherwise, he'd spent his whole life hiding from the past, and as the department's contracted counselor had told him, there's no future in a memory, especially a bad one. Chapter 5. The Wednesday before her wedding, and just 4 days after the music box incident, Harley stared at herself in the floor-length mirror that provided a 180-degree view of the lace draped across her body. The dress design was reminiscent of the 40s with its hourglass silhouette and scalloped, floor-length hem. Harley loved every inch of it, which only made the situation worse. Jitterbug, you take my breath away. Julia Wilson dabbed the corner of her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. Let's try the one with the hoop skirt. Harley stepped off the slightly raised platform in their private viewing area and dressing room at the designer's shop. She couldn't wear the perfect dress to a pretend wedding, it just didn't seem right. Instead, she'd wear a ball gown. There was a bazillion to choose from. She'd be bride-book glossy and smile for the camera without feeling like a complete liar. Allowing herself a little sulk, she fought the urge to hug the lace against her skin. This dress. This one in a million, absolutely perfect, put-out the dog dress was exactly what she would have worn to her storybook ceremony if she'd been in love. She wasn't in love with this stranger, didn't even know what he looked like. Didn't care to know. Truth be told, she was a little perturbed at him for the simple fact that he agreed to this madness. Darlin', can't you see? This is the one. Mama wrapped Harley in a tight embrace and giggled. She pulled back when Harley didn't return her hug. Harley Marianne Wilson, you're not having a lick of fun. And you're trying on wedding dresses. What's wrong, sweet potato? It's not fun, Mama, it's business. Harley had stayed up until the wee hours of the morning poring over the prenuptial agreement sent from Pamela Jones's office. Though many of her worries had been assuaged, her groom would have no claim to her fortune, her family, her home, or her person during the marriage or after the divorce. Others had crept in. Who was this man? How did Pamela Jones go about pairing them up? And what in the name of Elvis was she supposed to do with a husband? The prenup was quite vague in those areas, and Harley had signed it with a huff of frustration. Mama shook her head, and her blonde hair barely moved. Julia Wilson had a true blue fondness for hairspray. Mixing business with pleasure isn't always a bad thing. Harley motioned for the saleswoman to help her remove the dress. As the lace fell away, she vowed that there would be no mixing, mingling, or marinating of business and pleasure in this half-cocked marriage. Chapter 6. Thursday morning, Noah rushed through a shower and tiptoed past the sleeping campers in his bunkhouse. Usually he had the place to himself, but since one of the cabins had sprung a leak, and he was leaving this morning to drive his truck across 4 states to meet his bride, he'd offered up his floor to the preteen boys and their counselor, Robert. Robert hoarded the couch while the boys snored in their sleeping bags, red vines and Skittles sprinkled among them. Noah paused at the scene, noting the innocence that hovered about the room. This is why he'd come home, back to Camp Buckeye. He'd needed to know that this kind of virtue still existed in the world. He'd hoped it would heal his soul, and it had helped, but he felt like he'd drunk the last bit of help and healing from the Camp Buckeye canteen. He felt more than saw the sun pop up over West Mountain. Letting loose on a smile, he flipped on the lights and watched with glee as the boys curled into their bags like turtles going into their shells. "Morning, campers," he called. "Horses are hungry." Groans all around. "Dude," called Robert from the couch. Noah laughed and stepped outside, shutting the door softly behind him. He hiked across the camp to the home he grew up in, where his truck was parked in front of the family barn. After a quick and embarrassingly emotional goodbye with Rebel Rouser, he made his way up the back steps and into his mother's kitchen, where the family had assembled to wish him well. Unlike when Paige signed on with BMB, his family knew he was off to get married. They were surprisingly supportive. All packed, called his mom from the stove, where she expertly flipped a dozen frog eye pancakes in quick succession, each one a golden brown. Yep. Noah had stored the few possessions he wasn't taking in rubber totes above the tack room where they wouldn't be in the way and packed the rest in the back of his truck. Jacob, Noah's oldest brother, gave him a quick slap on the back. "I have to get to work, but I wanted to wish you luck." "Thanks." Noah eyed the pancake and sausage sandwich in Jacob's hand. "Taylor still sick?" "Yeah, morning sickness isn't a joke. I can't eat by her, smells trigger her nausea." Noah shook his head. "Tell her I'm praying for her and little Noah." "Hey, you want a kid named after you, have one of your own." Jacob took a huge bite of his sandwich and waved as he went out the door. David and Matthew both wished him luck, tucked food into their hands, and went out to get camp started. His younger sisters, Hannah and Nevaeh, hovered over frying pans, one for eggs and the other for sausage. With the boys out of the way, the two lit up with questions. "I can't wait until it's my turn to be a bride," said Hannah, all dreamy. At 16, she was a hopeless princess with visions of romance dancing before her eyes. Mom shook her spatula at Hannah. "Noah is the last. I'm tired of my children getting married without me, do you understand? No eloping. And no more B&B, Pamela Jones gets no more of my children." Noah laughed at Hannah's stunned face. "Mom, she's like a fairy godmother. I mean, Cody, Paige, and Addison are perfect for each other. And now Noah and Harley. Your brother is going to protect this girl. It's a job, not a romantic comedy." Mom turned back to the stove to flip another round of pancakes, and Hannah rolled her eyes. "But you think Harley is pretty, don't you?" asked Nevaeh in a small voice. At 12, she was still trying to figure out if boys were worth the trouble or if she'd rather throw dirt clods with them or at them, if so deserved. Noah could only imagine the image he and Paige created for her young and impressionable self. Whomever she married should make her feel beautiful every day, or he'd knock some sense into the dolt. "Harley is very beautiful." "Good." Nevaeh went back to stirring the eggs. Noah loaded a plate and swung his leg over the bench to belly up to the table. The door opened and he was ambushed from behind by Addison, who threw her arms around his neck and held on. "Uncle Noah, are you going to be a daddy like Paige became a mommy?" Noah chuckled. "Nope." Addison's arms fell away, and she plopped onto the bench beside him with her back to the table. "I don't want you to go." Noah ruffled her hair, which earned him a scowl, and said, "It will only be for a year. Do you know how many teeth I could lose by then?" Noah bit back his smile. Addison had been late losing her first tooth, but had more than made up for it by now. Her smile rivaled a jack-o'-lantern. "We'll Skype and you can show me every one," he suggested. "Okay." Addison made her way over to the stove, apparently satisfied that her favorite uncle would still be part of her life. "Hi, Grandma," she said as she wrapped her arms around Samantha's middle. Noah caught that softening his mom retained only for her grandchildren. They were soon deep in conversation about rodeos and horses and camp and cousins. Cody and Paige came in a minute later, his hand on the small of her back and her hand carrying a gift bag. "You shouldn't have." Noah grinned. "I didn't." Paige grinned as she set the bag on the table, and Cody went for the food. "This is for Harley." "What?" Noah's stomach stilled like a conveyor belt too heavily loaded. He reached for the orange juice jug and a cup. "How come she gets a present?" "Because she's going to have to put up with you for a year." Paige took the juice and poured herself a cup. Will you give it to her? Noah eyed the bag as if a giant spider were going to crawl out the top. I don't know, Noah wasn't much of a gift giver. Presents were always so personal. At least, they should be. Can't you mail it? Paige shook her head, her eyes laughing at his obvious discomfort. Her address is classified, remember? Besides, it's just a cuff Addison and I made. Oh. Noah relaxed a bit. Paige made leather jewelry. As a camp counselor, she'd enjoyed instructing kids how to imprint designs and stain the leather. Now she made items that were stunning and sold them on Etsy. Somehow, coming from Addison, the gift seemed much less threatening. I'll make sure she gets it. Cody sat next to Paige, and they all talked about trivial things until it was time for Noah to hit the road. The trip from Norco, California, to Houston, Texas, was at least 20 hours by Google. He planned to spread the drive over 2 days and arrive late Friday night with just enough time to meet his bride, attend a rehearsal dinner, and get some sleep before he got married. Married. Why did that word carry a weight of finality with it? Instead of feeling like he was stepping on the space shuttle, ready to blast his way to adventure, Noah felt like he was jumping into a submarine and about to be swamped. This was supposed to be the path to a new life, so why did it feel so heavy? Chapter 7. An hour before the wedding, Harley stared out the upstairs window that overlooked the driveway to her parents' home. Are all weddings this horrible, or just pretend ones? She peered down at the stunning lace that, ugh. This dress. She'd chosen a nondescript dress with a bell skirt and a plain bodice befitting her lack of enthusiasm for this endeavor, and the designer had delivered the perfect dress instead. Harley suspected Mama had changed the order, and it was too late to do anything about it. There would be words between her and Mama over this, just as soon as her darn groom arrived, and Harley was convinced there would actually be a wedding. Noah Baker. The name rolled through her mind like a tornado. Her groom had missed the rehearsal dinner, a sin hardly worth confessing, considering the guest list consisted of her half-brother Jackson and his 15-year-old son, Zandon, Wyatt, Daddy and Mama, the pastor, and Trish and Harrison from B&B. Harrison's composed demeanor had remained intact as he explained that Noah's truck had broken down just outside of Abilene and he wouldn't make it until the next morning. Harley pinched the bridge of her nose. The only thing worse than this arranged marriage would be getting stood up at the altar by her husband for hire. Though the papers only had the version of her courtship prepared by her publicist, headlines flashed before her closed eyes: Harley Wilson can't pay a man to marry her. Humiliation galore. There was a loud awooga outside the window, and Harley shoved the curtain aside to see an ancient Ford truck bounce down the driveway like a jackrabbit trying to outrun a fox. Harrison got out of the passenger side, and a stranger slowly slid from behind the wheel, his long, muscular legs clad in worn denim and his white t-shirt clinging to his stacked stomach and chiseled chest. He's big enough to make Samson seem sensitive. Trish appeared at her side and let out a sigh. He's here. That should be my line. Harley scowled at the truck, feeling like there was a little more to that sigh than "I'm not fired" relief. It's about time. He knows how to cut it closer than a blind barber, she quipped. Her groom swaggered around the side of the truck, and Harley's irritation grew. The man was late to his own wedding and he meandered slower than a country stream. Not to mention his hair stood on end as if he'd gelled it and then stepped into a tornado. He had grease smeared on his face and hands, and she could see from 2 stories away that his jeans had a rip up the side. Harley didn't even want to think about what had made the moisture stains on his t-shirt. The combination of his extreme tardiness and lack of personal hygiene showed a lack of respect for Harley and the Wilson family in general. No one in their right mind would think Harley would marry a man who resembled a rake who'd been raised downwind from the outhouse. The men she dated were refined, cultured, and they showered. She'd felt like she'd put in an order for a Schroeder and ended up with Pigpen. Adding to her growing panic was the return of the feeling that her life was about to change forever. The understanding stamped itself on her brain the minute she heard that stupid horn. Well, Harley Wilson was not one to stand around while a tornado picked up speed. Gathering her dress in her hands, she stormed down the stairs, ready to send Mr. Grime on his way and request another groom, pronto. Maybe Harrison was up for the job. He seemed pleasant enough, and his cool distance had put Harley at ease. "Wait," called Trish behind her. "Peanut, what's going on?" asked Mama as Harley trekked down the expansive circular staircase, her heart hammering. "Mama, have you seen him?" Harley's face was aflame. "Who?" "The groom." Mama's eyes lit up. "He's here?" "Wonderful. I'll alert the pastor." "No. Not wonderful." Harley grabbed her mother's shoulders. He's late and not at all presentable," said a deep voice behind her. Harley's stomach did a traitorous little flip as she became acutely aware of the masculinity hovering in the doorway. She turned, and Noah Baker removed his aviators, his eyes sweeping over her dress as a smile spread across his face, revealing dimples that would have been adorable on a child but were as cunning as a hungry coyote on Noah Baker. "Noah." Trish glided down the stairs. "What on earth?" she asked as she planted both hands on her hips. "My truck doesn't have air conditioning, so I have to drive with the windows down. Texas is kind of dusty." He moved to smack his jeans, which would have sent dust flying in Mama's entryway, and thought better of it before dropping his hand. Mama smiled at him as if she were a teacher and he the star pupil. Harley wasn't as easily won over. A lack of air conditioning would explain his appearance, but his rakish grin agitated her in a way she couldn't explain and left her with quivering knees. Needing to find firm ground, Harley closed the distance between them, an intimidation factor she'd often used in business. Men had a hard time thinking straight when she advanced as soft as a kitten but as cutting as ice. "Before we say I do, you need to understand that Wilsons are not late. We never put anything but our best foot forward. And that truck is ridiculous." Instead of being shocked at her outburst, Noah grinned. He took one step forward, reducing the personal space to practically nothing and increasing the temperature in the room by 400 degrees. The smell of Texas sage and motor oil assaulted her senses, churning up an awareness of Noah's broad shoulders and muscles that went on for miles. "Before we say I do, you should probably understand a few things too." Harley lifted her chin, desperate to rise above the flood of desire that surged up from her toes. "Darn those dimples." "Like what?" she barely whispered. Noah pointed out the front door. "My truck is a classic." He plucked his shirt. "There's no shame in getting dirty if you're doing honest work." His golden brown eyes sparkled with mischief as he met her gaze. "And after we say I do, you won't be a Wilson, you'll be a Baker." Nodding to Mama, "Ma'am," Noah moved to join Harrison, who waited to show him his room. "By the way, I like the dress." Noah winked before sauntering off. I, Harley stuttered. Mama giggled and fanned herself. "That man is hotter than a stolen tamale." "Arg." Harley didn't know which she wanted to do more, throw something after Noah, or drink a tall glass of tart lemonade. Trish appeared at her elbow. "I promise you, Harley, Noah will be every bit the handsome gentleman by the wedding." Harley had no doubt about the handsome part, it was the gentleman she doubted. "He's kind of a tease." Trish's gaze followed Noah and Harrison down the hallway, her brow furrowed. Mama put her hand on Harley's shoulder. "You should get back upstairs. It's bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding. Grateful she hadn't succumbed to the insanity and actually hurled Mama's Ming Dynasty vase, Harley allowed herself to be ushered toward the staircase. "I'd say it's worse for the bride to see the groom." Harley struggled to put into words the way her emotions had thrown a coup and tossed her good sense overboard the moment she saw Noah Baker. "Honey bunches, it's natural to have cold feet before the wedding. Cold?" Harley wished she felt cold. Cold was where rational thoughts originated. Harley. Trish grabbed her hand and held it between her palms. I've got this. Over the past 2 days, Trish had proven herself a capable intermediary when planning a wedding in a week strained their otherwise cordial family. She'd also managed to engineer the layout for the huge reception to be held shortly after the extremely private ceremony in the grand ballroom in under a half hour, a feat that not only impressed Harley, but her father as well. He'd offered to hire her on the spot and double her wages. She'd politely declined, but if anyone could pull together that disaster in a Ford truck, it would be Trish. Harley nodded once and then scurried up the stairs, intent on not seeing her groom again until she absolutely had to. As for after the wedding, she'd just have to set boundaries. Nice, strong, barbed wire type boundaries. Chapter 8. The guest bedroom Noah had been assigned as a dressing area was larger than his entire bunkhouse back home. The bathroom alone could sleep 12 campers. Although, back home they didn't have pulsating shower heads, yes, heads, 5 to be exact, and a waterfall in the Italian tiled stall. The warm water and a bar of dial had easily washed away 2 layers of dirt, oil, and sweat. When his truck had broken down in that tiny Texas town, Noah scrambled to find parts and then worked all night to install them, unwilling to leave his prized possession behind. He'd had less than 5 hours of sleep and about 15 vanilla Pepsi in the last 2 days. All he wanted to do when he pulled up was find a bed and sleep for an hour before the wedding. Then he'd seen his bride. Harley was a vision in white lace. Seeing her picture hadn't prepared him for what actually being near her did to his mind. The moment their eyes met, he became aware of a sensuous current pulling them ever closer. Breathtaking women didn't exist, except in the movies, and everyone knew they were totally photoshopped. Harley, however, was real enough to stimulate a sense of wanting like Noah had never known. He'd have to watch it, though. Harley could easily become a distraction, and he didn't need to be distracted from the reason he'd signed up with BMB, which was to step away from his past and create a future. Noah, dressed in his black pants and a white undershirt, was pushing his arms through a tuxedo shirt when there was a demanding knock at the door. Noah rolled his eyes. Trish had been less than thrilled with the first impression he'd made on his bride. Noah couldn't help but push a few of Harley's buttons. She was so stinking cute when she was all flustered. He'd rather enjoyed the experience. Wishing Trish would give him just a little space, he called, I'm pretty sure I can dress myself. You don't have to hold my hand. Noah wrenched open the door to find a steely-eyed man in a tuxedo glaring at him. 2 more men stood just behind him, their faces grim. I can assure you, I have no intention of holding your hand, said the stranger. Noah leaned against the doorframe and folded his arms. I should hope not. He grinned, hoping to break the ice with a little joke. John Wilson, Harley's father, the man ground out between clenched teeth. A neon sign flashed in Noah's head, warning. Warning. Future father-in-law. Come in. Noah stepped back. I'm Noah Baker. I know, was all John said as he eyed Noah warily. John's entrance into the guest room charged the air with something akin to 2 stallions lording over the same barn. In Noah's experience, the barn never fared well in those types of situations. John motioned to the men who followed him through the door. This is Stuart, our head of security. Noah shook his hand. Stuart was about the same age as John and just a little shorter, with a stocky build. His head was square and his face serious. And this is Agent Dylan Gonzalez. Noah nodded his way. Agent Gonzalez wore a gray suit and tie that screamed acronyms like FBI and CIA. His cue ball head reflected enough light to land a plane, and his lips all but disappeared when he frowned, which he was doing now. We only have 30 minutes before the wedding. John gave Noah a disapproving glare, and Harley's Wilsons are never late replayed in Noah's head. We came to brief you on the situation and lay the ground rules. Fire away. Noah crossed the room and sat on the sofa to slip on his shoes. They fit perfectly, and he was grateful for Trisha's attention to detail, though she had hovered. See, this was why he'd taken this path. The B&B perks were pretty nice. Noah continued to dress as John explained about the steady stream of flowers, cards, and gifts that had arrived at the office, and then the music box that appeared just a week before. "You think it's someone she knows?" asked Noah. "There are 2 ex-boyfriends on our watch list," said Agent Gonzalez. Noah pulled at his collar. "Just 2? What do you mean by that?" A vein on John's forehead poked out. Noah shrugged, nonplussed by John's obvious move to a defensive position when it came to his daughter. The guy had teeth like a bulldog. "She's beautiful and wealthy. I'd expect a long line of broken hearts. That brings me to the other reason I'm here." John pulled a sidearm from the holster under his jacket and crossed the room in quick strides. Noah's eyes went wide. "What the?" He eyeballed Stuart and Dylan, who both chose that moment to examine the painting behind them. John's advance reminded Noah of the one Harley had taken just a few minutes before, and he once again instinctively held his ground. Though with Harley the experience had been sweetly engaging, when facing her father, he balled his hands into fists. "You are here to protect Harley." John's voice was frosty and calm. "If you so much as put a hand on her, it won't be a matter of if you get shot, it will only be a question of which gun I use. Understand? Welcome to Texas." Noah had stepped closer to Harley when she confronted him, hoping to close the distance and increase the sweet ache she created in his belly. He got the feeling Harley was like an alligator. They might be fun to tease and rile up a bit, but he had no intention of getting near enough to have his hand bitten off. But John Wilson was all bite and no tease. Noah didn't feel like testing his luck with 2 Wilsons today, so he nodded. "Good." John reached for Noah's arm and slapped the gun into his palm. "This is yours." Noah stared at the Ruger LCP, wondering why he'd lost feeling in his hand. At just over 5 inches long, the gun was lightweight and had front and rear sights. The checkered grip would provide stability in handling, and from the weight of it, the magazine was full. Noah hit the release to check. "It's loaded but not chambered," said John. "I can't accept this." Noah was able to force his shoulder to move, so his hand went forward. John studied him, his gaze searing into Noah while Noah couldn't tear his eyes away from the gun in his now shaking hand. "I read the newspaper reports and the files." John's voice was low. At this, Noah's eyes snapped up. He searched the room, but Stuart and Agent Gonzalez must have slipped out when John thrust the Ruger at Noah. "The files are sealed." At least, that's what his sergeant had told him. John brushed his comment away with a wave of his hand. "When Julia first told me about Pamela's," he cleared his throat. "Services, I was dead set against it. But after learning your background, I changed my mind. Having pulled the trigger once, you won't do it again lightly, but I had to know you have it in you to protect the innocent. And my daughter is one of those innocents." Noah shook his head. John painted the same picture the newspaper reporter had in the article. No matter what others said, he wasn't a hero. Right now, he was scared out of his very expensive dress shoes. "I'm not the man you think I am." "You have to be, for Harley's sake," said John. "As much as I'd like to be the one with her, I can't. It has to be you." Noah went back to that moment in the foyer when he'd caught his first glimpse of the woman he was going to marry. She'd seemed so small in that huge room, vulnerable in her delicate lace and shoelessness. Yes, he'd noticed her cute little toes peeking out from under her dress. He'd towered over her and felt like a mountain man who could throw her over his shoulder and haul off, which did awesome things to his male pride. He couldn't help but see how easy it would be for someone to hurt her. She'd proven she was tough in spirit, but she was no match for him physically. Which was why he'd driven over 1,500 miles to get here. He wanted to protect Harley, wanted to stand between her and whatever batch of crazy threatened her peace and safety. He couldn't explain how strong the need was, almost as if the good Lord had given him a swift kick in that direction. During the drive, there were times when he'd felt as if he were coming home instead of leaving it. He'd felt lighter, happier, more in control of himself, and like the kid who stands up to the bully instead of the one who runs away. The sensation wasn't new. Noah had always stood up for his younger siblings, Paige especially, whose red hair tended to draw out the worst in boys under the age of 14. He couldn't walk away. His decision was not only a matter of pride, but a recognition of his nature and a desire to embrace it once again, no matter what demons he had to face. Nodding toward John's jacket, Noah said, "I'll need a holster for this." For the first time, John grinned. "You can have this one. I've got others upstairs." As John slid out of his black jacket so he could remove the holster, Noah asked, "Is it possible for the stalker to be at the party tonight?" Trish had given him the itinerary through the bathroom door as he'd showered: private ceremony in the gardens at sunset, followed by a massive reception in the house, followed by a grand farewell down the main staircase and out the front door, where they would climb into a limo and drive the half-mile to Harley's house. John handed the holster to Noah, who made a show of having to loosen the straps to fit across his shoulders to get under the guy's skin. Laughing to himself, he adjusted the contraption and settled the gun in its place. Wilsons were kind of uptight. Implying he was bigger, stronger, or smarter than his younger brothers would have started a wrestling match that didn't end until one of them tapped out. Glaring at what he probably considered insubordination, John replied, "At this point, anything is possible. We limited the guest list to 500, but like Agent Gonzalez said, we only have a few leads. I'll stick close, even in the crowd." "Good. It's important that this marriage appear real for the reporters in attendance. They should smatter their impressions all over the internet and several magazines before morning. Hopefully, the stalker will get the idea that Harley is off the market. I understand you'll have to play at being a couple, but my threat still stands." "So you admit you threatened me?" Noah smiled to show he wasn't serious. "No. I made you a promise." John shut the door behind him. "Wilsons always keep their promises," muttered Noah. His phone rang, and he hurried to the bathroom to dig it out of his dirty jeans. "Hello?" "Hi," chirped Paige. "Are you married yet?" Noah smiled, relieved to have someone normal to talk to. "Nope." "Nervous?" "Nope." "Aw. Terrified?" "Let's see. I've managed to alienate my fiancé and have been threatened with a gun, so I'm feeling confident in my life choices at the moment." Paige hesitated, then jolted out a laugh. "Sounds like another day in the life of Noah Baker. I'd expect nothing less." Noah caught his reflection in the bathroom mirror and stared at the sharp contrast between the holster and his white shirt. "I'm wearing a gun," he blurted. There was a heavy pause before Paige said, "You okay?" "As long as I don't have to use it." Noah darted into the bedroom and away from the mirror. "I'll pray you don't." Paige's voice strained, her worry for him coming through loud and clear. "You and me both." Paige heaved a sigh into the phone. "Just catch the freak and be done with this." Noah ran his hand through his short-cropped hair. "I signed a year-long contract." "Yeah, but if you get this guy out of the way, you can just focus on being married and not on being Mr. Incredible." "I hate it when you make sense," joked Noah. There was a knock at the door, and Trish called, "It's time." "I gotta go, my blushing bride awaits." "Kay. Good luck. Remember that we love you, all of us." "Even Cody?" Paige huffed. "Even Cody. Goodbye." "Bye." Noah slipped his phone into his pocket and slid into his jacket. He could do this. He'd find the perp, end the game before it got out of hand, and be done with this bodyguard and weapon stuff. Then, he'd work out, work on his truck, and live out the remainder of the year in peace. But first, he had to get married. Swinging the door open, Noah gave Trish a wicked grin. "Let's do this." Chapter 9. Harley stood in the middle of the purple guest room, where a plum velvet coverlet graced the walnut four-poster bed and the walls were painted a pale heather. The scent of lavender hung heavy in the air, its calming fragrance doing little to curb Harley's frantic nerves as an attendant from the dress shop circled her with a steamer, trying to remove the wrinkles Harley had inflicted on the dress in her mad dash to send her fiancé packing. Zoe, her hairdresser and fashion consultant, hummed as she finger-combed Harley's hair into a stylish chignon, her hands covered in shine cream. Finally, Aubrey applied the palest of pink lipsticks with a brush that tickled, which made her feel as dumb as a barrel of hair. "I thought we planned a bold lip, something in red to contrast with the dress," muttered Harley as she tried to talk without moving her lips, which made dress sound more like res and bold sound like old. Despite her poor enunciation, Zoe understood. "We had, but I didn't want the groom to end up wearing it after the ceremony." "Why would he be wearin', oh?" Harley felt her cheeks flame at the idea of kissing Noah. "I don't think it will be a problem. Like I'd kiss Noah. He probably tastes like sand, or grit, or salt, or—" Suddenly her mind had taken off with the idea, and her heart thundered with the feeling of being swept into Noah's embrace. Says every bride. Zoe rolled her eyes. "Trust me. The pink is better." Harley gritted her teeth. She couldn't tell anyone this wedding was a farce, so she stewed in her frustration with a blank stare on her face until she had her emotions under control. "Done," announced the dress attendant as she stepped back to survey her work. "I adore the waistline, it's absolutely perfect on you," gushed Zoe. She and Aubrey went back and forth on dress shapes and what worked best on which women. Even with all the girliness surrounding her, there was something missing. While these women were fun in a professional way, she and Zoe could spend hours online shopping, and Aubrey had no trouble dishing on her latest boy toy. The lack of actual bridesmaids spotlighted Harley's lonely life. Most of Harley's time was spent at work. The weekends were taken up with family, charity events, and doing errands that made it possible for her to put in 12-hour days at the office where she managed her investment corporation. She had one good friend from college, Molly. Their last lunch took place over 6 months ago. She missed the camaraderie, the late-night runs for ice cream, and having a close friend. She should have asked Molly to be her maid of honor, but Molly would have wanted the entire scoop on Noah, and that wasn't something Harley could serve. Her mother breezing into the room interrupted her melancholy thoughts, stirring the heady lilac scent as if she'd run her hands over blooms. "Harley." Mama threw her arms around Harley's shoulders, and the dress attendant squeaked in protest. Harley quickly returned her mom's embrace and then stepped back. The girl still had the steamer, and her glare indicated she wouldn't hesitate to turn it on Mama for wrinkling the dress again. "Thank you all for your help today." Mama dismissed everyone. Zoe air-kissed both Harley's cheeks, and Aubrey gave her hand a light squeeze. The dress attendant rolled her steam machine out the door with her nose in the air. Mama handed Harley a small jewelry box with a sad smile. "I can't believe you're getting married." Harley creaked open the jewelry box to find a pair of beautiful pearl earrings. "They were my grandma's." Mama dabbed the corner of her eyes with a tissue. "Oh, Mama. I can't wear these." Harley pressed the box into her mother's hands with the crumpled tissue. "Why not, darlin'? This isn't my real weddin'. It's just as fake as all those weddings Sebastian staged when we were kids." Sebastian was technically her third cousin, but when Daddy started making good money, relatives from all over showed up to family reunions, and Sebastian's parents had dug in and set up camp. They organized playdates for Harley and Sebastian at every turn, and Sebastian's favorite game was Weddin'. Mama shook her head. "Darlin', this is real and legal and binding." "It doesn't feel real." Mama pulled an earring out of the box and fastened it to Harley's earlobe. It will feel real enough when your daddy is walking you down the aisle. Harley turned so Mama could put the other earring in. Once they were in place, Mama cupped Harley's cheeks in her hands. There are things I haven't talked to you about before, and we'd better get a move on, because time is running out. What do you mean? Harley checked her lobes for Grandma Phoebe's pearl earrings. Well, Mama's voice took on an intimate quality, one used for sharing secrets. A wed-in night is a special time for a young couple. Bells, and not the wed-in kind, went off in Harley's head like all heck had broken loose. Harley held up both hands. Stop. Sweetheart, intimacy is important for a couple. It's where two people. Harley smashed her hands over her ears. I am not listening to this right now. There will be no wed-in night, it's in the prenup. Thank goodness. Mama's shoulders sagged in defeat, and her eyes dewed up like rose petals at sunrise. I think that dress is getting to me. I just have this feeling that I didn't prepare you very well for. Mama cut off as Daddy pushed the door open. You ready, pumpkin? Harley wanted to run screaming from the room before Mama could take up the topic of a wed-in night again. She was not at all ready to marry the half-wit downstairs, but if Mama kept going on like she was, Harley was going to come undone. Let's get this over with. The Wilson Gardens were some of the most beautifully landscaped acres in all of Texas. Not only did they have a traditional English maze, complete with hedges pruned in the shapes of dancing elephants, performing seals, and even a unicorn, the flowers also bloomed throughout the year. There were, of course, lilac bushes, because they were Mama's favorite. However, it was the roses that brought photographers from Home and Garden magazine back year after year. Large pink blooms, the size of Harley's open hand, lined the pebbled path from the house to the gazebo. White petals skittered and skipped in the light breeze as Harley focused on breathing properly and not pulling Daddy along in her haste to be done with the sham. A single violinist played So This Is Love, his rendition full of emotion and clear notes. If it hadn't been Harley's wed-in, she would have truly appreciated his effort. Daddy cleared his throat several times. Harley spied at him out of the corner of her eye and swore she saw him wipe away a tear. But that couldn't have been real, the general never cried. A photographer, his face hidden behind the large lens, marched backward in front of them. Harley pasted on her photo-worthy smile. Releasing images to the press was a major part of the plan to flesh out her stalker or make him rethink the path he trod. Carefully selected images would be sent to the press and shared on social media. Hopefully, the stalker would get the idea and disappear, because Harley didn't like to think of the alternative. Even though this marriage was as crooked as a barrel of fishhooks, there needed to be an element of truth for the public. The photographer had no idea this wasn't real, and the pastor was left in the dark, bless his heart. Harley grew up under Pastor Nicholas's long nose and receding hairline. She briefly wondered if he would have agreed to marry her if he knew what was really going on. Probably not, considering the many times he expressed concern for the state of marriage and the family in this country. Daddy squeezed her hand close to his side, pressing her knuckles into the firearm beneath his custom-made tuxedo jacket. She couldn't remember a time when he hadn't worn a gun, and she was pretty sure he slept with a holster. The hard steel had an uncanny resemblance to her heart at the moment. In all of their careful preparations, in her coaching sessions, in the strategy meetings, no one said a word about love. Why would they? It was just a wed-in, for heaven's sake. The photographer stepped off to the side, and suddenly Harley could see her groom. Pausing, she let out a little "oh." Daddy clamped down even tighter on her arm and pulled her forward. Letting herself be led along, Harley took in every inch of the man. What she hadn't seen behind the dust and grime was a California-tanned, dark-haired, chiseled cheekboned hottie. In one shower Noah had gone from rugged to ruggedly gorgeous. Men had it so easy. It took 3 women and an hour and a half to get Harley ready for this 20-minute ceremony, and Noah jumped in the shower, shaved, put on a jacket, and he was ready for the sexiest man alive cover shoot. What a jerk. Daddy stopped a few feet in front of Noah, and Harley turned so he could lift her veil. He cleared his throat once again, and Harley couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. First Mama, and now her dad. All those years of seeing her father as a hard-nosed airman, and he was really a cuddle bear. Turning to Noah, Harley gasped as his eyes caught and held hers. He offered his hand, and she took it, needing something to anchor her to the ground, because she was floating away. Mama was right, this feels real. The pastor began speaking, but Harley couldn't hear a word over the sound of her heart pounding away in her ears as she drowned in Noah's gaze. He never wavered, and she couldn't pull herself away. When he said, "I do," he lightly brushed his fingertips over her knuckles, sending sparklers rushing through her veins. The ring, a single solitaire, fit as if it had been made specifically for her. A moment later the pastor cleared his throat, and Harley croaked, "I do." She slid a ring onto Noah's finger, unaware of how it ended up in her hand. "You may kiss the bride." Harley blinked as the meaning of the words registered. The photographer appeared in her peripheral vision, and Harley instinctively moistened her lips. Noah stepped forward, one hand at her hip and the other on her cheek. His warm lips brushed hers, and Harley's knees buckled. She leaned in, her palms on Noah's impressive chest. His kiss intensified at her advance, and Harley moved her arms up his chest and to the back of his neck, where she pulled him closer and enjoyed every whiz-bang his kisses set off in her stomach. Pulling back, his dimples prominent, Noah whispered huskily, "Hello, Mrs. Baker." Reality swept in, and Harley realized she'd just experienced a kiss that caused all other kisses to pale in comparison. Enraged at this cocky, too handsome for his own good faker who had made her feel passion she'd never known, Harley growled, "How dare you!" Crack! Harley's palm stung, and she gasped in horror at the red mark spreading across Noah's cheek. Silence descended upon the group. "Excuse me?" The pastor pushed his glasses up and clutched his Bible close, as if Harley would turn on him next and try to rip it out of his girlish fingers. "Harley!" Mama's hands went to her chest and she breathed as if she'd run a mile. Daddy grunted, a sound that came with approval. Wyatt hooted. The photographer's mouth hung open like a cod fish, his camera dangling around his neck. He'd probably dropped it in shock. "I'm sorry. Harley gathered her dress and her wits about her. There was no outrunning her mortification, so she faced it with tight lips and the threat of tears. What was it about Noah Baker that created emotions too strong to contain? Harley had never slapped a man before. If there was one thing she'd learned, it was that Wilsons don't make scenes, and here she'd made the biggest scene possible at her own wed-in. Forcing out a breath, Harley faced Noah, carefully avoiding his magnetic eyes. "That was uncalled for, and I apologize." She motioned for the photographer to follow her deeper into the garden and away from the debacle. "If you'll excuse me, I believe I'm scheduled for bridal portraits." The photographer frowned, but he came, keeping at least 3 feet between them. Harley posed, smiled, demurred, and tried not to think about the kiss. The trouble was, Noah's kiss left her feelin' 2 sandwiches short of a picnic and hotter than a fur coat in July. There'd be no forgettin' the way he made her feel. Chapter 10. Noah refused to put his hand to his burning cheek. He didn't have time to baby himself, Harley had just trotted away with a stranger. He turned to Stuart. "She shouldn't be alone with the photographer, go." Stuart's eyebrows lowered and he took off at a quick trot, disappearing into the large garden banked by hedges taller than a man. From what Noah could guess, the area was laid out in a maze of shrubs and plants. The perfect place for an ambush or kidnapping, because once inside, the person completely disappeared and the plants muffled noise. Noah stared at the entrance, hoping Harley would come back. Admittedly, he'd gotten carried away when his new bride eagerly accepted his kiss. He'd planned to keep it chaste, especially since her dad was right there and Noah knew he was armed, but the moment she was in his arms, the garden, the pastor, the family, even the gun at his side faded away and all he could feel was Harley, and her lips demanded a response. He'd responded, all right, every cell burned with desire, and he'd savored the delicious sensation. I've got her, came the all-clear through Noah's earpiece. It was only then that Noah relaxed his jaw and turned to face the family. Wyatt threw his arm around Noah's shoulder, lifted his phone, and snapped a selfie before Noah had a chance to smile. Welcome to the family, Wyatt quipped. Noah shrugged off Wyatt's arm and gingerly touched his face. He didn't find any swelling, but his skin was tender. Does this sort of thing happen a lot around here? Noah glared at John and Julia Wilson. John's vein throbbed in his temple, and Julia dabbed at her eyes with a linen handkerchief. What batch of crazy had he stepped, married, into? Wyatt lifted a shoulder. Nah, we never kiss like that. Noah grunted, unamused by Wyatt's sense of humor. Trish appeared with an ice pack wrapped in a cool cloth and pressed it to his cheek. Here. 20 minutes with this, and you should be good as new. Noah accepted the first aid. Partially blaming Trish for all of this, he growled, any Tylenol? My head is killing me. Harley can ring a man's bell, I'll tell you what, said Wyatt. She'd rung his bell, all right. If he hadn't been so taken with her, he would have been alert enough to fend off the slap. Noah took the pills and bottle of water from Trish. Where she stashed everything, he'd never know, and at the moment, he didn't care where it came from as long as it took care of the pounding behind his eyes. I'm going on 5 hours of sleep. He threw his head back and downed the pills. That would explain your lack of judgment. John glared at Noah. Trish gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder, which helped absolutely nothing. After the warning John had given Noah about keeping his hands off Harley, Noah couldn't blame him for being upset, but at the same time, Harley was the one who'd made more out of the kiss than he'd intended. He wasn't about to point that out to John, though, so he settled for a nonchalant shrug and a half smile. John could stew in his juices, Noah had other things to think about. Like that fantastic kiss. His musings were interrupted by his mother-in-law. I thought it was beautiful. Julia stepped through the group to give Noah a light hug. You're going to fit right in around here. I can tell. She let him go with a pat on the cheek. Fit in this circus, no thanks. Moving into the reception, Stuart's voice crackled in Noah's ear. He and John swiveled towards the door at the same time. You ready? Asked John. Noah jerked his chin and popped his neck. Yes, sir. Noah stormed into the waiting area. His cheek didn't burn, thanks to the ice, but his frustration simmered. He wasn't thrilled with being slapped, and he intended to let Harley know that in the future they would take less drastic measures to communicate. Unfortunately, they weren't alone in the waiting area. Several women flitted about Harley, adjusting the gown or smoothing her hair. Instead of giggling and preening like a peacock, she appeared to endure the experience with patience and a polite smile. Her cheeks were tight, and she stared straight ahead. The way she rubbed her thumb with her fingers gave away her nervousness. Noah grinned to himself. He could read Harley like he could read Paige. Strange, because he'd spent a lifetime learning Paige's tales, and he'd known Harley for just a couple hours. Not even known her, really. All he really knew was that she was feisty and had a wicked ability to kiss a man's better judgment away. Seeing her stress deflated Noah's anger. Harley had married him for protection, not affection. He'd been viewing at her as a future Mrs. Baker and not as the victim of a madman's warped desires. If she had come into the precinct back home, he would have treated her with care and consideration, doing everything in his power to make her feel like she was in control of her life. Striding over, Noah held out his hand, gesturing to Harley. You ladies are wasting your time. All movement ceased, and all eyes turned on him. Noah had the distinct feeling of standing before a firing squad waiting for the commander to yell fire. You can't improve upon perfection. He smiled at Harley, trying his best to put forth a sincere countenance and lower her defenses. She was absolutely perfect in that dress. The way it clung to her in all the right places had his pulse high-stepping. If she were his, really his, he'd take her in his arms and recreate that kiss, then he'd add about 1,000 more versions of it for good measure. The women let out a collective sigh, and Noah offered Harley his arm, relieved her entourage stood down. Harley assessed the situation and tentatively slipped her hand under Noah's arm, avoiding skin-to-skin contact. Noah let out a sigh of relief. Trish waved them over to the double doors where she and Harrison waited. As soon as the MC says your names, we'll open the door and you enter, big smiles in place. People will clap, and John will meet you and take you to the reception line. Ladies and gentlemen, boomed through Noah's earpiece. He cringed. Trish and Harrison put their hands on the doorknobs. Straightening quickly, he sized up Harley. You ready? Harley gritted her teeth in the perfect beauty queen parade smile. No. What if the stalker's there? She shook her shoulders as if shaking off a ghost. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Noah stepped back, pulling her away from the door with him. She delivered such a strong hit, he had trouble remembering she was this little slip of a woman who needed protection. But she did, and she was scared, and it was his job to fix it. A job he would do to the best of everything inside of him, because Harley was worth it. She might be smart and run with the big dogs in the business world, but she was every bit of the virtue Noah craved in this life, and he would keep her safe if it killed him. Tipping her chin up, Noah stared into her dark, gold-rimmed eyes, searching for what to say that would make her feel better and stronger than some jerk with a vengeance. I won't leave you alone, okay? We can do this. Harley stared at him in disbelief. I'm not scared. Oh. He'd offended her. Backpedaling, he cleared his throat. I didn't say you were. And, I don't need a babysitter. I completely agree. She yanked her hand off his arm and stomped over to the doors just as they opened. Noah hurried to her side. Just play your part, pretty boy, she said through that pageant smile. Noah felt one side of his mouth tug up in a crooked grin. There was no way he could let her get away with that one. He leaned close so only Harley would hear as he said, It's about time you noticed I'm pretty. Harley's neck and cheeks turned a pretty pink. Mr. and Mrs. Baker. Noah picked up Harley's hand, kissed the back of it, and pulled her into the ballroom. Chapter 11. Harley schooled her features as quickly as possible. Noah thought the sun came up just to hear him crow, and she was stuck with him for a whole year. Taking in the ballroom, she was shocked to see that every dream she'd ever entertained for her wedding had come to life. The white bunting, the tall vases full of gardenias and lilies, the Italian chocolate sampling table, the twinkling lights, and the guests in their tuxedos and gowns, all brought tears to Harley's eyes. It was perfect, and it was wasted on this groom who could break his arm patting himself on the back. Daddy crossed the room, his arms outstretched and a company-man smile on his face. He kissed Harley's cheek. You okay, pumpkin? Harley nodded in return. Overwhelmed a bit. This is incredible. Only the best for my girl. Daddy smiled at her and then reached over to shake hands with Noah. Mr. Wilson. Call me John. Daddy slapped him on the back, and Harley held back her eye roll. It was all a show to bring out the creep who had shaken her unshakable family hard enough that they invited this fox into her house. The reception line will begin in 2 minutes, follow me. Daddy hung close to Noah's side, and Harley caught a few words like security and cameras and fortification. Their private cul-de-sac had one way in and one way out. There was a basketball court, tennis court, indoor and outdoor shooting ranges, several pools, and 3 miles of trails where they rode four-wheelers. The entire property was guarded by a cinderblock fence supported by 5-foot-deep footings and topped with military-grade barbed wire. Except for right at the gatehouse, which was manned by their private security detail, for dogs Harley never wanted to pet, and a huge medieval gate. Noah's eyes moved about the room, taking in more than the decorations, Harley was sure. She continued to watch him, because the alternative was to smile and greet the guests, and she couldn't do that knowing that one of them could be her stalker. Was it the guy by the chocolate fountain, or maybe the one hovering near the banister? She couldn't stand the uncertainty hanging heavy in her gut. Tightening her grip on Noah's arm, Harley drew in his strength, because he was an incredibly strong man. Trish had mentioned, ever so casually, that Noah had been working with a personal trainer for the last 3 months as part of his contract with B&B. Her sense of interest was heightened when she felt the corded muscles under his jacket. She wanted to know where he got them, what he did every day, and so many more things about him that it left her head spinning. She mentally shook herself. He was a bodyguard. Of course he would be strong. And his calluses were probably from working on that excuse for a truck. And as far as what he did every day, it wasn't her place to ask. Which would be a lot easier if his jacket didn't strain across his broad shoulders like that. The few moments of studying Noah, his strong jaw, determined glint, and his clean-cut hair, shaped on the sides and in the back, a little longer on the top, with just a hint of red in the dark brown, gave Harley a sense of accomplishment that was completely shallow. She'd married a fine-looking man. Pretty? Ha! Noah was downright gorgeous, when he wasn't talking, or smiling at her like they shared a secret, or kissing her like some big-screen heartthrob. Okay, so he was something to admire, like a sleek-lined half-ton pickup. Fine. She could deal with a good-looking man. Heaven knew he wasn't the only one she'd ever seen. Noah, still listening to her dad, absent-mindedly ran his fingers lightly up her arm, leaving a trail of fire and ice in his wake. Harley bit down on her cheek to keep from moaning. It was only with a wagon-load of self-control that she managed not to lean into his side just to be closer. She could have done cuddled in and played the part of an adoring wife. The strangers in the room would think she was the traditional adoring bride, but her family and those she worked closely with would know she was playing, and if her stalker was on the inside of her social circle, they'd know. So she forced herself to maintain a reasonable distance, despite the desire to curl up in his arms and have another one of those trail-bending kisses. Which was as ridiculous as a chicken in a birthday hat. They'd only just met and married, and already Harley was purring like a kitten on a heating pad. She was a bride in name only, and if she intended to keep it that way, she'd have to keep all personal inquiries and flashing desires to herself. Which she could do. She was a Wilson, for heaven's sake, she could conquer the world if she wanted to. The line formed, with Harrison standing as Noah's best man and Trish posing as his sister. Her parents stood to her left, welcoming family and friends to this joyous occasion. Aunts, uncles, and cousins paraded by, giving her hugs and pumping Noah's hand. More than one expressed surprise that Harley had gotten married so quickly. Grandma D made a comment about shotgun weddings, and Harley's eyes nearly bugged out when Noah muttered, if she only knew how right she was. Harley felt a stab of betrayal that Noah might be here under duress. It was one thing to pay a man to marry you, it was another to have to threaten him. What do you mean? Your dad pulled a gun on me earlier and told me to keep my hands off you. What did you do? Noah chuckled. I kissed you. Harley wasn't at all surprised at her father. She was, however, surprised that Noah had stuck around. The fact that he hadn't been intimidated by John Wilson actually won him a couple of points in her book. Another thought jumped in right after her budding appreciation of her husband and squished it like a bug. That's why you kissed me? To tick off my dad? Okay, time for your first dance. Trish pushed both of them towards the center of the room. The DJ asked everyone to clear the dance floor for the happy couple as they took their place. Noah settled a hand on her hip, and Harley slid right into his arms. Like I'm meant to be here. Noah took the lead for a waltz, and Harley, with all her debutante training, fell easily in step. Her cheeks flushed, knowing several hundred eyes followed them around the room. The thought that her stalker might be watching sent a shiver up her spine. Noah opened his mouth, undoubtedly to explain away their kiss as nothing more than an attempt to anger her dad. Harley couldn't take an easy letdown. The kiss, as unexpected and wonderful as it had been, needed to go away if she was going to survive this day. "Look," she said, "I can see why you were chosen for this job." "Oh." Noah quirked an eyebrow. "You can dance, you have the background and security, and, don't let this go to your head, but you're good-looking enough that it's believable I'd be interested in you. But you're here to do a job, and I don't think we should get too friendly. Let's just keep it business casual." "As you wish." Noah took 3 quick turns and deposited her in Daddy's arms just as the song came to an end. "Bother." The man quoted Wesley, the sexy Dread Pirate Roberts. Harley craned her neck to see Noah ask her mom to dance. She let out a sigh. Once the song was over, Daddy delivered her back to Noah. "Stick close," he said quietly, yet Harley heard it loud and clear. "Harley," squealed Molly as she threw her arms around Harley's neck, pulling on her veil and yanking on the pins holding the delicate lace in place. "Molly, how are you?" Harley asked. "Good." Molly squeezed Harley's arm. "I can't believe you're married. It's so crazy. Wasn't it just yesterday we were making fun of bride magazines and planning to take over the world?" Harley laughed at her old roommate. "We were so immature." Molly's hand dropped, and Harley felt the blood rush back into her fingers. Noah stepped in. "Hello." Molly glared and slapped his shoulder playfully. "You stole my best friend, you jerk." She cackled, and Harley laughed. Classic Molly. Molly linked her elbow with Harley's. "I'm going to pretend that I'm not devastated you left me out of your wedding and invite you to lunch, your treat." Harley considered Noah. She needed this time with a girlfriend. Not that she could or would tell Molly about the stalker and her fake wedding, she just needed to talk to a female, to reconnect with an old friend. "You bet. Give me a week." "Right." Molly winked. "The honeymoon. Girl, I can understand those needs." Harley's cheeks flooded, and Noah cleared his throat. "Oh, you guys are so cute." "Okay, I'll call you." Molly gave her one more crushing hug that lasted just a tad on the awkward side of things and flitted off. Noah tugged at his sleeve. Their first moment slightly alone, and it was all awkward glances and hopeless silence. Harley's focus was everywhere but on him and was knocked from behind when Sebastian's arm hooked around her shoulders. "It should have been me, darlin'. Sebastian yanked her into his side. "Excuse me?" Noah threaded his fingers through Harley's and gave a little tug. Harley couldn't get out of Sebastian's grip. "This little darlin' was promised to me years ago." Sebastian grinned down at Harley with what he probably thought was an endearing gaze that came off as snot-slingin' drunk. They weren't serving what Harley smelled on Sebastian's breath. She pulled her head away from the stench. "We were so good together." Harley gagged. Sebastian was a cousin, okay, a fourth cousin or something, but still, they'd been raised close enough that she couldn't think of him as anything but a cousin. "Well, as you can see by the ring on her finger, she's promised elsewhere." Noah gave him an icy smile. Sebastian laughed loudly, causing half the room to turn their direction, and Harley wanted to hide under a rock. He pushed her toward Noah. "Take her, then, and good luck. You're gonna need it." Noah watched Sebastian until he disappeared. "That was weird," he whispered. "That's Sebastian. He's always been socially awkward." Noah glared after him. "I'll need background between you two, soon." Harley nodded. No matter how much she wanted to never tell a soul about the stupid ceremonies Sebastian had played at as kids, she knew she needed to be honest with Noah if they were going to catch the perp. Let's try the chocolate bar. She tugged Noah in that direction, where he was quickly caught up in a conversation with Wyatt. Harley held a cup of cold chocolate in one hand and, to her chagrin, Noah's hand in the other as her nearly fiancé, Jeremiah, ex-nearly fiancé, approached. Panic flew through her veins. Harley threw back the chocolate drink, needing all the fortification it held, hoping it was laced with enough caffeine to get her through this conversation. Chapter 12. Noah's earpiece suddenly cut out. Throughout their time in the reception line, he'd received regular updates as each security guard checked in with an all clear. They were stationed throughout the house, several of them posing as guests. Feeling naked, Noah caught Stuart's eye and tapped his ear, indicating the loss of communication. He needed to know what was happening, and without his earpiece, he was a lone wolf, not a great place to be. Stuart excused himself immediately and was beside Noah at the chocolate table in a flash of gray hair. "What's happening?" asked Noah. He felt like he was in the middle of a fishbowl with every eye on him, and he turned away from Harley, not wanting to upset her more than her run-in with Sebastian already had. Her hand slipped out of his, but he could still feel her behind him. "The gifts have all been scanned. The guests are behaving and the exterior is quiet." "You have guys on the fence?" Noah asked. "Every 20 feet, and we brought in extra dogs. If anyone tries to sneak in, we'll get him." Noah's eyes swept the room and found Sebastian harassing a waitress. "Put him on the watch list, will you?" Stuart's heavy eyebrows lowered a half-inch. "You have reason for that?" "A hunch." Noah nodded solemnly. Pausing, he wondered why the room felt so cold, and then he realized Harley wasn't standing by him. Insanely alert, Noah stood on his toes and searched for her with an urgency that tugged at his gut. She was still in the room. Don't ask him how he knew that, but he did. He could feel her there, and she was upset. Noah lifted his small radio. "Does anyone have eyes?" "Here." Stuart thrust a new earpiece at Noah. "There." Noah watched as the blonde-haired guy brushed Harley's cheek and she jerked away. He and Stuart moved at the same time. "I've got this." Noah moved ahead and was satisfied that Stuart let him take the lead. "We were in a rough place, but I didn't think we were over." Jeremiah moved to touch her hand, and Harley stilled him with a once-over. "So that's how it is?" he demanded. Harley shook her head. After the heat and passion in Noah's embrace, Jeremiah's touch was like being brushed by a dead fish. She felt that she owed Jeremiah some type of explanation about her hasty marriage. Maybe, if she worded it right, he'd leave, and if he was the stalker, he'd disappear. Jeremiah lowered his chin as if he were about to cry. "I wondered if you were cheating on me. You were always so distant." Angry at what she believed to be an attempt to manipulate her through tears, Harley replied, "And you decided my wedding was the place to ask about it? I had to know if you loved me at all. We'd talked about this, for us." His arms gestured about at the decorations, the cake, the band, and finally her dress. "Is this the dress you had picked out for our wedding?" "You were engaged?" asked Noah from right behind her. His voice was tinted with equal parts incredulity and shock. Harley wanted to stomp her foot. The night was more tangled up than a ball of string in a cat house. She was tangled. How could she stand here with a man she'd planned a future with and not feel a thing, while a man she'd only just met made her skin tingle and her heart race with a look? Jeremiah sized up Noah. "I guess he didn't know about the other guy either." "Smooth, Harley. Real smooth." Jeremiah hurried away, and Harley swore she heard him sniff. Harley sighed as he left. "Jeremiah doesn't have a mean bone in his body, and I just broke his heart." She really did feel badly about the way she'd treated him. No one deserved to be trampled on. But, what if he was the bad guy? What if all she'd done tonight was make him angry? They said stalkers usually exhibited one behavior in front of people and kept their darkest side hidden. Her hands started to shake. Noah pushed her shoulder, and suddenly they were buried deep in the velvet drapes. Were you cheating on me, him, us? His jaw was firm, but there was a vulnerability in his eyes that took Harley off guard. No. Is that what you think? Noah brushed his hand up and down the back of his head. I freely admit, I don't know what to think about all this. Wilsons don't cheat, Harley said through tight lips. Noah considered her for a moment before saying, good. But just so you know, bakers don't cheat either. He lifted his lips in a one-sided grin, bringing out his dimples. Harley glared. If you call me Mrs. Baker, I'm gonna put a cactus in your bed. Noah's grin broadened. Harley lifted her shaking hand to move her bangs off her forehead, and Noah caught it. You okay? His question had a surprising amount of concern behind it, considering she'd just threatened to impale him in his sleep. His tenderness brought forth an honest answer. I didn't plan on seeing him tonight. I just need a minute. Noah didn't move to hug her or comfort her or coddle her. Instead, he folded his arms and stared through the small gap in the fabric. Why did he have to touch her in front of everyone and not now, when she wanted to try on those big, muscly arms for size? Maybe even tuck her head into his neck and kiss his stop. Is he gone? She squeaked. Yeah. Let's go. She pushed against his back, distracted by the solid mass of muscle she could feel all the way through his jacket. We need to talk about your dating history. He turned to face her, that stupid little smirk on his face. It's none of your business who I dated before you, the wedding, now. I mean now. You have no right to be jealous. Noah growled, and Harley really liked the gravelly sound. It made her stomach somersault. I'm not jealous. I want to know if he was the one who sent the music box. Oh. Harley suddenly felt like she'd goose-stepped into a business meeting in her underwear, stupid and exposed. I mean, why would you be jealous of a guy I dated for 3 years? She shrugged. Noah observed her out of the corner of his eye. I guess I could be jealous, if he was any kind of a man. Harley's jaw dropped. What is that supposed to mean? It means I don't get jealous of men who wear girls' jeans. Noah's hand went to his ear, and he nodded. Time to cut the cake. Harley reluctantly took his arm this time. That was rude. You don't know him. I don't. Noah offered his arm. But I will, he said threateningly. Harley bit her lip. Jeremiah and his soft heart were no match for a bulldog like Noah. Part of her wanted to protect him, the loyal part that once believed they would make a good couple, good parents, and, well, that was about it. Harley shook herself. She and Noah, on the other hand, had nothing in common and would be horrible together at everything except kissing. She shoved away the feelings that threatened to overtake her when she thought of that kiss. Noah was here because he was hired to be, and for no other reason. The sooner she got that into her head, the better. Chapter 13. As the evening wore on, Noah felt the effects of little sleep pulling on him. He wasn't as sharp as he had been when they started. Short of earning another slap from Harley, Noah was out of ways to stay awake. He put his hand on the small of Harley's back, enjoying the feel of lace against his fingertips far more than he should. I think we should head out. Harley considered him a moment before agreeing. She waved her parents over. We're ready to go. Dad signaled Stuart, who would call for their car. Mrs. Wilson sent someone to fetch Harley's bouquet so she could carry it as she ran out the front door. The whole event had been one for photographers. Noah was glad Julia cared how the photographs turned out, because all he could think about was getting out of his tie and away from the crowd. "What's the game plan for getting us out of here?" asked Noah. "You guys dive into the limo, drive down to Harley's while we distract the guests, and then hole up for the night." John slapped Noah on the back. "Remember what we talked about, son," John said before he joined a group near the front door. "Ah, he called me son." Noah gave Harley a tired smile, his sarcasm lost amid his exhaustion. "Let's wait in the foyer." Harley dragged him along by his arm. Once there, Noah leaned against the wall. Harley paced back and forth, her dress rustling with each turn. "They're making us wait so they can sweep my house, it won't be long." Noah stared across at the mirror that reflected the image of the painting to his right. After a moment, he asked, "Who are they?" Harley stopped. "Who?" "The man in the picture with you guys, the one holding the kid. And this woman, neither of them were here tonight." An easy smile came to Harley's face, one Noah had yet to see. It softened her eyes, as if they were warming up from something deep inside her. "That's my sister, Sydney. She's a doctor in South America." "She didn't want to come to your wedding?" "I didn't tell her about it." Noah grunted. "You are the strangest family." Harley leaned closer. "I didn't see the need, considering she won't be here for the divorce either." Noah took her verbal jab and pointed to the man. "A brother?" "Half-brother." He's tense. Even though the man smiled, his shoulders were rigid and his eyes steely. "He's always like that. We had this picture done the year he took over for Daddy and his wife left him with their son, Xavier." She pointed at the kid in the picture. Ouch. The announcement came that it was time to send the bride and groom off, and the foyer was soon flooded with people. Noah tucked Harley into his side as he muscled his way to the door while trying to keep up the newlywed facade. Once they reached the exit, a path opened up before them. Noah had a spike of adrenaline as he held Harley's hand, and they dashed under a barrage of birdseed and shouted congratulations. Once inside the limo, he laid his head back and allowed himself to relax. Stewart's precautions had given him a sense of safety inside the Wilsons' gate. He was asleep before the car pulled out of the driveway. Later, he would remember being led up the stairs and Harley taking off his jacket. "Some bodyguard you turned out to be," she teased as she unhooked his holster. Her delicate hands gently pushed him back into the mattress, and Noah briefly considered pulling her down next to him. She'd be so soft and warm to snuggle up with, just what he needed to heal his soul. Confused at his funny thoughts, Noah sank into the softest pillow he'd ever known, still wearing his button-up shirt and slacks. "I'm a better kisser than a bodyguard." "That's debatable," she whispered as she pulled the blanket up over his shoulders. Her movements were tender, something Noah hadn't anticipated. And her voice held a teasing note that left him encouraged enough to face another day in this loony bin. "I can prove it," he replied, as his body released 3 days' worth of tension. "Some other time." Even in his state of exhaustion, he caught something in her words that told him he might have that chance. He'd look forward to it, right after he slept for a while. Chapter 14. Harley stumbled out of bed the next morning around 8. Sleeping past 6 was a rare occasion for her, and she took full advantage of it, stretching this way and that, before she remembered Noah's bed was less than 15 feet away, and he could hear every moan and groan as she worked the kinks out of her back. Her hands flew to her hair, where she felt a knotted mass on the left and stringy sections on the right. She should have showered last night, but after tucking in her big, strong bodyguard, she smirked to herself, she'd fallen into bed as well. Being careful not to make too much noise, Harley pushed back the covers and made her way to the bathroom, her eyes on Noah's bed. If he stirred, she would bolt for it. Just as she reached the bathroom door, it flew open, and there stood her husband with a big fat grin on his freshly shaved face. "Morning, camper." He patted her head, no doubt laughing at the mess, and stepped aside. Blushing furiously, Harley slammed the door behind her. Why did he have to wake up so yummy while she came out of bed like a hibernating grizzly? She turned on the hot water and noticed the spicy aroma Noah's aftershave left behind. Picking up the bottle as steam filled the mirror, she checked to make sure the door was shut. Then, she lifted the bottle to her nose and inhaled the scent that had lingered on her skin after their kiss. She must have picked it up as she slid her hands around his neck. Just thinking about their lips moving in perfect synchronization had her sagging against the marble counter like a limp rag. Living in close quarters with Noah was not going to be easy, though her dad insisted that it was necessary. She had a staff of 10 who were in and out of her home throughout the day. The only area they were not allowed to enter, save Mrs. Hill, the head housekeeper, was her bedroom. By converting the office space off her bedroom into living quarters for Noah, the family was able to keep up the impression that they had indeed been married. Mrs. Hill never asked questions, and if the new bed in the office caused her to raise an eyebrow, Harley never saw it. Harley trusted her staff. Each maid, butler, assistant, and gardener had passed an extensive background check and interview process. Still, according to Stewart and Agent Gonzalez, the stalker had someone on the inside, or was someone on the inside. The thought made Harley shudder and released her from the daydreaming state she'd fallen into. Harley capped Noah's bottle and made sure she placed it exactly as she'd found it with the brand name facing out, before getting into the shower. The only way she knew to level the playing field with Noah and his masculine charms that surprised her at every turn was to crank up her femininity. If she looked her best, she'd feel powerful. She might even be able to turn the tables on him. She grinned like a hound in the moonshine. Wouldn't that be fun? Chapter 15. Noah opened the fridge and grabbed the milk. I'll make sure I meet up with them once we arrive. Stewart had sent him a list of the security personnel he needed to become familiar with at Harley's downtown office. The email was followed by a call. Sounds good, replied Stewart. Noah set the milk on the counter. Won't it seem weird that we aren't on a honeymoon? Harley breezed into the kitchen, smelling like vanilla and lavender. He missed the first half of Stewart's answer and caught, nesting. Got it. Thanks. They hung up without saying goodbye. It wasn't rude, just quick and to the point. They'd probably be on the phone several more times that day. Noah had a hard time keeping his eyes off Harley as she opened the plate warmer below the stove and lifted out a covered plate. There's one for you too. Harley removed the cover to reveal an omelet and 2 slices of bacon. Thanks. Noah smiled. He did like the perks of being married to a billionaire. A fresh, hot breakfast every morning would go a long way to making his day. As he ate, Noah's eyes followed Harley. She hardly seemed to stand still long enough to take a bite, yet she never seemed rushed. Her flowing floor-length skirt, form-fitting top, bohemian scarf, and fitted jacket were romantic and yet professional at the same time and did wonderful things with her figure. He caught the slight bulge that indicated she was packing. Tough woman. She'd tamed the mane, as Paige would say, by bringing it all to one side in some kind of loose twisty braid, the long ends curling over her left shoulder. Once again, her makeup was done lightly, she really didn't need any, with a hint of rose pink at her lips and some mascara. He told himself he could handle all that beauty, truly, she'd been stunning yesterday and he had gotten through just fine. Well, not really. He remembered the kiss and the subsequent slap that had him questioning his choices in life. And then there were his jealous accusations over the ex-boyfriend. Okay, so maybe yesterday hadn't gone as well as he thought. Today was a new day. They were headed into the office so Harley could catch up on some things before the busy week began and so that he could orient himself to the building. Today, he was going to remain detached and aloof. He'd be the perfect bodyguard, observant and, most of all, silent. Pleased with himself for making the monumental effort, Noah stretched his tired muscles. He could have used a few more hours of sleep, but he hadn't wanted to trip over Harley in the bathroom. The first 12 hours of living with her had gone rather smoothly, if he did say so himself. They were comfortable around each other, like roommates. Although no roommate Noah had ever had stirred a longing inside him like Harley did. He dipped his eyes to the floor to keep from staring and almost tripped over his own 2 feet on his way to the sink. All his plans to remain impersonal flew out the window when he caught sight of Harley's choice of footwear. Faded leather with intense stitching and accents of teal, the boots were amazing on their own, but paired with this woman before him, they whispered of possibilities beyond the work he was here to do. He could love a woman who wore boots like that. Noah wiped his forehead and swore he felt his heart slip a little. We need to be on the road. Harley stashed her cell in her purse. Noah pulled his phone out of his pocket. Hold on a minute. He squatted down and snapped a picture of her feet. What are you doing? Harley colored fiercely, scandalized. I'm sending a picture of your boots to Paige. He hit send before standing up. Who? My sister. Why? Because I want to remember this moment. His phone beeped, and he laughed at Paige's reply. What did she say? Harley leaned closer, and Noah recognized the scent of vanilla and lavender on her skin. He took a deep breath, enjoying her closeness. This was the kind of woman dreams were made of. Mentally shaking himself, he showed her his phone. Find out where she got them, please. There was another beep, and they read it together. You should totally marry her. LOL. Harley bit her lip. Does she know why we got married? Noah slipped his phone into the breast pocket of his jacket and opened the front door, where a car waited to take them to Harley's office. Since it was Sunday, there would be fewer people in the building, which would make it easier for Noah to learn his way around without drawing attention to himself. Agent Gonzalez also hoped that since it was the day after the wedding, the stalker wouldn't expect Harley to show up for work. Paige was the one who introduced me to BMB. She and Cody have been married for almost a year now. So her contract is almost up. Harley slid into the back seat of the limo with a thank you to Robert, the driver, for holding the door. Noah tried to settle in next to her, but couldn't get comfortable. He doubted it was the leather seats that were giving him trouble. Unbuttoning his jacket, he stared at the back of the driver's head. Paige extended her contract, indefinitely. What? Harley turned on him with wide eyes. Why would she do that? Noah really didn't want to explain how Paige and Cody fell in love and how they were raising Addison and how their lives were like a fairy tale and how they were so in love it was almost painful to be around them. There were extenuating circumstances, he trailed off and hoped Harley would leave it alone. Instead of accepting his answer, she swiveled like a cat ready to pounce. Noah sucked in a breath, amazed at the way her focused attention had the same effect as focusing a camera lens. It sharpened her beauty. Thankfully, her phone rang. Harley lifted it out, checked the caller ID, and said, "Thus it begins." She tapped the screen and said, "Morning, Jay. What's on the schedule for today?" Noah, feeling dismissed, pulled his phone back out to check his other texts. There was one from Trish telling him that she was on a plane home and that she'd check in on him periodically. There was another from Harrison wishing him luck. Stewart sent a reminder about the meeting. He was just about to answer that when Harley's hand landed on his forearm. Even though his shirt and jacket, Harley's touch lit his skin on fire. Lifting his eyes, he found her close enough to kiss. His eyes dropped to her lips, just barely, but he heard her breath hitch in response. She had her finger over the receiver, and Jay's voice, whoever Jay was, and you'd better believe Noah was going to find out ASAP, rambled on. Send me Paige's number and I'll get her the info on the boots. You don't have to do that. He suddenly felt foolish for making a big deal about the boots. They were just shoes, and judging by Harley's conversation on the Dow and NASDAQ, she had a lot more important things on her mind than where she'd gotten a pair of boots. I want to. Noah stared at Harley as she leaned away and dropped right back into her heavy conversation involving digits he hoped were identification numbers and not dollar amounts. The idea that she was tossing around millions while they were sitting in the back of a car texting about boots with his kid sister was insane. Once again, he wondered who these people were and what he'd gotten himself into. They pulled to a stop in front of a glass building in downtown Houston. The moment Harley stepped out of the vehicle, she was surrounded by no less than 7 people, all speaking at once. If this was a slow day, I'd hate to see a Monday morning. Noah took her elbow and stayed close. The group ballooned to include him with a few questioning looks, but no outright objection. Sensing no apprehension in Harley, he loosened his grip, though he didn't allow anyone closer to her than he was. An older woman took Harley's briefcase and purse and scurried ahead. 2 men held spreadsheets at Harley's eye level. She judged them quickly and selected the one on the left, and the guys disappeared. Noah gave the gray steel-and-glass lobby a once-over. No one loitered near the few large palms, nor did they hover near the security guard's desk. The guard himself noticed Noah noticing everything, and he gave him the once-over. Noah jerked his chin in greeting but continued to stick close to Harley. He'd have to introduce himself around. A younger woman with thick glasses and wearing an atrocious dark red business suit held up a pad where 3 logos for the same company were displayed. Harley chose the one with bright colors and a block font. The woman disappeared, and they were down to Harley, Noah, 2 men, and a woman as they boarded the elevator. "How'd the meeting go, Sam?" Harley asked the guy in the navy suit with the fluorescent green tie. The tie alone was obnoxious, but the guy's voice was like listening to a Chipmunk soundtrack as he droned on about the possibilities of real estate development in Arizona. The elevator opened on the 3rd floor, and Harley dismissed Sam with an "I look forward to reviewing the numbers." He got out and the doors shut. "What's your take, Layla?" Harley asked the woman dressed in a sensible blue pantsuit. Layla gave her version of the same project Sam had discussed, though she was much more cautious in her estimation of success. She got out on the 5th floor. The elevator dinged when it hit the 10th floor, and Harley led the way to her office. "Jay, this is my husband, Noah. Noah, this is my assistant, Jay." Noah offered his hand to Jay, sizing him up in the process. 5'10". Brown hair. Blue eyes. Ridiculously groomed facial hair. And a sensible tie. Good guy. Jay's handshake was firm, yet not strong enough that Noah felt a challenge in his grip. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Baker." "You too, Jay." There was no explanation given as to why Harley was suddenly married, or why her husband followed her into the office, or why she wasn't on a honeymoon. Noah shrugged. "Don't ask, don't tell" was a fine policy for him. The older woman who had taken Harley's purse came in holding a tray with 3 cups and a pitcher of water with lemon slices floating in it, which she set on a side table. Harley smiled, softened. "This is Madeline, she takes care of us all." Noah shook her hand and smiled. Madeline had short blonde hair with highlights, grandma arms, and a warmth in her soul that drew Noah right in. He took her hand between both of his. "Hi, Maddie, nice to meet you." Madeline's wrinkled cheeks turned pink. "No one's called me Maddie in years." She giggled. Harley's eyes went wide, and she blinked several times. Noah slipped his arm around Maddie's shoulders. "I'd love to have a tour of the building. Can I borrow Maddie for a while?" Harley nodded. There was a knock at the open door, and a 6'1" man with jet black hair and gray eyes barged in. Everything about this intruder, from the scowl on his face to the forward set of his shoulders, screamed danger. Noah automatically stepped between him and Harley, putting his hands up. His thoughts briefly flashed to the weapon strapped next to his ribs, but that was a last resort. "So you're the bulldog?" the guy said, his eyes slanted with disdain. "Morning, Jackson," Harley said with forced enthusiasm. Did you ask Layla to evaluate the Monroe project? Jackson fired over Noah's shoulder. Jackson may have been her half-brother, but Noah didn't feel good about letting him near his bride. I did. Papers shuffled in the strained silence. I told you, the deal is good. Jackson made to step around Noah, and Noah moved to block him. Jackson glowered at Noah as if he had forgotten he was a person and not a couch or chair that simply needed to be sidestepped to reach his goal. Harley continued, her voice controlled. I needed more information on an investment with that high of a risk. The offer expires at 3. Jackson shoved his hands through his hair. Noah rolled his right shoulder. He was more than ready to keep his new half-brother-in-law in check should the need arise. You'll have my decision by 2. I'd better. Noah stepped into Jackson's personal space. Or what? Jackson glared, but didn't come at Noah. Or we all lose a lot of money. He turned and stormed from the office. Harley sighed. And if he's wrong, you'd lose even more money, said Jay. Harley came around the desk and took Jackson's place in front of Noah. I appreciate what you were trying to do there, but I can handle Jackson on my own. I've no doubt. Noah rubbed his chin. Harley wasn't one to back down. In fact, the only time he'd seen her out of her element was when he'd kissed her. Here she was, perfect in every way, and all he wanted to do was muss her hair and see if he could get a rise out of her. Harley poked him in the chest with her rather pointy finger. I told you yesterday, I don't need a babysitter. I'm a big girl. Noah flicked his eyes down Harley's impressive figure and back up before leaning close. From what I can see, you're more than a girl. He winked and dodged back before Harley could smack him again. His evasive maneuvers were not necessary, as she rolled her eyes and marched back to her desk. Get out of my office, she commanded with a new level of amusement in her voice. Noah checked the situation. Jay was staring open-mouthed at Harley as if he'd just figured out she was a girl. Madeline gave him the same grandmotherly gander his mom gave Addison, so he knew he was golden with her. As you wish. He bowed at the door before exiting. Flirting with Harley was almost as much fun as kissing her, almost. The two places the Wilsons felt Harley was safest were in her home and in the office. Or so Noah had been told. After seeing Jackson's ugly mug come after Harley, he wasn't so sure. However, he doubted the guy would be back before 2, which left him time to meet with the head of security and get his bearings. Cocking his elbow out to the side, Noah said, "Shall we, Maddie?" Madeline grinned up at Noah as she took his proffered arm. We'll start with the kitchen. You'll need to tell me what you like so I can make sure we have it on hand. I hope you have an appetite. Noah looked over his shoulder to give Harley a someone appreciates me pout, only to see her bending over a schematic of some sort with Jay. His shoulders dropped, and he reminded himself that he wasn't here to flirt with Harley, he was here to protect her from danger. A very real danger that could have repercussions throughout this bat-crazy family. Noah forced himself to stop thinking about Harley and listen to Maddie as she escorted him around the building and told him of her history with the Wilson family. She'd started out as Julia's secretary. The line between friends and boss and employee blurred over the years as Madeline helped the children with homework or bought supplies for science projects, and Julia paid for Madeline's boys to attend universities. She'd long since been out of the fast lane and instead settled into a happy role as an at-work grandma. Of course, now that Harley's married, maybe I'll be a grandma again? She lifted her eyebrows expectantly. Noah tugged at his sleeve, wondering if Maddie had read more in his gaze than he'd intended to reveal. We currently don't have any plans in that direction. Of course not. Not with Harley's safety at risk. Noah pulled Madeline to a stop. What do you know about that? The information was supposed to be kept quiet. Noah believed there were only a handful of people aware of the threat against Harley. He surveyed the immediate area. They were in the hallway with a small kitchen off to their right and more offices down the hall. Noah pulled Maddie into the immaculate kitchen. I was the one that opened the first card. It's part of my job. Maddie reached for a glass dish on the counter and began arranging and rearranging the sugar packets it held. Seeing her nervousness, Noah leaned against the counter. "Can you tell me about it?" he asked in a soft voice. Maddie nodded, her hand still sifting sweeteners. "All deliveries, flowers, candies, and the like for this floor come through the kitchen, and then I make sure they get to the right offices." "Well, this one didn't have a name on the envelope, so I opened the card and read it." "What did it say?" "It said, 'Harley Wilson, don't give up on me, I'm coming for you.'" Maddie shivered and set the sugars aside. "I was standing here, staring at the card, when Mr. Wilson came in. He read the card and told me not to tell anyone about it. I asked him what he wanted me to do with the flowers, and he said I could keep them, but not to give them to Harley." "How long ago was this?" "About a month. I couldn't stand to even smell the flowers knowing they came from someone who may do Harley harm, so I threw them out." She hesitated, her eyes darted to the doorway. "There were more after that. Mr. Wilson took the cards, and I threw out the flowers or candy, and we hoped it would be the end of it." Madeline shook her head. "I shouldn't have said anything, but you seem to really care for Harley, the way you stepped in front of Jackson. No one's ever done that before. Anyway, I thought you'd want to know." Noah pushed off from the counter. "I am glad you told me. Don't worry, my first priority is to make sure Harley's safe." Noah expected that to be the end of their conversation, but Madeline crooked her finger, beckoning him closer. "Jackson ruled the roost here for a long time, and Harley is really good enough to knock him off his pedestal. I'm not saying he's behind the notes or anything, but he shouldn't be brushed aside because he's family." The information was like a flash of lightning illuminating the family picture Noah had seen at John's house. The oldest sister was out of the country, Wyatt wasn't involved with the family business. But Harley? Harley thrived here. If Jackson felt threatened by Harley, would he have her removed, by threat if possible, and by force if necessary? "How's my girl?" asked Sebastian as he strode into the kitchen with open arms. Madeline pulled him in for a big hug. "Wonderful. How's my boy? Are you staying out of trouble?" Sebastian gave her an innocent smile. "For most of every day." "Oh, you." Madeline gave him a little shove. Noah watched the exchange with interest. Sebastian had been confrontational at the wedding, but with Madeline, he was all charm. Perhaps he'd sobered up, literally. "Have you met Harley's husband?" asked Maddie. Sebastian held out a hand. "I did. Good to see you again." "Likewise," Noah said. Sebastian's grip was like a vice. Not one to back down, Noah applied pressure to a nerve and Sebastian's hand dropped quickly. "Do you work here?" Noah asked. Sebastian threw his arm around Maddie. "No. I'd just like to visit Madeline and Harley, of course." "Of course." Noah gave him a tight-lipped smile. "I'm surprised she's in today. I expected the two of you to be on your honeymoon." Madeline saved Noah from answering. "You know Harley, she can't keep herself away from the office. She believes this place would fall apart without her." "It probably would," Sebastian intoned. Noah wasn't sure what to make of his statement. Did Sebastian have something to gain if Harley wasn't around? Ice climbed up Noah's spine at the thought of this snake in Harley's office. An old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the hour. Noah shook off the cold and smiled at Madeline. "I think I'd like to talk with the head of security. Can you show me the way?" "You bet. I know every inch of this building." Maddie ushered him toward the elevators. "I'll ride down with you," said Sebastian. "Good. I'd love to see you to the door." Noah regarded Harley's open office. This time, he caught her looking and grinned as she ducked her head, obviously embarrassed to be caught staring. The elevator opened, and Noah motioned for the others to board first. He had a lot of questions for the security personnel. The first one was, how often did Sebastian show up? The guy rubbed Noah the wrong way and had earned the top spot on his list of suspects. Chapter 16. Harley watched Noah stifle a yawn as they rode home in the limo. Her mind replayed last night when he'd fallen asleep and his head rolled to the side. He'd been so relaxed, so at peace, that she dared study him. What she found was that she enjoyed the way he kept his hair military short and his firm and sensual lips beckoned to her. She'd slapped him when in reality she should have slapped herself. Now that they were alone again, she did her best to banish thoughts of Noah's hand splaying across her lower back, pressing her against his strong body and stealing her breath. She'd been watching him like a hawk all the livelong day, every chance she got. Having a husband was proving to be more of a hindrance in her business than a help. Tired? She asked as she switched off her phone. Not so much tired as feeling cooped up. Harley tilted her head in question. I'm used to being outside most of the day. What I could really use is a good long evening ride on Rebel Rouser. Of course he'd name his horse Rebel. You should have brought him. There are stables behind Daddy's place. His eyes brightened considerably, and Harley shifted her attention to her phone in an effort to mitigate the effect on her already galloping pulse. You have horses? To be honest, I don't know what he's got out there right now. We used to ride a lot when I was younger, but then things kind of took off for Daddy and it phased out. Harley ran her thumbnail along the stitching in the leather seat, trying to make sense of the loss she suddenly felt. They'd had a lot of fun together as a family before business boomed. Harley had enjoyed the rides. Not so much Jackson. He was 8 years Wyatt's senior and deeply involved in high school, while the rest of them were still watching Disney movies. They arrived at home, not really finishing the conversation, and were greeted at the front door by Mrs. Hill. She wore her usual navy blue pencil skirt and matching jacket over a starched white button-up shirt. Her salt and pepper hair was cut in an A-line that accented her warm blue eyes. Harley liked her efficiency, competence, and attention to detail. Welcome home, Mr. and Mrs. Baker. Harley stopped in her tracks, feeling very much like a jackrabbit facing down a shotgun. Noah bumped into her and grabbed her shoulders to steady the two of them. All day long, she'd accepted congratulations and general comments wishing her well in her new marriage, without it feeling personal. Walking through her front door with her husband in tow and being greeted by a new last name felt extremely personal as the light squeeze Noah gave her. Mrs. Hill continued, your wedding dress has been sent to the cleaners and then off to the preservationist. I had the menu for next week's family dinner here. She handed Harley a vellum sheet, which Harley skimmed. You've done an excellent job. Wyatt loves Mrs. Wynn's orange chicken. She stopped in the middle of the entryway. Sunday dinners were a Wilson family tradition. They alternated houses, each hosting a different week of the month. Since this was the 5th Sunday of the month, and they'd just had a wed-in, they'd opted to skip it. However, Noah would be expected to attend, and Harley hadn't considered him. That seemed rather heartless on her part, and so she asked, do you like orange chicken? I do. Noah smiled a real smile, one that was relaxed and comfortable, not cocky and irritating. Harley liked it, and she liked the heat spreading through her chest and down her arms. I like a lot of things, Noah whispered in her ear before letting her go and sauntering into the entryway. Wonderful, said Mrs. Hill, who either hadn't heard Noah or chose to ignore his tenderness towards her employer. Since we aren't using the main dining room this evening, I've had the gifts arranged in there. Noah spun around, his eyes dancing. Gifts? Yes, sir. There were a couple hundred delivered last night and a steady stream of them today. Harley frowned, remembering the last gift she'd received and the way it had made a mess of her life. She hoped the music box had been burned. Noah rubbed his hands together. Let's get opening. Mrs. Hill gave him an indulgent smile and gestured toward the formal dining room. I thought you were tired or wanted to ride a horse or something. Harley hurried to keep up with Noah's eagerness. Maybe someone gave us a horse. Noah wiggled his eyebrows. His previous air, of a man who'd been on the trail for a month without rest, disappeared and was replaced by the mischievousness that made Harley want to giggle like a schoolgirl. Which she would most definitely not. There will be no giggling. I assure you, there are no animals in the dining room. Mrs. Hill sniffed as if Noah had insulted her. Each package has been thoroughly scanned and inspected by security. I'm sure they loved that job. Noah picked up a medium-sized box wrapped in gold foil and tied with a silver bow. He shook it, listening as he did so, and then shrugged, handing it to Harley. You go first. Harley pulled the card out from under the bow. Using the letter opener offered by Mrs. Hill, she carefully slit the envelope and removed the card. Congratulations on your wedding. May you have a life full of happiness together. The Herschels. Breaking the tape on the side, Harley removed the entire sheet of crackling foil wrap to reveal a box with a crystal vase. It's pretty. She handed the card and the box to Mrs. Hill, who recorded the gift and the giver's name into a spreadsheet on her pad. I'll pen thank you notes, and you two can sign them later on in the week. Noah gaped at them as if they'd lost their senses in a poker game. No offense, ladies, but you're doing this all wrong. Excuse me? Now Mrs. Hill truly was offended. Harley chuckled. Noah did not want to get on the wrong side of the head housekeeper. She'd never do anything unprofessional, but she could be icy. Opening presents should be fun. He looked back and forth between the women. Like this. Without reading the card, Noah tore into a gift with the enthusiasm of a child. Tearing at the long, skinny box inside, he ripped out a flat silver paddle with a scalloped end. Turning it over, Noah read the engraving, "Best wishes on your happy day, the McDonald's." He laughed. What is this? Harley took it from him. I believe it is a silver ice cream scooper. Nope, it's a McDonald. It says so right here. He pointed at the engraving. Harley shook her head and smiled. It was a thoughtful gift. I can't wait to try it out. Noah stuck it in his back pocket. I'm going again. Tearing into a large box on the floor, Noah came up with a mini refrigerator stocked with sodas. No way. This would rock on Super Bowl Sunday. Harley tipped her head back and laughed. It had been years since she'd seen this kind of excitement over presents, probably since her nephew, Xavier, had been 5. It's all yours. Harley rescued the card and handed it to Mrs. Hill. They exchanged a shrug that said, "Men," and Harley turned back to find Noah staring at her. What? She brushed her hair over her shoulder, checking to see if she had an errant piece of tape stuck to her front. It's just, Noah tipped his head and his dimples appeared, giving Harley's heart a run for its money. That's the first time I've heard you laugh. Mrs. Hill's head popped up. Harley discreetly cut her hand past her neck to tell Noah to knock it off. She then tipped her head toward the housekeeper to remind him they had company. Today. It's the first time I heard you laugh today, Noah amended. Nice save. Harley's thoughts were full of sarcasm. Noah handed her another box. Open it like you mean it. His eyes were full of mirth and challenge. Harley went to take the box, brushing her fingers across Noah's as she did so. The light contact released every gall-darn ounce of inhibition. She giggled and dug into the gift, enjoying the experience of destroying the wrapping paper and throwing it over her shoulder to reveal a set of gray bath towels. Shaking her head, she set the box aside. They're nice. Noah pulled out a chair and sat down, putting his elbow on the table and resting his temple against his fist. Your pretty little mouth says nice, but your eyes say something else. Why don't you tell me why you're not more excited? Mrs. Hill discreetly stepped out of the room, and Harley was overwhelmed with the feeling of being alone with Noah. His presence filled up the spacious formal dining room like a full bottle of bubble bath dumped in the hot tub. As she gazed into his golden brown eyes, she found an earnest intent that took her breath away. Unsure if she could trust him, the man could turn a serious moment into a tease faster than she could blink. She found herself wanting to share just a little of herself. The part that no one else got to see. One year, after Jackson's birthday, Mama overheard him on the phone complaining about all the. She squared her shoulders, tipping them slightly to the side like Jackson, and mimicked his voice. Crap, he'd have to donate to Goodwill. Her shoulders fell. Mama was hurt, but she decided that we weren't going to give each other gifts anymore. Instead, we would make memories as a family. Instead of having the big Christmas at home that year, Mama carted us all off to the Caribbean and we learned to scuba dive. Noah nodded, his fingers doing circles on Harley's knee, leaving behind sparks. When had his hand gone there, and why did she hold still, afraid he would stop? If you could have one gift, just one, that would really excite you, what would it be? You're doing a pretty good job of exciting right now. Harley bit her lip. I don't know. Sorry, not taking that for an answer. His fingers switched directions. It's a conundrum. What do you get the woman who can buy herself anything? Harley pondered the question. There was one thing, something tiny and precious with 10 perfect little toes, and Harley bolted to her feet. It's not something you can give. I sense a challenge. Come on. Harley laughed. If he only knew what she'd been thinking, this husband for hire would run screaming from the room. Noah had no intention of settling down and being a father, he was a playboy through and through. His ability to make her heart bounce like a newbie trader on the stock market floor was evidence of how good he was at his job. I'm hungry. Mrs. Martinez should have dinner ready. Harley went to dart past him towards the kitchen, but he stopped her with a hand on her forearm. I'm going to figure it out, Harley. Noah's eyes bored into her. Part of Harley wished he would, because finding a man who could reach the innermost corners of her heart the way he could had proven to be most difficult. She laid her hand on his cheek. Let's just work on finding the bad guy. Noah's hand slipped off her wrist, and Harley hurried away as the front door opened. Noah heard Mrs. Hill open the door and greet John Wilson, but he made no effort to meet him, because his mind was still on Harley. What could Harley possibly want that she didn't have? The answer didn't come quickly, and Noah decided it was a puzzle he'd enjoy puzzling over. Where's Harley? Barked John as he entered the dining room. His eyes roamed over the discarded wrapping paper and the pile of unopened gifts. Eating dinner. Noah sank back into his chair, feeling as though he'd failed a test of some sort. 98% of the gifts were still wrapped, and he doubted he could get Harley to come back and open more. I came for a report. John stayed just inside the doorway. Mrs. Hill was nowhere to be seen. She must be part Houdini. Noah kicked at a silver scrap of wrapping paper. I met with your security staff at the office, reviewed the file on our stalker, and ordered more cameras for the executive level. John nodded. Any leads? A few. A few I can't name because they're your son and your nephew. I'll follow up on them and keep you posted. Good. Julia and I are flying to DC in the morning, but we will be back for the weekend. Good. Harley has a nice dinner planned for next Sunday. John gave him the once-over. For a second there, you sounded like a husband. Noah rubbed at the short hairs on the back of his head. Is that a bad thing? Not as long as you remember why you married her in the first place. Don't worry. It's all I can think about. My offer still stands. John pointed at him. You mean your threat? That too. See you in a few days. John left. Noah's decision to keep his suspicions about the family members close was for his own protection. As for Harley, he wanted to get her something she'd never expect. Chapter 17. Harley flipped back and forth between the projected income statement and the actual income statement for an investment Jackson had recommended. The projections, as it turned out, had increased by 7%, a matter of almost $1 million. She hadn't lost money, but she'd expected this to fund a pet research project in 2 months. If things didn't pick up, she'd be forced to pull funding, and that was the last thing she wanted to do. People with families to support were counting on her. Her phone vibrated against the desk, and she tapped the screen to check her messages. She'd sent Paige the information on the boots, and they'd opened a dialogue on other shops they liked, both online and traditional. At Harley's request, Paige sent a picture of Addison competing in a rodeo, and Harley had friended Paige on Facebook so Paige could see the approved wedding pictures. Thankfully, none of the pictures of her kiss with Noah had been posted by her publicist who managed her Facebook account. Unlike her brother, Harley was cautious about what she put online. I ordered these. Paige captioned an image of 2 outfits to go with the boots she'd purchased online the night before. Harley pulled the phone closer to her nose to inspect the sundress. It had a gather in the front, just under the chest, and Harley gasped. Maternity? The image made it difficult to tell, and there was no designer information on the screenshot. Harley blew out a breath. There was no easy way to ask, so she opted not to. Madeline interrupted her musings by setting a small package in front of her. This just arrived. She winked and walked away. Harley stared at the gift for a moment. The box was small enough to hint at jewelry. She felt the familiar chill of fear creep up her neck. Of course, if this came through Madeline, it would have been through security. Picking up the tag, she read, "For the woman who has everything else." Noah? She'd told him she didn't want gifts, and yet he'd seemed awfully determined. Which was hotter than a simmering pot in a summer kitchen? Darn that man and his Playboy dimples. She stared at the box for several more minutes before tearing into it like Noah had shown her. Lifting the lid, she revealed a black leather cuff. Noah sauntered in. Did I guess right? Harley dropped the cuff. Not even close. He shrugged, not looking at all concerned. That wasn't really from me. Paige and Addison made it for you before I left, and I forgot I had it. Harley picked up the thick piece of leather. They made this? Noah nodded. For me? He plucked the cuff out of her hands. Don't worry, my gift is on the way. He took her wrist and fastened the bracelet. It fit perfectly. Harley couldn't believe how touched she was by the simple gift. The feeling was raw and made her vulnerable in a way she wasn't used to. Noah, please. I don't want. Harley broke off as Madeline bustled into the office carrying a large vase full of pale pink roses. Their heady perfume filled the air, and Harley savored it for a moment, her eyes falling shut. It's the simple things in life. Standing, she reached for the card. Noah, they're beautiful. The cuff had obviously been a decoy. Madeline left again, winking at Noah as she passed. Noah squinted at the flowers. I didn't send those. Harley sank back into her seat. The air suddenly seemed thinner. Daddy said the stalker sent flowers. Noah jerked the card free from the bouquet. Harley was so thankful he and his sidearm and thick biceps were here with her, not that she would throw herself into his arms, but she wouldn't turn her nose up at an invitation. The sound of paper sliding against paper was loud in the void. Sorry about the other night, begging your forgiveness. Jeremiah. Noah growled. I'll have this fingerprinted. Harley processed several things at once. 1. Jeremiah was sorry. He'd never been the type of guy to throw a fit, and he hated confrontation. He must have been really upset to come to the wedding in the first place. 2. The flowers were expensive and her favorite color. Jeremiah remembered. That was really sweet of him. 3. If Jeremiah was here, Noah would beat him to a bloody pulp. Harley jumped from her seat and scrambled to block Noah's exit. You can't seriously think Jeremiah is the stalker. Why not? Noah made to step around her. Harley put her palms on his chest. His well-defined, very muscular, broad ahem. It's not his style. He's more flowers and flowery words. If he wanted to be with me, he'd say it. Not sneak around and send cryptic messages. Did he? Noah studied her hands still on his chest, and Harley dropped them. How long had she left them there? Did he what? Did he say he wanted to be with you? You two were alone the other night for a while before I found you. Did he say it? Harley pressed her fingers to her temple and clamped her eyes shut. Had Jeremiah said he wanted to be with her? She couldn't quite remember. He'd been upset that we married so quickly after he and I broke up. Noah stepped back. How quickly? Feeling guilty, though not sure why, Harley muttered, a month. Noah threw his hands in the air. That's just great. He shook his head. I need to know details. Jeremiah had said some pretty awful things. Though he'd never raised his voice, he had pierced her. That wound was still tender and she didn't want Noah poking around. Why? Because it could provide a motive. Not that we don't have enough of one on the guy already. It's not Jeremiah. The things Jeremiah had said hurt. And they hurt because they were somewhat true. She had been calculating and distant in their relationship, but that was only possible because she didn't love him. Oh my gosh, I didn't love him. Harley? Noah prodded. Frazzled, Harley blurted, he broke up with me. She bit her lip. He said I was cold, and I'm beginning to believe him. Don't, Noah pleaded. Rarely one to experience self-doubt, Harley had a hard time shaking it off. What if she was simply incapable of loving deeply? What if the romance novels and romantic comedies were about everyone else, but her? The one time she'd felt that deep, abiding fire inside for a man was when Noah had kissed her. How pathetic, she needed a trained professional to spark her fire. Harley. Noah's voice was husky, and his hand brushed her cheek. Harley felt her knees go weak. Pushing away, she said, I don't want to talk about this. It's off limits. Okay. Let's talk about Jeremiah, then. Harley threw her hands out. It's not him. The man cried when we watched Pretty Woman. Noah shook his head. Everyone has a dark side. Not you, you happy camper. Harley folded her arms. Noah's jaw hardened. You don't know the darkness I've faced. He flicked the card still in his hands. I'm calling this in to Agent Gonzalez. Don't leave the building. Noah strode off, and Harley sat heavily in her seat, angry that Noah insisted Jeremiah was their guy, not trusting her judgment. Ticked off that he'd ordered her to stay like a child. And furious at herself for reacting to his touch the way she did. Diving into her work like a woman possessed, she waded through 3 days' worth of spreadsheets before surfacing again. By the time Madeline appeared with afternoon sodas and chocolates, her anger was replaced by curiosity as Noah's words ran through her head. You don't know the darkness I've faced. Darkness, schmarkness. Noah teased, joked, and didn't take anything seriously. What could he have possibly gone through to crack his perfect smile? Harley chose a dark chocolate sea salt caramel off the small tray. If Noah had been through something, he buried it pretty deep. The problem with buried darkness was that it had a tendency to create ghosts. Ghosts that haunted a person for the rest of their lives. So the biggest question Harley had was, did Noah run to her, or was he running away from something else?
Chapter 18. Saturday morning at 10, Noah sat in the gatehouse security room with Stuart, John, and Agent Gonzalez. He'd had nightmares last night. Nothing as strong as they were right after the incident, but intense enough that his sheets were soaked with sweat when he climbed out of bed. His psychologist had said the frequency would lessen over time. Thankfully, he hadn't yelled out and woken up Harley. Instead, he took a long shower and cleared his mind before meeting the day. He dropped Harley off at her mom's, where a massive dress shopping event had been staged. Julia had called in a designer from New York, who brought several gowns for each woman for the charity dinner for the Houston Zoo they were all to attend that evening. Things had settled down between him and Harley since their disagreement the other day. It hadn't escaped Noah's attention that Harley had barely glanced at the cuff when she thought it was from him and practically inhaled the roses. He would have bought her roses, but they seemed so cliché. Besides, there had been more flowers at the wedding than people, and he didn't want to get her more of what she already had. He'd wanted to get her something no one else would or could. Still, she'd worn the cuff almost every day, and the flowers lit her up, which made him think he should go a little more traditional. It's been a week since the wedding, and there hasn't been another attempt at contact. Stuart tapped on the keyboard, and the images from the wedding disappeared. What's your take on this, Agent Gonzalez? It's not unusual for a stalker to back off after a major life event. He tapped the end of his pencil on the table. I can't give you an all clear just yet. John let out a heavy sigh. What about tonight? Should we keep her home? Noah snorted. Like Harley, we'll go for that. John narrowed his eyes, and Noah leaned back in his chair. Let the old man blow his top, it wouldn't change Harley's independent nature. Before John erupted, Stuart jumped in. Because of Mrs. Wilson's involvement in the planning, I've had access to their security protocol. As long as one of you stays close to Harley, even standing outside the ladies' room and holding her purse, she should be safe. Noah leaned forward. I won't let anything happen to her. I promise. Gonzalez nodded. The vulnerable point will be entering and exiting the vehicle. We'll ride together, John declared. She'll have 3 armed men. Wyatt, Noah, and myself. Around her every inch of the way from the car to the building and back out. I'll ride shotgun. Stuart smirked. Agent Gonzalez tapped his pen on the desk. One more thing. The other ex-boyfriend is clear. He's been living in Romania for the past 2 years. Good to know. Noah mentally scratched Christopher off his list of possibilities. John stood, buttoning his suit. If we're all set, let's get ready for a party. A party with armed guards and fancy dresses, a far cry from the movie nights and pool parties his family enjoyed. Noah grinned at the differences between his and Harley's upbringings. One of the benefits to having a fancy party to attend was seeing his wife in a formal gown. Harley was beautiful every day. There was no denying it. He just couldn't wait to see her all done up.
Chapter 19. Harley paced her room. Her beaded, golden gown reflected tiny dots of light over the walls as if she were a living disco ball. 2 weeks ago, she'd gone through much of the same routine she'd accomplished this afternoon. Her stylist and esthetician had arrived in plenty of time to do her hair and makeup, pampering her as they twittered on about Zoe's new Prada bag and the video capabilities of a Samsung phone versus an iPhone. Harley couldn't escape the idea that they'd had much the same conversation 2 weeks ago. The night the music box and its cryptic message had arrived and turned her life on its ear. Now, instead of being single and semi-dating Jeremiah, a man she now knew she didn't love and probably never would have, she was married to a man who made her insides quiver with one touch and yet wouldn't ever settle down. Added to her thoughts about Noah was the constant feeling of being watched by her stalker. Even if she wasn't married to Noah, she'd never be able to lead a normal life. Or have a normal marriage. When someone was out to kidnap her, She couldn't spend all her days locked behind the compound gates. That was no life at all. There was a light knock at the door, followed by her mom asking, "Can I come in?" Harley pulled open the door and waved Julia into the room. Julia was resplendent in her royal blue and silver gown. Her hair, always the same shape, had recently been highlighted, and her cheeks were pink with just the right amount of blush. "Are you ready?" Harley shook her head, her hair soft against her bare arms. "I was just about to put on my jewelry." "Where was 10 daylight, pumpkin?" Mama followed her into the walk-in closet, where a large mahogany jewelry armoire occupied the back corner. On top was a single sheet of paper with a blue post-it note and a blue velvet box. Harley couldn't remember ever seeing it there before. She picked up and read the note. "For the woman who has everything else. Noah." The thick cardstock was a certificate listing the coordinates for a star that now bore her name. "What's that?" asked Mama as she took it from Harley's fingers. She read over both the note and the certificate as Harley opened the box. Inside was a platinum star the size of a $50, hanging from a beautiful and delicate chain. Harley brushed the simple adornment with her fingers. It was so Noah that it took her breath away. She never would have asked for jewelry, having more than she could wear in a lifetime inside the chest and the wall safe hidden behind it, but she wanted this necklace with a fierceness that shocked her. She quickly found a pair of platinum hoops to go with it. Mama cleared her throat and slowly set the paper on top of the armoire and appraised Harley. I think you'd better spill. I need some time to prepare your father before we drop this on him." "There's nothing to drop." Harley widened her eyes in an attempt to look innocent. She didn't fool Mama, who made a talking motion with her hand. "Seriously. We're not anything. Darlin', I may look older than dirt, but I certainly ain't dumber than it." Harley laughed. Mama, though in her 60s, didn't resemble a day over 40. "Please. At the rate we're aging, I'll catch up to you in 5 years." Harley moved to the shoe section of the closet. This area, with the many options in heels, boots, flats, sandals, and basic comfort wear, was her absolute favorite. "You will not sweet-talk your way out of this one." Mama's eyes flew around the room, and Harley saw the shift in her tactics. "Come on. Your sister's halfway around the world. You're all I've got for girl talk." Harley pulled up short. Just the other day Harley had bemoaned her lack of close girlfriends. She texted Paige several times a day, often wondering if she sounded as desperate for female companionship as she actually was. Paige was fantastic though. Never once did Harley feel like she was putting Paige out or bothering her. Because of Paige's easygoing nature, Harley even dared ask about Noah. A few things, little things. Things that weren't too personal in nature. The guy Paige knew wasn't the same one Harley imagined Noah to be. It made her want to spend more time with him to see if the man who was raised in a family of 10, who mentored teens, and was Addison's favorite uncle was really the man who slept less than 15 feet from her every night. Focusing on Mama, Harley wondered if she was lonely in this life. The money they had often segregated them from others. "Okay, Mama. We were opening gifts the other night, and Noah asked me if I could have one present. What would I want it to be?" I didn't have an answer, so now he's trying to guess. "But you do have an answer, don't you?" Mama prodded. Harley nodded. "Well, I hope he figures it out." "You aren't going to ask me what that is?" Mama smiled. "I have a feeling we would ask for the same thing. Only I'd want a generation between me and the gift." Mama gave her a hug and went to the door. "Are you comin'? The party can't start without me." So Mama knew Harley's wish. A feeling of foolishness sat down and picked up its knitting. She'd never be able to bring a child into this world. He or she would become a target just like Harley. There were no pink blankets and blue bibs in her future because there was no security in her life. Of course, Harley hooked her silver peekaboo sandals over her fingers and followed Mama down the stairs, out the open door, and into the waiting limo. She would enjoy tonight, because in the long run, and the short run, it might be all she had. Memories of the last time they had all ridden to an event together scratched at Harley's mind and competed for attention as she tried to follow Wyatt and Noah's conversation about truck RPMs and pulling capacity. Noah looped his arm over the back of the seat behind Harley, causing her heart to flutter as she smelled his spicy aftershave. She was still enjoying it every morning before she showered, and every time he rode in the elevator with her, and every time he brushed near her at home, and pretty much every chance she got. "My brother-in-law has a dealership. He could hook you up," Noah offered. "Cody?" Harley asked. Noah turned to her. "Yeah. How did you know that?" Harley fiddled with her phone. How much did Paige tell Noah about their texting? "I sent Paige that information on the boots and, she pushed her hair over her shoulder. We chatted a little." One side of Noah's lips lifted in this lopsided, pleased smile. Not the kind of pleased where he thought he'd gotten the best of her, but the kind where his heart was happy. The difference was alarming in the effect that smile and his dimples had on Harley's breathing patterns. "I wouldn't mind going to California for a bit when this is all said and done." Wyatt leaned over to gain Noah's attention. "We could make it a road trip." "A road trip?" John adjusted his tie. "Why not just fly?" Wyatt started in on the adventure of a long drive, but Harley wasn't listening to him. She was wondering if she should lean into Noah a little, or if sitting here like a cardboard box, in front of her parents, was the best idea. Noah took the question right out of her hands as he leaned close, his breath tickling her ear and neck, right where his necklace lay in broad sight. "Was I close?" For a moment, Harley considered saying yes. For Noah's sake. He was trying to make her happy, and the star thing was pretty amazing. In the end, when she met his golden brown gaze, she couldn't lie to him, so she shook her head. His fingers settled on her bare shoulder, and Harley thought she might pass out from not breathing. "I've got a few more ideas." "I'll bet you do." Harley grinned. "We're here," Daddy announced, and Harley watched him and Mama climb from the car. She and Noah went next, and Wyatt brought up the rear. Noah took her hand without asking and kept her near with a straight, stiff arm. Daddy turned around twice to check on her, and Wyatt kicked the back of her heel, he was so close. Once they were near the reflection pools, the group loosened up and the claustrophobic feeling evaporated into the canopy of oak trees. The still water in the pools reflected the hundreds of luminaries floating on the surfaces. Tables, covered in white linen and staggered for mingling, were topped with tapered candles and fine china. Each tree had hundreds of twinkling lights, and there were a few brighter lights placed strategically throughout the open grassy area to the right. A small orchestra situated on the terrace played Mozart, the conductor leading them firmly through the more difficult stretches. With her hand tucked into Noah's arm and the warm spring breeze on her skin, Harley breathed a sigh of contentment. She could spend the whole evening in this one moment. Noah pointed to the buffet tables, where shrimp, oysters, crab cakes, and so much more were displayed on white serving dishes. "Why don't we start over there?" "Starving," Harley agreed. Noah placed his hand on her lower back, and this time Harley did lean slightly into him. "Holy Hannah, I didn't expect to see you two here." Molly pulled Harley into a hug, breaking her away from Noah and drawing attention from the people chatting quietly around them. "Molly, what a stunning dress." Harley offered Noah an apologetic smile. He took her hand and gave it a light squeeze, letting her know he wouldn't hold the delay to food against her. Harley marveled that they had learned to communicate without words. Then an alarming thought hit: what if he knew she was, gulp, attracted to him? And who wouldn't be? Noah was a fine specimen of the species. It had been 2 weeks since they'd kissed, and she still caught herself daydreaming about it. She could feel the way her wedding dress caressed her skin and remembered the way she felt like a queen in his arms. Molly beamed and tugged Harley close. "I thought you'd be on your honeymoon." Harley leaned back toward Noah, unsure how to answer. "We're nesting." Noah stared at her adoringly, sweetly adoringly, as if she were the jewel of his collection. It made Harley want to punch him right in the gut, it was so overdone. But it appeased Molly, who brightened. "Since you're in town, we should go to lunch." There was no way Harley was getting clearance to hit some random restaurant, not without Noah in tow. "You know, maybe a movie night would be better." "At my place," she hurried to add. Molly pouted. "Just the girls?" "Of course," agreed Harley. She didn't need Noah hanging over her shoulder while she fielded questions about their courtship and marriage. If Molly pressed even a little bit, Harley was sure to spill her guts about Noah's advanced kissing abilities or his incredible body. "Yeah." Molly clapped her hands and bounced like an overexcited cheerleader. Harley laughed. "A girls' night would be fun. I'll bring the fish food." Harley hadn't restocked her freezer with Ben and Jerry's since Wyatt cleaned her out. "Perfect. It will be just like old times." Molly's eyes darted to a spot on the other side of the room. "There's my date. Gotta run. I'll see you later." "How do you know her?" again asked Noah as he steered her, a bit more determinedly this time, toward the buffet table. Harley picked up a plate. "We went to the same high school and roomed together at college." "So you drifted apart?" "No, we're still close." "Really?" "Yes, really." "Then who's her date?" Harley tapped her nail on the bottom of the plate. Noah's dimples appeared. "Busted." "Hey, that's not a fair question. I've been busy the last week or so." A commotion started on the other side of the pool, by the entrance. Noah stretched to see over people's heads just as gunshots rang out, the sound ricocheting off the pool. Before Harley could process the sound of a gun going off inside the crowded space, she hit the ground, Noah's weight on top of her. His hand cradled her head and saved her from a nasty bump, and his other arm slowed their fall. He glanced right and rolled the two of them underneath the table, where they were hidden from view by the long white tablecloth. With the rolling, Harley had grabbed his collar in both hands and held tight. They both froze, Noah shielding her with his body. "Gunshots," she whispered. Noah nodded, his cheek brushing hers. After a moment of silence, there was shouting. Noah moved to get off of her, but Harley pulled him back down. "I have to help," he insisted. "Stay," she begged. She didn't want Noah out there where people were shooting guns, and who knew what else. She wanted him here. With her. "Harley," he warned. Harley picked a card to play that wouldn't reveal her true fears. "You're paid to keep me safe. If you leave." "All those people," he lifted up on his elbow, his eyes even with her. "I can't just sit here." Harley threw her arms around his neck, loving the way it felt to be near him, to hold him close, to believe he was hers. "What if something happens to you?" "Ah, you do care." Noah's cocky grin blossomed, and Harley almost felt like shoving him out from under the table, almost. What she really wanted to do would scandalize them both. Her pulse quickened, and she moved her hands to Noah's cheeks. There was a scuffle, shouting, 2 more shots, a masculine scream, and then the area went quiet as death. Whatever it was over, the finality sweeping through the air and invading her delicious thoughts about Noah. "I think we can go out now," she said, keeping her voice low just in case. Noah squeezed his eyes shut. He supported most of his weight on his forearms while his body quaked on top of her. "Not yet. Just give me a minute." Harley heard Wyatt calling her name, but all she cared about was the way her husband clung to her. "Noah? I can't. Not again." He shook his head. Again? Harley asked. Noah didn't respond. His breathing was rapid, and when he opened his eyes, they were empty. Noah? She shook his shoulders. Noah! There was no response. Realizing the sounds had triggered a bad memory and possibly sent Noah into some form of post-traumatic stress, Harley wrapped her arms around his back and tucked his face into her neck, where his warm breath brushed her skin. Her hands pulsed and warmed as her fear for him increased. What could possibly happen to make the strongest man she knew quake? Pressing her cheek to his, she tried to send comfort through contact. "You're safe, Noah," she whispered, hoping to drown out the chaotic footsteps and yelling as people searched for their loved ones just beyond their cocoon. They stayed that way, Noah stiff and jerky and Harley truly scared for the first time since she learned how to hold a rifle. Noah's shaking slowly abated, and he lifted his face, their lips almost touching. Harley searched his eyes, his pupils were huge, but there was substance there once again. He was back. Wherever he had gone to, whatever demon he faced, he had returned. Relieved beyond measure, Harley traced his jawline and breathed in his spicy scent. Without a word, Noah buried his face in her neck and kissed her. Ever so softly and slowly, he made his way to her cheek as his fingers threaded into her hair, starting a deep burn in her belly. This is how a man is supposed to be sensitive. Harley met him halfway to where their lips collided and allowed herself to drown in Noah's embrace. Arching into him, she demanded more, and he gave everything she asked for and then some before breaking away to kiss her jaw and brush his lips against her earlobe. Reclaiming her lips, Harley gave herself over to the thrill of being in his arms. Moments later they broke apart, gasping for breath, and Noah brushed his fingers across her cheek. Something passed over his face, a vulnerability at having exposed his inner terrors. He kissed her neck one more time before pulling himself up and rolling out from under the table. Harley lay on her back on the cold grass, feeling at once cherished, excited, and abandoned. She wanted Noah back under here with her. Reaching for his leg, she paused when she heard Mama's frantic voice, "Where is she?" "She's safe." Noah's hand appeared under the tablecloth, and Harley took it, loving the way he squeezed it just enough to let her know he was thinking about the kiss too. She was careful to make sure her dress was in place before she faced her mother. Not that Noah had roamed anywhere she'd consider out of bounds. In rolling under the table, things got a little ruffled. Confident she wasn't going to pull a wardrobe malfunction, she shimmied out and stood up as ladylike as possible and was suctioned into her mama's arms. Wyatt appeared. Activists. They had a target but didn't get very far. Anyone hurt? Noah's eyes hooded over. Harley wondered what he'd gone through that had terrorized him so, and what being here, right now, with her, was costing him. She clung to his arm in an effort to give strength and satisfy the part of her that wanted to throw Noah back under the table. 2 guests were shot and both gunmen, but no one is dead. Noah nodded once. He put his arm around Harley and pulled her close to his side. Harley didn't mind. She eased right into a spot that felt like it had been carved specifically for her. Despite the way he blanked out, Harley trusted Noah with her life. He'd shielded her with his body and then branded her with his kisses. "We've got to get Harley out of here. We don't want someone taking advantage of the chaos and slipping away with her." Noah raked his gaze over her face, and Harley eagerly met his gaze, only to find his eyes void of any sign that what had happened between them affected him. He was suddenly a boy in blue ready to take on the bad guys, and Harley was his assignment. No dimples teased. No cocky half-smile. None of the things she'd grown to love in Noah were a part of the man standing next to her. Harley struggled with the difference. "Stay close to my side, and if I tell you to run, follow Wyatt." K. No hint of the tenderness she'd seen under the table remained on Noah's face. His jaw was set and his face unreadable. Confused and more alone than she'd ever been, Harley longed for the familiarity of her home. Julia, please stay close to the group until we find John, instructed Noah. Mama grabbed Harley's free hand, and they started across the open floor. Harley contemplated the buffet table and wondered if she'd imagined the whole thing. She pressed her lips and decided dreams didn't make your lips burn. Their kiss was more than hormones and physical attraction, though there was plenty of those two things racing between them. For just a moment under there, Harley had thought she'd experienced love. The deep and abiding kind. The kind that stuck together for 60+ years and laughed when life got hard and brought children into the world and saw grandchildren multiply. She thought she'd felt all of that in Noah's kisses, and it broke her heart to think he hadn't felt the same. Chapter 20. Noah saw the approaching hurricane and refused to duck. Instead, he planted his feet as John stormed across the open grass, his eyes boring into Noah. Noah refused to turn away or show his weakness. The flashback he'd had under the table had rendered him useless, reduced him to little more than a piece of cement. Nothing like that had ever happened before, although his shrink had said it could. If he went back into the line of fire. Which was one reason he'd never done so. He'd shielded Harley with this body, but his mind had been in another time and place. If it hadn't been for Harley's soft words, soft skin, and soft lips, he might have stayed there. Harley had made the difference, and for that reason his job of protecting her became personal, making his blood pump through him with the force of a raging river. She'd seen his worst and given her best. He couldn't leave her, couldn't allow John to suspect that he was less of a man, less of a guardian than he professed to be. He had to pull it together and keep it together, but doing so required an amount of concentration that didn't allow room for other emotions. If he softened even just a little bit to answer the wounded look in Harley's eyes, he'd crumble. Crumbling was not an option. John fisted the front of Noah's jacket. I saw you roll her under the table. Noah looked pointedly at John's hands and then lifted an eyebrow. You said to keep her safe. If that means rolling her under a table, then that's what I'll do. I said hands off. John shoved him, letting go of Noah's jacket. Noah took one step back to steady himself and then one step forward to assert his position. Harley stepped between them, her back brushing against Noah's chest. Having her close was like flipping a switch on his built-up anger, turning it to desire. He longed to flip her around and fulfill her every want. If there had been a table close by, he might have done just that. Father-in-law or no father-in-law. Noah mentally shook himself, but couldn't shake his desires. He needed to change his focus. Daddy, Harley warned. John backed up a step, his mouth dropping open as Harley glared. You should be thanking Noah. No husband has ever been more gentlemanly or protective. At the word husband, John finally noticed the small gathering of guests who were openly staring at their family feud. He ran his hand along his silver hair. Thanks, Noah, he cut out. Julia slid her arm around John's waist and whispered in his ear. Harley leaned into Noah, who wrapped his arms around her in a silent thank you. She hoped his gentleness expressed that he was grateful for more than her stepping in and stopping a fight that could have ended badly. What had he been thinking? Arguing with his boss was a quick way to divorce court. If John fired him, who would watch over Harley? She was suddenly shaking. Hey, it's okay. He kissed her head. No one's going to hurt you. He repeated the words she'd used earlier, hoping she'd understand even a little bit of what she'd given him. Harley flipped around, putting her hands on his chest and laying her head on his shoulder. It's not that. She sniffed. I've never stood up to my dad like that. It kind of freaked me out. What, not even as a teenager? Harley shook her head. Never had to. She fiddled with his button. Something of a geek. Noah rubbed circles on her back, and her quaking subsided. Harley, I sincerely doubt you were ever a geek. Her sad smile said she didn't believe him. They had so much to talk about, so much to share. But this wasn't the time nor the place, and Noah needed to get Harley home, where she was safe, before he could address his issues. The police had arrived and were clearing individuals to head home one at a time. Guests emptied the clearing as fast as the valet parking attendants could bring their vehicles. The process went a lot faster once Julia instructed several of the wait staff to assist. She took her job as head of the fundraising committee seriously and used a tone of command that even the general had to admire. She and John worked together to get the place cleared out and assure guests that their safety was always a priority. Julia approached, a strained smile on her face. The FBI have arrived, and they want the area cleared out in the next 15 minutes. Noah turned his attention on the growing number of blue suits and ties near the crime scene. 2 forensic scientists were taking pictures of blood splatters on the paving stones. Agent Gonzalez came into the lighted area and nodded to Noah before checking in with his superior. Noah inwardly groaned. There would be no conversations with Harley this evening, he still had some work to do. Noah turned to Harley. Your turn. What? Harley wrinkled her brow. Noah signaled for the valet to call their driver and sent a quick text to Wyatt and Stewart. I have to talk to Gonzalez and go to the station and interview the 2 men. I've got a long night. Harley slipped her hand into his and sent heat bursting through his skin. I'll go with you. Noah shook his head. Harley at a police station late at night was a bad idea. Besides, he wasn't sure if he'd be able to make it through without blanking out again, and he couldn't stand to have her there if it happened. It's not safe. Harley's grip tightened. Noah suspected she was also digging in her heels, but he couldn't allow her to come. There were too many variables he couldn't control, and if he was going to give this his all, he needed to be able to focus without Harley distracting him. Like she was now just by leaning into him. Wanting nothing more than to toss her in the back of the limo and tell the driver to get them lost somewhere while he explored Harley's lips, Noah silently cursed. Shaking off her hand, Noah said, I don't want you here. The words didn't come out like he meant them. Instead of sounding concerned and careful, they were laced with his effort at self-control and therefore sounded hard. He tried to ignore the hurt in Harley's expression. It was only there a moment, but it cut him to the quick. He opened his mouth to explain, but Wyatt arrived. Got your text. Ready? He asked Harley. More than you know. Harley turned a cold shoulder to Noah and slid into the back of the limo that had pulled to the curb. Thanks for taking her home. Noah clapped Wyatt on the back. There were a small handful of people he trusted right now, and Harley's brother was top on the list. John would also keep his daughter safe, but Noah hadn't wanted to ask for the favor. He shut the limo door behind Wyatt and adjusted his jacket before re-entering the zoo. Gonzalez wasn't hard to find with his shiny bald head. Noah cleared his throat to get his attention. Good, you stayed. I need to know about these guys. Noah jerked his chin toward the dark path that the shooters used to enter the gathering. From what we've ascertained, they were extremists. They're linked to several websites promoting animal reserves and claiming that zoos are glorified abuse pits for animals. We think they were involved in the San Diego shutdown in '98. They're a couple of weirdos. Weird enough to send music boxes to pretty girls? Asked John as he approached. Gonzalez held up his palm. We don't have any indication that these men are the ones after Harley. Noah put his fists on his hips and spread his feet. I'm headed down to the station. Any chance you could get me in to interview at least one of them? Sure. Gonzalez shrugged. I'll make a call. He stepped away to talk on his cell. Do you think one of these men might be our guy? Asked John. Noah shook his head. It's a long shot, but I have to pursue it. Given your family's involvement with fundraising for the zoo, there could be a connection. John ran his thumb down his jaw. I'm going to get Julia out of here as soon as possible. We'll meet tomorrow morning. Where's Harley? I sent her home with Wyatt. She needed to be in a safe place. Stewart is aware of the situation and he's doubled the guard. John eyed him a moment before saying, smart. Noah considered it the closest thing to a compliment he would ever get from Harley's dad. In the wee hours of the morning, Noah slipped into his and Harley's bedroom only to find the light on and her reading a Kindle. Her hair was mussed like she'd been tossing in bed. Or maybe he did that when they were under the table. Either way, she was amazing to behold. Well, she asked. The shooters are weirdos, but they aren't stalkers. Dang, Harley whispered. Noah's shoulders sagged. He'd spent the last hour throwing leading question after question at the two men who spouted off conspiracy theories as if they were gospel truths. Neither man knew more about the Wilson family than the fact that their names were on the guest list for the party, which the FBI was still trying to figure out how they'd gotten access to. Noah believed it to be something simple, like checking media reports on past events that listed notable guests. The Wilsons were definably notable. The time was a complete waste, and any fight Noah had had when he went into the room had been sucked out of him as a feeling of failure took its place. He'd failed Harley. He'd gone to the station, hoping to rid her of this cloud that hung over them, and he'd come back empty-handed. He'd allowed himself to believe that she'd still want him even after the stalker was behind bars, but he'd been delusional. High on the euphoria of kissing such a tough and beautiful woman. No, he'd gotten high on kissing Harley, not some faceless beauty. He ran his hands through his hair. Maybe it was a pity kiss. He'd certainly acted pitiful, zoning out like he did. Will you get the light? I'm exhausted. Harley turned off her Kindle and burrowed under the blankets while Noah turned out the light. Changing in the bathroom, Noah crept to his bed and worked to find a comfortable spot before finally admitting that the only place he would feel comfortable was next to Harley. Rolling over, he punched his pillow. Several times. What would a woman like Harley, who had everything, ever see in a washed-up cop-turned-camp counselor like him? Despair hung heavily on his answer, nothing. Chapter 21. Harley heard Noah push back his covers, and she closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. He approached her bed, paused for a moment, and disappeared into the bathroom. This awkward morning routine was the new norm for them. Avoiding each other wasn't easy when they shared a room, but somehow they'd managed it for a week. As long as she slept in, Noah came to bed late, and they stayed on opposite ends of the house. They didn't have to talk about what had happened under the buffet table. To be honest, Harley still wasn't sure. It seemed like a flashback, or perhaps a post-traumatic episode. She wanted to ask her dad, but was worried about his reaction. If the general thought Noah was incompetent, he'd call in a new husband, and that was the last thing Harley wanted. She kind of liked the husband she had. It was comforting to hear Noah's movements as he opened the medicine cabinet or the drawer where he kept his shaving supplies. The room held a hint of Noah's cologne, bringing back the memory of his hands in her hair and his lips on her neck. She moaned and pulled a pillow over her head, wondering if she'd imagined the experience. Harley touched her lips. No way. I couldn't imagine a kiss that good. The bathroom door opened with a soft click, and Noah exited the room. Harley threw off the pillow, shoved the blankets aside, and fought the urge to jump into Noah's bed and bury herself in his scent. The coverlet was a poor replacement for Noah's arms, but beggars can't be choosers. After taking a quick shower, Harley landed in her home office. Since the shooting, she'd worked mostly from home. Noah wasn't the only one freaked out by the splattered blood. Thankfully, no one was killed, but two guests had been shot, one in the leg and the other in the side. Agent Gonzalez assured them all that the men responsible were not involved in terrorizing Harley, which was both good and bad news. Good news because she hated the idea of one of those creeps with the crazy eyes and unkempt hair even thinking about her, let alone having a pretend relationship with her. Bad news because that meant her creep was still out there. The desk phone rang and Harley picked up. Hello? Hi, Snickerdoodle, is Noah there? Asked Daddy. I think he's in the garage. Do you want me to go get him? Harley bit her lip. I just want his advice on these applicants. I'll email him the resumes. Will you have him check them over? Harley pulled the phone away and stared at it before asking, Since when do you ask for advice? Daddy chuckled. Sweetie, when you find someone better at something than you are, you listen. Noah has a good head on his shoulders. He handled the situation the other night thoroughly. I wouldn't have gone to the station to interview the shooters, but he did. It was instinct. He's got a gut for this sort of thing, and I want to know what he thinks of these men before I hire them on. Okay. Wow. High praise from the general. I'll let him know. Bye, pumpkin. They hung up, and Harley reached for her cell phone to send Noah a text instead of facing him in person. The doorbell distracted her, and she set the phone down before she could finish. Knowing Noah was probably in the garage and under the hood of that old rust bucket he called a truck, Harley hustled to the front door. Molly threw herself at Harley, wrapping one arm around her neck in an anxious hug, her other arm full of shopping bags. Oh. My. Gosh. I am so glad you're okay. I wanted to come earlier but couldn't get past Stuart. She pulled back, her eyes alight with mischief. He's had this place locked down tighter than our freshman dorms. Harley laughed. You should have texted. I would have cleared you. Molly waved her off and hurried toward the kitchen. Harley closed the door behind her and followed. It's no biggie. I got frisked by some guy that has muscles in places I didn't know muscles could grow. She wiggled her eyebrows. Besides, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. And since you're under house arrest, I brought You've Got Mail, plenty of chocolate, and vanilla Pepsi. Harley laughed at poor Ralph having to search Molly while she giggled and blushed. How'd you know? Best friend intuition. Harley's hand stilled. I haven't been a very good best friend lately. More like for the last year. I will totally forgive you if you sit down with me, eat all this chocolate, and catch me up. I mean, you got married, for the love of Pete. Unwrapping a Dove moment, Harley kept her eyes on the silver foil. It was all so sudden. Molly's hand went to her chest. A whirlwind romance. How amazing. Where did you meet? My mom introduced us. That's stretching the truth like a worn-out rubber band. What does he do? Harley choked on her chocolate. She couldn't very well say that Noah married wealthy women in need of a bodyguard. Mostly he works on his truck. Molly's eyes narrowed. He doesn't have a job? He moved here from California and hasn't found anything. Sort of a lie. Has he been looking? He's been networking mostly. As if his ears were burnin', Noah appeared in the doorway. He stopped short when he saw Molly. Am I interrupting? Not at all, honey. Even Harley could hear how false that honey sounded. How are you doing? He reached in the fridge and pulled out a vanilla Pepsi. I'm good, she said, drawing out good as she raked her eyes over Noah's black t-shirt stretched over his well-defined chest. Noah popped the top on his drink and took a swig. Thanks for the drink. He winked at Harley before heading back out to the garage. Okay, I was kind of doubting your judgment there. With the whole no job thing. But after that display, I can totally see what you see in him. A spike of protectiveness went down Harley's back, forcing her to sit up straight in her chair. Noah was her husband. Temporary though he may be. And no woman, let alone a best friend, should check him out in front of her. She pushed away the candy. He must have been quite the conquest for you. Molly sipped her soda. What do you mean? Well, you always went for a guy who was just below you. Jeremiah didn't have the backbone to survive your family. Before that was Christopher. He was too dumb to keep up with you. And then there was Huckster. Was that his name? Harley dropped her face into her hands. Unfortunately. Good lookin'. But as shallow as a dry creek bed. She took another sip. But Noah. He seems smart. He is, Harley agreed. And he's not a wuss. Nope. He wanted to charge right into the line of fire the other night. I'll bet the general even listens to him. Harley nodded, thinking of the call she just had with her dad. For the most part. And he did not follow his reflection in the hallway mirror, so I'm pretty sure he's not all caught up in pounding protein even though he's a cross between Tony Stark and a young Tom Cruise. Harley hadn't seen Noah check himself out in a mirror at all. He did his thing and cleared out of the bathroom. Besides, there was more to him than just the husband-for-hire thing. He'd spoken of a darkness he'd faced and she'd seen the effects of it firsthand. Then there was the image page, his sister, painted in her texts. It wasn't anything Harley could put her finger on, just the mention of Addison missing her favorite uncle and things like that. Kids were good judges of character, and if an 8-year-old adored Noah, there had to be more to him than she gave him credit for. He's deep, was all she offered Molly. Deep enough that Harley suddenly had a desire to throw out their little truce and plunge into Noah Baker to see what she could discover. That's what I like about you. You see what you want and you go for it. Molly pulled her shoulders in. I'm trying to be like that. Harley had a hard time following the jump from Molly practically accusing her of hitting Noah over the head and dragging him back to her mansion to Molly's insecurities. But since it took the conversation away from her and Noah, she ran with it. What is it you want? Molly spun her can in slow circles. I don't know. Life was easier when we were in college. Harley put her arm around Molly's back and leaned her head on Molly's shoulder. Wasn't it, though? My gram passed away 4 months ago. Molly sniffed. Harley gave her a small squeeze. I'm so sorry. Molly's gram was her North Star. Gram and Gramps had disowned Molly's parents when they were imprisoned for smuggling drugs. They'd set up a trust for Molly, which had paid for a guardian and later college and now living expenses. Molly had plenty of money, but she'd lacked close family relationships throughout her life. Gram stayed in touch through email as she and Gramps traveled, but it was never quite enough for love-starved Molly. Once they'd become friends, Harley had invited Molly into her life and family. After graduation, Harley focused on building her empire, and time with Molly slipped into the background. Is your Gramps around? I think he's in Asia now. I'm not even sure. The only way I know he's alive is that I haven't been contacted by his lawyers for a reading of the will. Oh, Molly. What can I do? I just needed to cry it out. She wiped her eyes. Now I need some retail therapy. Wanna go shopping? Harley dropped her arms and settled back into her chair. House arrest, remember? What's up with that, anyway? Molly popped a chocolate into her mouth and studied the counter. Harley groped for a story. Stewart's worried that the group that attacked the zoo will target donors next. Molly leaned forward and whispered, I can sneak you out. We'll hide you in the trunk and no one will ever know. Harley laughed. You and your schemes. Remember when we tried to steal the cheerleader uniforms to get back at that girl for sleeping with Trevor? Molly scowled. It would have worked if that guard had slept just 2 minutes more. I should be more like you. Ambushing my husband sounds like a great idea. We'll have to shop some other time. Harley smiled, hoping to soften the blow. Sure. When? Molly demanded. I'll call you as soon as the restrictions are lifted. Molly bit her lip, her eyes darting back and forth across the tabletop as if she were working through her calendar in her head. Okay. Do you want to watch the movie? Harley wanted to get out to the garage and Noah. A plan was slowly forming. Nothing drastic like what Molly would come up with, but something nice and slow and steady. They had a whole year to get back to kissing and rolling around under tables. In fact, she had a nice big 1-2 rooms over. I'm kind of exhausted. I haven't been sleeping well since the attack at the zoo. Not an all-out lie. She did find it hard to sleep, with Noah so close and yet so far away. His deep breathing as he slept did funny things to her insides. Can we watch the movie another time? Sure. Molly's smile was forced. We'll find a way to have lots of time together soon, I'm sure. Harley brushed off Molly's awkward statement. The girl sometimes had a hard time with social cues, and Harley blamed it on her lonely upbringing. She guided Molly to the door and locked it behind her. With a wicked grin, she ran in to refresh her makeup and smooth her hair before ambushing Noah. The first step to any good plan was reconnaissance. She planned to find out what things Noah was interested in and then maybe talk about those for a few days. Establish some common, neutral ground that they could build upon. Once they mastered being in the same room and conversing for a length of time, she'd figure out step 2. Chapter 22. Noah pressed the number for the private investigator Agent Gonzalez had recommended in their last meeting. Freddie Templeton had no online presence and an unlisted number. Which seemed odd for a man in his business, but Noah considered the idea that most of his clients came by word of mouth. As much as Noah wished he could be in 3 places at once, it just wasn't possible. His most important position was right next to Harley. Anything else, he'd have to outsource. He got past the secretary by using his connection to the detective and explained the situation, finishing with, "I need full coverage on Jeremiah Wheaton. Do you have his address?" The PI's voice was scratchy like he'd smoked for 30 years and had no plans to stop. Noah rattled it off. He'd spent enough time poring over the case files to have them committed to memory. Freddie went over his rates, and Noah let out a low whistle. "If it's too much, I can do part-time." "No, I want the whole package and updates every 4 hours." "You got it, boss." Noah chuckled as he said goodbye and hung up. He chugged the last of his soda and threw the can in the garbage. It clanged loudly against the metal, and the sound echoed off the cement floor and bare walls as if he were in a cave. A man cave. Harley's garage had everything, including parts specifically for his ancient truck. Which was a relief. In the past, Noah had spent weeks tracking down items on eBay. Here, they appeared as if a truck genie lived in the metal supply closet. Lying on his back on the trolley, Noah slid under the truck and loosened the bolt holding the oil pan in place. Before pulling it away and releasing the flow of liquid, he double-checked the placement of the bucket used to catch the old oil. To his dismay, Harley had been avoiding him for several days, pretending to sleep when he came in at night and cowering under the covers in the morning. She couldn't look him in the eye after experiencing his cowardice firsthand, and Noah couldn't blame her. His self-loathing took on new levels the day after the shooting. He'd gotten so low, he called Harry, his mentor, who still worked for the LAPD. Harry assured him that blanking out was normal, considering what he'd gone through. Harry had experienced it himself after his first firefight. They talked over a few coping strategies, and Noah hung up feeling a little better. If a man who had been on the force for 20-some-odd years still struggled, then Noah was no wimp. He needed to work through his flashbacks and probably see a counselor again. He couldn't do that while on active duty, though, and he wasn't willing to give up his place as Harley's husband. He'd use the techniques Harry recommended to get him through, and then start another round of couch confessions. Focusing on solving the case was one of Harry's ideas, and Noah intended to put it into practice. If he could keep his mind occupied with relevant details, then he wouldn't spend as much time degrading himself. The landscape had been eerily calm since the shooting the other night, and waiting around was getting to Noah. He felt like he was missing something important. It was right there in front of him, and he just couldn't bring it into focus. That's why he was changing the oil in his truck. Working with his hands distracted his mind and allowed faces and theories to flow in the background. That, and he wanted to avoid Harley's guest. He'd been surprised to find anyone in the house, he hadn't heard the door, and security usually texted him an alert. He dialed the gatehouse. "Stuart. Do you ever go home?" joked Noah. "I live here." "Same as you." "Yeah." Noah scratched his cheek. "Did you see Molly come through the gate?" Papers rustled. "Ralph let her through." "I didn't get a text." "She's on Harley's list." "She's come every day since Saturday, and I've been overcautious." "Ralph didn't know I was keeping the A-listers out too." Noah grunted. Each family member had a short list of people who were allowed through even in times of tight security. To make it on the list was a huge step of trust. "I'm going to need to see that list." "That's the list." "It's just Molly." "No other friends?" "Nope." Strange. Come to think of it, Harley didn't spend a lot of time socializing. Besides Sunday dinners and charity events with the family, he hadn't seen her go out with anyone. "Is Molly her only friend?" Noah asked quietly. Stuart sighed. "Pretty much. They're a tight-knit group." The high walls, close houses, and purposeful segregation kept threats away, but it probably also scared off the opportunity to make friends when a person had to be patted down before coming over to hang out. "Thanks for the info." Stuart hung up without saying goodbye. Noah opened the blue and white box that the oil filter came in. Harley had a limited social life, which also limited the suspects. The Wilsons were picky about who they spent their time with, which meant that those they did let into the inner circle measured up to a certain standard, which meant that it was unlikely that any of them were psychotic. "There you are." Harley's face appeared next to the wheel, her hair brushing the floor and her smile playful. "Here I am," he replied guardedly. "Daddy called. He has some resumes for new security guys he wants you to go over in the next 24 hours. Harley placed her palms on the floor and dropped to her knees. "I can do that as soon as I'm done here." He slipped the new filter in and lifted the pan back in place, acutely aware of Harley's critical eye. "What you doin'?" "Maintenance." Harley rolled her eyes. "Right. But what?" "Oh." Noah hadn't expected Harley to stick around. Now that she was here, he wasn't sure what to do about it. "I'm changing the oil." He dug his heels into the floor and pushed back so the dolly rolled out from under the truck. "I found a filter on the front seat. Do you know anything about that?" It was a long shot to think Harley had researched the specific type of filter needed for his Ford, but he'd kind of hoped. Harley sat back on her feet and brushed her hair over her shoulder. "That would be Bobby." "Bobby?" "He's the on-site mechanic. He maintains everything with an engine. He was probably going to change your oil this afternoon." "You could have waited." Noah got to his feet and offered Harley a hand up. When they touched, fire burst up his skin, and he had a hard time letting go. Only the reminder that she saw him as a fragile little boy allowed him to distance himself from her. Cracking open a liter of oil, he poured the amber liquid into the engine. "I like doing it myself. I've done so many repairs, I know this truck inside out." Harley folded her arms and leaned against the fender. If Noah had a dime for every time he'd hoped to see a beautiful woman next to his engine, he'd have more money than General John. "Maybe you should buy a newer truck. Something that doesn't take as much work." Noah felt the last glug of oil leave the bottle and replaced the cap. He turned, leaning his hip against the grill. "There is no better truck on God's green earth than this lady." Harley laughed. "Maybe because it outlasted the dinosaurs." Enjoying the lightness about Harley that he hadn't seen in days, Noah encouraged her, teasing with, "I believe the word you're searching for is classic." She picked up the empty oil bottle and tossed it into the recycle bin. "Where'd you find it?" "The dump?" Noah shook his head. "Nah, it was my grandpa's." "Were you too close?" "Sort of. He was a narcotics officer and a hardballer, but we'd get covered in grease and oil, and he'd talk about going to Disneyland on opening day or the way things used to be." "And he gave you the truck?" "Are you kidding? No way he'd part with Matilda." Harley shook her head like women do when they don't understand men, and Noah reveled in her attention, careful to prod the conversation along. Maybe he couldn't have the whole ball of wax with Harley, but he'd missed her these past few days. And she wasn't asking him to discuss what happened or open the safe where he hid his shame. Talking about Grandpa was easy. Good memories. It sat for a few years when he was in a rest home, and when he passed away, no one wanted to deal with it. "I had just turned 16 and knew a bargain when I saw one." "A bargain, huh?" She challenged him with a lift of her eyebrow. "They don't make 'em like they used to." "Let me show you." Noah took her elbow and steered her around to the driver's side. Her vanilla and lavender scent filled his senses, and he swore he could feel her pulse against his palm. Opening the door, he motioned her into the seat. He pressed the horn, and a deep ahooga echoed through the garage. "Where else are you going to get a sound like that?" Harley laughed and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Nowhere, hopefully." "Not impressed?" "Well, check out the stereo." Noah reached across her breath on his neck driving him insane as he twisted the knob to find a station. An Iron Sticks country ballad came through the static. The lead singer going on about a love to last through eternity. The air charged with awareness. Noah pulled back, leaning his hands against the doorframe. Harley stared at him, something churning behind her eyes he couldn't identify. "I like the stereo." She glanced at her hands. "Is that why you wanted to be a cop? Because of your grandpa?" Her question was like throwing cold water down Noah's back. Was she trying to figure out why he panicked? "You don't have to worry, Harley. No matter what, I'll make sure you're safe." Harley twisted her legs and slid from the seat into the impossibly small space between Noah and the truck. "I know." She placed her hand on his chest, and Noah's heart hammered so loudly he was sure it echoed in the garage. "Will you tell me about being a cop?" Noah knew what she was asking. She wanted to know why he froze, why he'd needed her. He didn't want to give that burden to Harley. It was his to carry. Though she'd helped with her embrace, kisses weren't a lasting cure. Hard work and discipline were. It was just a job. Harley dropped her hand. "I wish you felt as safe with me as I feel with you." Noah stepped back. "It's not your job to make me feel safe." "Is that all this is, a job?" Noah jammed his fingers through his hair. Between the stalker, John's threats to leave his daughter alone, and Harley avoiding him for days on end, Noah wasn't sure which direction he should take this. In frustration, he blurted, "Well, it sure isn't a marriage." Harley pressed her hand to her stomach. Noah stepped closer. "That's not what I meant." Harley took a step back. "You're right." Noah's heart skittered to a stop. Harley headed towards the house. "Do you want a sandwich or something? Mrs. Martinez is probably taking orders for lunch." Her tone was polite and completely void of the earlier playfulness. "What have I done?" He'd give anything to rewind the clock and take back the last 30 seconds. "I'll come in and talk to her in a few minutes." Harley disappeared behind the heavy wooden door. Noah turned and kicked the four-wheeler tire over and over, focusing on every jolt to his body and the pain in his toe. His cell rang, and he yanked it out of his pocket. Holding his breath so he could control his voice, Noah said hello. "Uncle Noah, guess what? Noah's energy transferred in the blink of his niece's eye. Maybe he was going crazy. What, Addison? We have a surprise for you, she sing-songed. Noah shuffled over to the truck and began packing his tools away. Is it a pony? Addison snickered. No. Is it a hot air balloon? No. You're never going to guess. She giggled. I think I need a couple of clues. Is it in a box? Nope. Is it in a bag? Nope. Is it in a tree? No. Uncle Noah, you are the worst guesser. Harley got it way faster than you. Noah's hands stilled over the toolbox. He'd gone to great lengths to keep Paige and Addison away from Texas during the wedding and therefore out of danger. He'd warned Paige away, but had the sinking feeling that she had wormed her way into this situation despite his efforts. When did you talk to Harley? He asked, hoping to gather information before jumping to conclusions. A couple of days ago. He ground his teeth together. His sister had a way of finding trouble, and the last thing he needed was to have to worry about her when he was several states away. Can I talk to Paige, please? Sure. There was silence for a moment, but it was long enough for Noah to become truly frustrated with the helplessness of his situation. His family meant the world to him, and he'd do anything to keep them safe. Here, he wants to talk to you, said Addison. The phone switched hands, and then Paige was on the line. Hello? What's Addison doing calling Harley? I'm fine. How are you? Paige's voice had a lightness Noah just wasn't feeling. He slammed the toolbox closed. Not so great. Things here are difficult. Harley told me about the shooting. Noah paced the garage. Okay, there are 3 questions that statement brings up. Where do you want me to start? Fire away. 1. Why would Harley tell you about the shooting? 2. How often do you and Harley talk? 3. Why are you talking? 4. You need to stay out of my marriage. There is a madman after Harley, and I don't want him getting wind of my beautiful sister and her adorable daughter. 5. I thought you said there were only 3. Paige jumped in. Well, once I started they just kept coming. Noah set his toolbox in the back of the truck bed and shut the tailgate. Seriously, Paige, I feel like I'm missing something important here. Paige giggled. 1. After exchanging a few texts about the boots a few weeks ago, we texted about other things and the friendship just snowballed from there. You're friends with my wife? Yeah? Is that a bad thing? Noah thought back to his conversation with Stuart. Harley was a tough nut to crack in the friendship department. If anyone could get through her shell, it would be Paige. Besides, Harley could use a good friend. Noah wasn't sold on Molly, she'd checked him out pretty hardcore right in front of her best friend. That wasn't cool. No. I think it's a good thing. Harley could use a friend like you. Good. 2. We text almost daily. Usually Addison wants to tell her good night. She asks how things are going with, well, girl stuff. We talk. Noah wasn't sure how he felt about that. Did they talk about him? There was no way to ask without sounding like a complete fool, so he ignored the idea. Wow. What? You went behind my back and infiltrated my assignment. You should be the one here stalking a stalker. How's that going? I have a few leads. Which is another way of saying you've got nothing. Pretty much. Noah shut the driver's side door, and Harley's perfume puffed out at him. Great, now the truck smells like her. It was bad enough sharing a room that was all Harley and keeping his lips to himself. Now he had to have her in his truck. 3rd, I know you're only there for the year, and maybe less if you find this creeper. Creeper? Addison is in a Scooby-Doo phase. Anyway. The thing is, I like Harley. She's sweet. Ha. Harley is many things. She's bold, brassy, stubborn, beautiful, confident, and smart. But sweet? Not so much. Did you just say she was beautiful? I give you a list a mile long and that's the one you focus on? You saw the pictures. Addison thinks she's beautiful. You think she's beautiful. Pamela thinks she's beautiful. Trish thinks she's beautiful. Everyone knows Harley is beautiful. Let's not dwell on it. Paige was laughing so hard, he was sure she was wiping tears. You don't have to be so defensive. Why are we still talking about this? Paige laughed harder. Noah Baker, you are falling for this girl. Noah leaned his head against the cool metal door. I can't afford to fall for her. Not while I have a job to do. So find this minor 49er so you still have time to catch Harley. Noah chuckled. I'm sending Addison Scooby-Doo Legos for her birthday. You do, and you'll be over here with a shop vac cleaning them out of the carpet. I wish I was there. This marriage thing is complicated. I remember. Yeah. If anyone understood, Paige did. But you didn't call to talk about me. Addison said something about a surprise. It's nothing. What? I love surprises. Yeah, we have a new addition to the place coming soon. A little one. A new horse. Paige owned a horse training business and was always on the lookout for stock. I thought you bought 2-year-olds. Why the foal? There was a pregnant silence, and then Paige said it was time. Okay. Not having the energy to dig further into Paige's training techniques. She could talk for hours about this stuff. He said, have Addison send me a picture when it gets there. Will do. Feeling like he got off easy, Noah hung up quickly and went in search of his wife. She had some questions to answer. Chapter 23. Harley set down the turkey sub as Noah entered the room. She'd been stuffing her face, hoping to get through the sandwich, before he came in the house, and had to duck her head to hide her chipmunk cheeks. Who else have you been talking to that I don't know about? Noah set Harley's phone on the table beside her plate. He must have retrieved it from the office. Had he gone through it? The little sneak. How dare he invade her privacy? Harley shielded her mouth with her napkin and did something that would have shocked her well-mannered mother. She spoke with her mouth full. I'm not sure what you mean. I had a very enlightening conversation with Addison and Paige. Apparently y'all are friends. Noah folded his arms. Just then, Harley's phone beeped and a text from Paige landed on the home screen. They read it at the same time. Grumpy Gus is onto us. Noah moved his hands to his hips. I don't even want to know about the nickname. Look, I'm glad you have a friend. He said it like Harley was a social outcast. Maybe she didn't have a lot of close friends, but it wasn't like his Facebook page was lit up with notifications, not that she'd stalked him. Okay, maybe one slow day at work she'd wandered in that direction, but she didn't linger. She swallowed the lump of food. Noah was still talking. Need to know who else you're secretly communicating with. Like who? Jeremiah, for one. Was he saying? You think I'm seeing him? I'm married. She waved her left hand with that oversized diamond at him. Noah wiped his hand down his face. I know you're not seeing him. Unless you're sneaking out in the middle of the night. Wait, are you sneaking out? Harley picked up her plate and smacked it down again. Noah Baker, I am not a cheat. And the fact that you had to ask means you don't know me all that well. You're right, I don't know you. I came into this as blind as a bat, and the one thing I thought I could count on was my wife cooperating as I tried to catch the creeper making her life a living. Harley put her hand over her mouth to hide her smile. Creeper? Noah blinked twice before melting into the chair next to Harley. Addison and Paige. Scooby-Doo, Harley said. She's totally in love. Harley put her hand on Noah's forearm. He was so muscly it felt like ropes under his skin. Deep breath, girl. The other day she asked if there were lighthouses in Texas, because that's where bad guys hide out. Why didn't I think of that? Noah smiled ruefully. He placed his hand on top of Harley's, and her mind was suddenly full of whizzes and bangs. Harley, are you interacting with anyone I don't know about? Harley searched Noah's deep, dark brown pools for any sign of jealousy, any indication that he was concerned about their marriage and not just her safety. Coming up empty-handed, Harley held back her disappointment. She wished she could tell him she had several sorority sisters and a few platonic guys constantly texting, but it was a lie. And the truth made her seem so pathetic. Sydney, my sister, emailed the other day. Nothing out of the ordinary. And then there's Paige. She contemplated her half-empty plate. She's funny, and she has this whole life with the horses and Cody and Addison. You know? She thinks you're sweet, said Noah. She does? Harley all-out beamed. But I set her straight. Noah leaned back in his chair. Harley's jaw dropped, and then she realized he was teasing her. Pulling her hand out, she playfully slapped him on the shoulder. The very thick, very strong shoulder. He claimed her hand and held fast, his face as serious as a preacher on Sunday. I didn't bring my family to the wedding because I didn't want them involved in all of this. Harley gasped. I didn't think about putting them in danger. Do you think the creeper knows about them? Noah shook his head. There's been no contact with friends or family that we know of, so I think they're fine. For now. I'll call Cody tonight and fill him in on what's happening here. Harley felt ill. Her stomach roiled at the idea of Addison. Sweet little Addison. Being in danger because of her. Befriending Harley was like asking for the plague. Even in college, people shied away from hanging out with her. No one wanted to get past Harley's money to get to know the woman underneath the wealth and fame, unless they wanted something from her. Paige was the first person in years to just accept her for who she was and not be fazed by her platinum credit status. Feeling the first pinprick of tears, Harley jumped to her feet and swept her plate off the table. I'll block her number on my phone. I don't want them in danger. Hey. Noah followed her into the kitchen. Harley scraped her plate and set it in the dishwasher. She sniffed several times, working furiously to gain control of the loneliness, the isolation, and the dirty feeling the stalker left in her life. Harley? She couldn't turn around. She couldn't let him see how lonesome she truly felt, because she knew it was written all over her face in tears. Hey. Noah wrapped his arms around her from behind and kissed her hair. They're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Harley allowed herself to settle into his embrace. I think the isolation is getting to me. You're not alone. I'm here. Noah's breath was warm on her ear and tickled her neck. Because you're paid, she whispered. There. She'd laid her barest self out for Noah to stomp on like an angry bull if he wanted, and the raw vulnerability ate away at her confidence. What good was her money, her home, her investments, if they couldn't bring her friends, family, love? Noah dropped his hands to her hips and flipped her around, their bodies touching, his hand cradling the back of her neck. I'm not paid to do this. His lips brushed hers, warm, reassuring, delightful. Harley found her body responding to his kiss in ways she'd never imagined. She ran her fingers up his heavenly shaped arms and across the expansive shoulders until she could caress them against the short hairs on the back of his head. Noah moaned and his arms tightened, bringing her deeper into his embrace and the security he promised. Harley clung to him as his lips burned a trail down her neck and back up again. Not having anything to say, but unable to help herself, Harley gasped, "Noah." His against her skin tickled. She answered by pressing her lips to his and allowing her passion to flow. If she thought she'd laid it on the line before, she was so wrong. Never had she experienced kissing a man out of more than desire or obligation. She loved him and couldn't hold it back. Noah's kiss delivered not only his passion, she swore she could taste his love as well, the kind of love that stayed true and surpassed every obstacle. Overcome, her knees turned to jelly, and Noah scooped her into his arms and set her on the counter. "This is where I pull out my man card and walk away." Noah kissed her cheek. Harley stiffened. "What? Why?" He took her hand and kissed each knuckle. "Because if I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave at all." He kissed her forehead. "You're a terrible distraction, do you know that?" "Just a distraction?" Harley held her breath, waiting to know if everything she'd just felt was a farce. Noah placed his hands on either side of her on the counter and leaned over so they were eye to eye. His intensity burned, and Harley stared at the awesome sight. "I can't stop thinking about you." Harley smiled and cupped his cheek with her hand. "Good." Noah held her wrist. "No. That's so very bad." Harley felt her heart scuttle into its shell. "I should be thinking like a criminal to catch a criminal, not like some lovesick idiot." "Lovesick? As in love, love?" Harley's heart jumped free and did a happy dance. Noah stepped away, cool air filling in the spaces he had touched and sending shivers down Harley's back. He gave her one more hungry look, shuffling backwards, before turning at the doorway and disappearing down the hall. Harley slumped, feeling at once happily drained and powerful with the knowledge that Noah wanted her. She drummed her nails against the countertop. Wanted her, but focused on the creeper. She supposed she could work on changing his focus. Her wicked smile returned. Oh, how much fun that could be. Visions of moonlit walks on a beach or tangling under buffet tables came to mind. But none of that was possible with the creeper lurking about. As much as she hated it, Noah was right. For them to have a chance to explore what could be between them, the creeper needed to be behind bars. She hated how much control the jerk exercised over her life. From now until the stalker was caught, Harley would be the perfect lady. But after that, Noah won't know what hit him. She prayed she could hold out until then. Chapter 24. Because Harley had mentioned that being cooped up in the house was getting to her, Noah arranged for them to accompany the family to the annual Texas Legion of Hope and Hospital Charity Archery Tournament the next afternoon. The dress code was polo shirts and slacks, so he put his holster aside and settled for a small one-bullet pistol that fit easily in his palm and his pants pocket. At one point in his therapy, the psychologist had wanted him to increase his exposure to guns, his badge, the uniform, any part of his life as a cop, so that he could become comfortable with it once again. Because he'd sworn off police work, Noah hadn't seen the point, and the shrink dropped the therapy. After wearing a gun, even at home, for over a month, Noah could honestly say that he'd become accustomed to the feel of it against his body and even in his hand. He'd yet to take the next step, which was actually firing a weapon. Which was one more reason coming to the tournament seemed like a good idea. He figured shooting an arrow would be easier than shooting a gun. The event included a luncheon, and even Jackson and Xavier came along. Noah noted the way Jackson circled through the crowd, effectively avoiding his siblings, but joking with John and his business associates. Molly approached, a huge smile on her face, and Noah held back his unkind comment. "I'm going to go over here for a minute," Noah whispered. Harley shoved him playfully. "You wuss. Can't handle a little girl talk?" "A little? Yes. Molly talk?" "No. Fine. Run away. On impulse, Noah kissed her cheek before ducking away in the nick of time. He scanned the crowd and saw Jackson circle around Harley. Which he understood, because she and Molly were deep in conversation, but Jackson didn't just avoid her when Molly was around. Noah decided now was as good a time as any to get to the bottom of the strange behavior. Hi, Noah clamped his hand on Jackson's shoulder. Got a minute? Sure. Jackson gave him a wary look. I've got this puzzle I'm working on. It's kind of a toughie. You see, I'm trying to figure out why you keep one foot in the family and pretend like it's not there. Jackson scowled and pushed Noah's hand off his shoulder. That's none of your business. Oh, but it is. You see, Harley has a limited circle, and there's one person in that circle who seems intent on doing her harm. You think I want to hurt Harley? Jackson's eyes about popped out of his head. She's my sister. Yeah, I'm not buying that line of bull crap. I have sisters, and I actually talk to them. I've got a lot going on in my life right now, and… Like what? Noah folded his arms. You mean besides running several billion-dollar companies? Yeah. Besides that. Jackson's jaw tightened. All right, fine. I have a 15-year-old son who pretty much hates me. He's been in 3 fights in the last 3 months, and nothing I do works. Jackson rubbed his forehead. I haven't been on a date in 2 years, and I have a major acquisitions deal in the works that's sucking the life out of me, but 2 of the players in the deal are here, so I am too. Whoa. Noah was thrown off by the sincerity in Jackson's voice. He had no idea Jackson had all that going on. Yeah. So pardon me if I don't make a point of saying hello to Harley. Okay. Okay. I get it. Noah relaxed his stance, willing to test Jackson, see if he could push him to reveal his true feelings. You know, Harley can help. With the business stuff. Jackson took 2 lemonades off a tray and handed one to Noah. He frowned into his drink. She could. Honestly, though? I'd rather have help with Xavier. There was a longing in Jackson's eyes, one Noah had seen countless times when parents dropped their kids off at camp and the kid ran to meet their friends without so much as a hug or a kiss goodbye. They wished for the days when their child ran into their arms after school or couldn't wait to show them the picture they drew in kindergarten. Jackson's response was too honest to ignore. You got it. Noah set his glass down with a thump and made his way back to Harley, ignoring Jackson's curses behind him. Where's Molly? He asked. She had a call from overseas and disappeared. I think her grandpa may have died. That's too bad. No matter how uncomfortable he felt around Molly, he didn't wish bad things upon her. She seemed like a sweet girl, just a little awkward. Noah took advantage of a break in socializing to ask Harley about Jackson's aloofness. Harley's eyes went soft. He had it rough growing up. Dad married Jackson's mom when Jackson was 5. She never talked about his birth father, and the secret of his identity died when she did. Dad was in the Air Force, and Jackson was raised by nannies, shipped off to boarding schools, and even stayed with Sebastian's family for a while. When Daddy remarried and then the rest of us came along, it must have been hard. How did he treat you growing up? Like I didn't exist. Which I don't blame him for. She watched Jackson talking with a large group of people, all hanging on his every word. I know it's hard on him to have me around the office. Sydney, Wyatt, and I got the childhood he was cheated out of. He can't blame his childhood for everything in his life. At some point he has to own where he is in life. I know. I felt bad for his wife. She really tried to make it work, but I'm not sure he understood how to let her in. He tries with Xavier, though. At least there's that. Noah's heart lit up with a desire to hold Harley close and protect her from all the evil in the world. Here she was, being shoved aside by a family member, and she expressed concern for him. "You're kind of an amazing woman, Harley Baker." Harley gave him a saucy wink. "That's Mrs. Baker to you." Noah shoved his hands in his pockets and kicked the grass in an effort at control. Thankfully, they were interrupted by the call to lunch, and he was caught up in once again searching the area for possible threats. Lunch was served on a grassy knoll under a white tent. Below them, the targets were laid out like pieces to a game, allowing tournament spectators the safety of the high ground. Servers in black pants and shirts delivered plates and filled cups with accuracy and speed. The food was excellent, though a tad heavy on the vinegar. Jackson called his son over. Scowling, Xavier took the open seat next to Noah, as far away from his dad as possible. Noah had his hand hooked on the back of Harley's chair. It was as close to touching her as he dared to get. If yesterday's kisses had taught him anything, it was that Harley wasn't like a craving for soda or orange chicken. With caffeine, the craving subsided by at least half with that first sip. Not so with Harley's lips. Tasting her had only increased the need. As long as he didn't pop the top with Harley by touching or kissing her, he'd be able to keep himself in control. One little slip was all it would take. Harley seemed to be fine keeping a distance. She was all poise, shiny hair, and serenity today. He'd seen that glint in her eyes yesterday and was afraid she would work a little of her feminine ways and have him slobbering all over himself. Either she was waiting for him to make the next move, or she didn't feel what he'd felt when they kissed. The first idea increased his respect for Harley 100-fold and made him want to pursue her in every way. The second option, the one where she didn't feel for him what he felt for her. Love? Could he love her already? Had him wiping his palms on his khakis. PS4 or Xbox One? Noah asked Xavier. Xavier eyed him up. "What do you know about it?" "Personally, I'd take the Xbox One. The online features and ability to download a game more than once far outweigh the PS4's gaming graphics." Xavier threw his hands in the air. Finally, someone in this family who speaks English. John, Julia, and Harley laughed before jumping into their own conversation about the reasons the PS4 outsold the Xbox during the last holiday season that morphed into marketing to teen audiences versus marketing to their parents. Jackson poked at his food as Noah and Xavier broke down Rise, Son of Rome. "The graphics are sick," Xavier gushed. "Could you believe the improvement in the shadows?" "I know. Before it was like this black spot on the screen and totally impeded the visibility, but now they're real shadows. Whoever upgraded that deserves a freaking medal." "Do you want to meet him?" asked Jackson. Both Noah and Xavier stared open-mouthed. "You know the guy?" Xavier asked dubiously. "I could set something up." Jackson shrugged as if it was no big deal and he could care less, but Noah could see him watching Xavier out of the corner of his eye. "Can I bring a friend?" Jackson frowned. He'd probably been hoping for some father and son bonding time, and with one question he'd been reduced to chauffeur. To his credit, he didn't say no. "Sure, bring whomever you want." "Sweet." Xavier pulled his phone out of his pocket and started texting. Noah hoped the outing went well for the two of them. Harley leaned his direction, though not close enough for them to touch. "Where did you learn to speak, teen boy?" "Camp Buckeye." "Where?" Noah suddenly realized how much he hadn't told Harley. 100 funny camp stories came to mind, and he couldn't settle on one fast enough. "Will the Archers please take the field?" asked a man in a white button-up shirt and bright green vest. Noah stood. "Wait." Harley's hand was on his arm and Noah sucked in, the skin-on-skin contact sharpening his senses to everything Harley. "You're competing?" "Yeah, Noah was interrupted by a slap on the back. He turned to find Sebastian staring at Harley. "Would you like to make the competition a little more interesting?" "How so?" asked Noah. He stepped closer to Harley, forcing Sebastian to take a step back. Winner gets a kiss from the lovely lady. Harley's smile froze. The thought of this fish-lipped half-cousin getting anywhere near her made Noah want to pick up the table and smash it on his head. "Cool," said Xavier. "You can totally take him." He smacked Noah on the back. "It's settled, then." Sebastian smiled like a shark about to strike. Noah held up his hand. "Not quite. I believe the lady has the final say." A demure smile appeared on Harley's pale pink lips, making Noah's heart thud like a bass drum on steroids. "I'm game if you are." "I am so game." Coming back to those lips would be worth a 10-year quest. Noah worried about leaving Harley alone in the crowd of people. He'd need to make sure she was safe before he left. The table erupted in polite applause. Harley motioned for Noah to come closer. "You'd better win. If I have to kiss that twerp, I'm putting a snake in your bed tonight." Noah tipped his head back and laughed to cover up the images he had of Harley and beds. Sebastian sneered before leading the way down the hill. Noah made eye contact with John, silently transferring Harley's safety to her dad while he was competing. At the last second, he saw Molly hug Harley hello. Again. Good. With a friend who stuck as close as Molly, no one would get Harley alone. Bows, arrows, and safety gear were all provided by the event. Noah went through a series of tests to determine draw weight on his assigned bow. He took great satisfaction in pulling in 25 pounds more than Sebastian. The competition was divided into a women's class and a men's class, with the women shooting first. There were several women in their early 20s who had impressive focus. Noah knew from experience that developing the hand-eye coordination, not to mention accounting for the slight, erratic wind that rushed down the hill, took hours of practice. Thankfully, his early training at Camp Buckeye, and the subsequent tournaments throughout high school and college, had prepared him well. Though he hadn't held a bow in months, he found his muscle memory was still strong. They were separated into smaller groups for the qualifying round. Noah took it easy, learning the bow but still shooting better than anyone in his class. His finger tab was a little tight, and he asked for a new one before moving on to the second round. While he waited for the attendant to return, he scanned the crowd at the top of the hill for Harley. She was easy to spot in her raspberry sundress and floppy hat. A picture of innocent and perfection. Noah couldn't take his eyes off her. The attendant returned and tapped him on the shoulder. "Sir?" Noah jolted back to the tournament. He tried on the new finger tab and found it even smaller than the first. "Excuse me?" he called after the attendant. The man either didn't hear him or didn't want to be bothered. "What's the matter, Baker?" asked Sebastian. Noah took in the man's saunter and knew beyond a doubt that he'd sent over the wrong finger tab in an effort to hinder Noah's abilities. Noah checked his smile. The joke was on Sebastian, he preferred to shoot bare-fingered. He ran his thumb over his calluses. "Not a thing. We're set at targets 4 and 5. "Perfect." Noah approached his designated target and planted his feet in the grass, hip-width apart. He took in a deep breath with his eyes closed, letting the familiar sounds of straining strings and arrows thunking into targets fill him up. "I'm looking forward to that kiss." Sebastian shifted his weight and drew back the string. He let his arrow fly, and it landed right on the black line between the yellow bullseye and the red. Noah chuckled. "As if you've got a chance." Sebastian stuck out his chin. "Let's see what you've got." "Your loss." Noah knocked his arrow, and it felt off. He removed it and stared down the shaft. It was slightly bent. Not enough to be noticeable, unless someone examined the arrow, but enough to throw off his aim. Sebastian smirked, and Noah had the sinking suspicion that every arrow in his quiver would have the same defect. "Problem?" Sebastian examined his wrist guard. "Not at all." Noah replaced the arrow in his bow, careful to lay the angle toward the left of the target, adjusted his aim, and let it go. The arrow landed an inch closer to the center than Sebastian's had on his target. Lucky shot, Sebastian begrudgingly admitted. He took aim and this time his arrow went right, landing in the center of the red. It wasn't luck. Noah's arrow landed right next to the first. You know, Sebastian drawled as he checked the feathers on his next arrow. By now, the other archers had finished, and it was clear that Noah and Sebastian were in the running for first place. Harley isn't the delicate flower you think she is. Noah rolled his eyes. Trust me. No one thinks Harley is a delicate flower. Noah thought of her threat to put a snake in his bed and grinned. She was tough as nails and delicious as pie. The perfect combination. What I'm saying is that she's been around the block a few times. If you know what I mean. Sebastian's arrow landed in the yellow, but Noah only saw red. I could take her off your hands. For a few nights. Help her learn to be more submissive. Reaching back into his quiver, Noah stomped to Sebastian and stood toe to toe. There's something you should know about me. He knocked not one but two arrows, turned his bow sideways, and let them fly. One arrow hit his target dead center, the other hit Sebastian's target dead center. The crowd erupted, and Noah leaned closer so Sebastian wouldn't miss a word. An arrow isn't the only thing I shoot straight. If you ever come near my wife, you'll be hauled off in a body bag. Sebastian stared at the two arrows and then back at Noah, fear curling around the edges of his eyes. Noah stepped back, shocked that he'd threatened another human being. Spinning on his heel, he pushed through the crowd, desperate to find Harley. The search didn't last long. She saw him coming and threw her arms around his neck. You were awesome. She was laughing and happy, and Noah could only hear parts of what was going on. Harley's smile faded. She took his hand, said something to her dad, and then they were in the back of the limo and his whole body was shaking. It was happening again. He was being pulled to that darkness, that blank place where he couldn't function. Wanting to fight the darkness, he clung to Harley, gripping her arms. Noah. Harley's voice was far away, even though he could see her right there in front of him. She rubbed her hands briskly up and down his arms. Noah, it's okay. We're safe, honey. She pulled him closer, and then closer again, until his forehead rested against her neck and she brushed his back. Forcing air into his lungs, Noah breathed in her deep vanilla scent and concentrated on how it was different than that night. Reminding himself through his olfactory nerves that he wasn't in the parking lot, he wasn't a police officer. He was a husband. Harley's husband. Slowly, his awareness of his surroundings increased, and he realized the car was moving. Where are we going? His panic filled the back seat of the car. Was she turning him in? Was he fired? Would he have to leave? Home, came her warm reply. He slumped back in his seat and closed his eyes. Home. Their home. Safety. For both of them. What happened down there? Harley's hands continued up and down Noah's arms. Her touch had the effect of pulling the fear that paralyzed him out of his limbs. Noah could barely get the confession out. I threatened to kill Sebastian if he came near you. Harley's hand stilled. I want to say thank you, but I'm afraid that would be the wrong thing to say to you right now. I'm not sure what's going on. Noah leaned forward, his face in his hands and his elbows on his knees. I don't ever want to take a life again, and yet, when he insulted you, all I wanted to do was beat the living daylights out of him. He shifted in his seat, worried that if he voiced his deepest fear, he'd plant the seed of it in Harley's mind and that would be all she thought about when she neared him. What's wrong? She brushed her fingers over his temple. Noah shook his head. He gulped and then blurted, I've done horrible things, Harley. Monster things. Harley shook her head before sliding into the seat next to him and leaning her head on his shoulder. No one who loves you sees a monster. Noah wondered if she counted herself as one of those people who loved him. He wanted so much to ask for clarification, but he held back, sure that even if she did love him now, she wouldn't later. They would if they knew the truth. Tell me. It was time. Noah scrubbed his hands together as if he could wash them clean of the blood stains they carried from that fateful day. I'd been on graves for a few weeks when the call came in. A drug bust had gone wrong and turned into a hostage situation. My partner and I flew out to the all-night drugstore, where 2 gunmen held 17 people inside, 3 of them children. The suspects would yell out their demands through the sliding glass doors, and one of our guys wrote them down. They were in the process of negotiation when all of a sudden one of the guys grabbed a kid and used him as a human shield, and his buddy grabbed the kid's mom. They stormed into the parking lot, screaming at us to back off and let them out. The kid was terrified. His eyes the size of baseballs, they were so wide, and I could hear his mom whimpering, and all I could think about was, what if that was my mom and Hannah? The guy with the kid was tackled by an officer as he came around the corner, and I saw the other man turn his gun on the mom and I shot him. Dropped him right where he stood. Noah's hands were like ice, and he couldn't move. The sounds happened all around him. He was there, and yet he was here, and the pressure built. The guy on the ground started screaming. It was his brother. I'd shot his brother. Noah groaned under the weight of it all and dropped into Harley's lap. Harley sniffed. She ran her fingers through his hair over and over again. Eventually, Noah was able to continue. He tapped his temple. Up here, I would make the same decision all over again. The man was going to take an innocent woman's life, and who knows how many others if he hadn't been stopped. I know that. He pounded his chest. But what I feel in here is a burden I can barely wake up to each day. That's why I had to leave the force. I couldn't add to what's here. He hit his chest once again. Then why are you here? Harley whispered. How could you even get past the torment and sign up for this in the first place? Noah threaded his hand into her hair. It was you. Harley hugged him fiercely, and Noah allowed her touch to subdue the shaking and bring his mind away from the past to where he could experience this moment, right now, with the woman who was tough enough to scare away his demons. Chapter 25. Harley said goodbye to Robert and thanked him for getting them home quickly. Noah hadn't said much on the rest of the ride home. Harley watched him closely to make sure he didn't zone out. She had no idea what was going through his head, but by his drawn face, it wasn't good. She needed to get his mind to a happier place, somewhere he felt safe. They were greeted by Mrs. Hill at the front door. I'm afraid I didn't expect you back, so I've scheduled the maids for the afternoon. Shall I send them home? She inquired. No, Harley threaded her fingers through Noah's. We'll stay out of their way. Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Harley pulled Noah down the hall and into their bedroom where she shut and locked the door behind them. Guiding him over to her bed, Harley gently eased him down. Kicking off her shoes, she climbed up next to him and settled her head on his shoulder. What's Camp Buckeye? She asked as she traced circles over his arm. Noah sagged into the pillows. It's a sleepaway equine camp. My parents own it. Tell me what it's like. Chapter 26. Harley noticed the bounce in her step. How could she not when her ponytail took flight behind her and the pictures on the walls went up and down? She couldn't help her joviality. Noah had confided in her, and they'd moved into the living room to watch movies, but instead spent most of the evening snuggled up on the couch, sharing stories and secrets. She drank up his childhood memories as if they were strawberry Kool-Aid. For her, being raised in a family of 10 with everyone working at the camp was idealistic. Oh sure, every family has its squabbles, but Noah's love for them came shining through. He'd gone out to work on his truck, and she was ready for a punishing morning on the elliptical. Landing in the kitchen, she spied a package on the table. Noah Baker, what are you up to? She grinned as she searched for a card. When she didn't find one, she ripped into the package, anticipating what would be inside. What she found was an arrow put through a piece of yellow cardstock that read, "You're mine." That's odd. She would have thought Noah wouldn't want a reminder of his episode yesterday. Tapping the shaft against her palm, she decided to thank him for the gift, strange as it may be, before heading out to the gym. The note kind of irked her, though. "You're mine," as if he owned her or something. She ripped it off and stuck it in the front pocket of her hoodie. She found him back under the truck. "Whatcha doin' this time?" she asked. Noah slid out, his face splattered with oil and a grease smear diagonal across his shirt. Dang if he didn't look good all dirty and workin' hard. She should find other things for him to do around the house. Like move furniture, so she could watch his muscles work. "I'm considering rebuilding the starter motor." Oh. It was all Greek to Harley. "Thanks for the gift." She waved the arrow. Noah lowered his eyebrows and scooted all the way out from under the truck. He took the arrow in his fingers and stared at it. As he got to his feet, he got bigger and broader, and Harley's heart rate sped up as every inch of her expansive garage filled with him. Where did this come from? He was still staring at the arrow. "I found it in the kitchen." "I thought," Harley's cheeks burned. "I thought it was from you." There was this note. She pulled it from her pocket and unfolded it. Noah shook his head. "I didn't give you this. And I didn't write that." Harley dropped the paper and jumped away as it floated down. "It was in the kitchen." Noah swore as he pulled his phone out and was asking for Agent Gonzalez before the sheet hit the floor. Noah set the arrow down next to it and moved Harley back a few more feet as if it would explode any minute. Harley was still wondering how the stalker had gotten the package into her kitchen. She scrubbed her arms, feeling dirty again. Suddenly, her safe house felt like a bullseye. "Gonzalez and a swarm of officers will be here in just a few minutes. I'm sending a text to Stewart and your dad to get over here." Noah leaned into his truck and opened the toolbox. A .45 slid into his hand, and Harley gasped. "You know where the panic buttons are?" Noah asked. Harley nodded. There were several throughout the house. If she pressed one, their private security would descend on the house. Weapons drawn. "Noah, I don't want you to have to." Her eyes darted to the gun and back. Noah bounced his hand, testing the weight of the gun. "It's different today. See?" He held up his empty hand. "Steady as a rock." Harley sized him up and noted that he was fierce in his determination, and so darn handsome she could hardly stand it. "Stay behind me. The house isn't secure, but I don't want to risk moving you out into the open." Harley nodded, slipping behind him and placing her hand on his back. One man, so many muscles. Intent on staying close, Harley wrapped her arm around his stomach and pressed herself into his back. They crept to the door that led to the house and waited. Within seconds, she could hear her dad yelling her name from the front door. She went to move, and Noah put his hand up to stop her. "Let him come to us," he said, before raising his voice to call out, "In the garage." As footsteps approached, Noah yelled through the door, "I'm armed." "Friendly," answered John. Noah pushed the door open and verified it was John before leading them both inside. Harley hung behind Noah, her hands on his hips. She had long since learned to control her fears, even mastering her nightmares, but having the creeper in her home violated her in a way she couldn't wash off easily. Daddy took in the physical contact she and Noah shared, but didn't say anything. Either he trusted Noah, or he was compiling a list of discretions, and after Noah had proven himself as a human shield, Daddy would kill him. She hoped it was the former. Sirens spilled over the top of the outer fence, and pretty soon there were uniformed officers and agents swarming through her house and tromping around in heavy boots. Mrs. Hill was going to have a hard time getting the footprints out of the brushed weed carpet. Within minutes, the staff had been rounded up, and it was soon revealed that the package had been left by messenger. The poor maid who had answered the door quivered like a trapped mouse. Messengers are stopped at the gate, and all packages are inspected before being delivered. Stuart's face was purple. He obviously took this as personal as Harley. "No, sir. This was a messenger." His hair was tucked up in a hat and he had bug glasses. "What?" The agent leaned forward as if he'd heard her wrong. "Bug glasses. Like this." She made 2 large circles with her fingers and held them up to her eyes. "And the lenses make the person's eyes look big. Like a bug's." "What else?" He was short and fat and was wearing a white button-up shirt and black pants. "Did he have a car?" The maid shook her head. "I didn't check." "Did anyone see a car?" The gardeners, maids, secretarial staff, security, and auto mechanic shook their heads. "All right. Either the messenger is part of the staff, or he's found a hole in the perimeter." Stuart began pointing at guards. "You two, walk the fence. And I mean walk. If there's a hole a squirrel can fit through, I want to know about it." The men jogged off. "You two help the police. Whatever they need, we give them. I want them to have all the evidence they can get their hands on. I'm going back to the cameras. We should have a clear shot of our guy on the porch here." He turned to the maid, who was wringing her hands. "You need to come with me." "I'll come too." Noah moved, and Harley moved with him as if she'd been glued to his side. He fixed her with his gaze and shook his head. "But, Mrs. Baker, we need your official statement for the record," said Gonzalez. "Of course." Even though all her instincts told her to stay with Noah, she let him slip out of her hold and followed Gonzalez into the kitchen. Though Noah seemed to be grappling with his fears and coming off the conqueror, Harley was just beginning to realize hers. Every time she had a taste of something wonderful between her and Noah, the creeper ripped them apart. She knew that was the eventual goal, and they just had to find out who it was and put a stop to their antics. But the home invasion was almost too much. A draft came through the front door, and Harley shivered. If she wasn't safe inside the compound, there was no place on earth that could keep the stalker away. Chapter 27. Even with the house searched, cleared, and searched again, Noah decided that moving Harley to her parents' guest wing for the night was a good idea. Harley disappeared into the closet and came out with a pink duffel bag. "You can put your things in here." Noah wrinkled his nose. "I am not using that." Harley rolled her eyes. "You're such a guy." "Thanks." Noah wiggled his eyebrows. He stuffed his pajamas into his pillowcase and took the whole thing with him. "So carrying a pillow around is manlier than my gym bag?" "Yes. But I'll carry your bag for you because I'm a gentleman." He slipped the strap off her shoulder and onto his. Harley opened her mouth, about to protest, but snapped her teeth together without arguing. They took the quad over to her parents, and Harley let them in without knocking. "Daddy? We're here." John and Julia came in together. Julia put her arm around Harley. "You take Noah right upstairs and get settled, understand? Dinner is in an hour. And when you're settled, meet me in the library, son." John hooked his thumb over his shoulder. "I won't be long." Noah trotted up the stairs behind Harley, which he decided was a nice place given the view. Harley was still in her workout clothes. Her tight, black workout clothes that hugged her shape. Cursing his lack of control, Noah averted his eyes once they reached the top step. The upstairs hallway was partially open over the formal dining room and living room area. Noah could hear music coming from the kitchen, something with a little rock and roll. He smiled, thinking of Julia singing into a wooden spoon. Harley slowed so they were side by side. If Mama is in the kitchen, it means she's upset. Noah cocked his head, listening. She doesn't sound upset. No pot smacked against the stove, nor drawers slammed shut. She's listening to the king. I swore, when Wyatt was 15, that God gave Elvis his talent for the sole purpose of soothing Mama's nerves. Elvis, huh? Daddy met him once. Says he was a true Southern gentleman. Is that so? He had dinner at Graceland. Huh. They arrived at a set of cream-colored French doors, and Harley pushed her way through. Noah took in the plush carpet, couch, and television, as well as the small kitchenette. To the right were 2 doors, and to the left was one. That's the master bedroom. Harley pointed to the right. And these are the smaller rooms. Noah cleared his throat. Are they connected? She nodded. Through a joint walk-in closet. I'm half tempted to haul you back home. At least we don't have walls between us there. Harley bit her lip. We can leave the doors open. We'll have to. Otherwise, I'm sleeping on your floor. By infiltrating John's security, the stalker had crossed a line. One drawn from desperation. Noah threw his pillow on his bed. I've got to get down and meet with John. I'm coming. Where are you going to be? I don't want you alone, even in the house. Harley lifted a shoulder. Mama's not the only one who enjoys a Southern gentleman's voice. Really? Harley put the back of her hand to her forehead and swooned against the wall. I would have been a groupie. Noah knew it was ridiculous to be jealous of a dead man, but didn't enjoy seeing his wife turned to jello by anyone. Anyone but him, that is. The experience of melting Harley into his arms was one he enjoyed very much. The longer they stood there, staring, and breathing, and not touching, the harder it was for Noah to remember why he needed to leave in the first place. In the end, his sense of duty pulled him through the cloud of desire. He offered his arm to Harley and then deposited her in the kitchen with Julia just as "Are you lonesome tonight?" started up. He shook his head as both women joined in, serenading him as he left the room. He found the library easily enough as it took up half of this side of the house. The room had a thick oriental carpet that muffled his steps. Directly across from the door was a huge gas fireplace surrounded by river stones and topped with a heavy mantel. On the mantel was a painting that Noah wondered if he'd seen it in a class somewhere. He probably should have known the name of the artist. To his right were 6 freestanding rows of bookshelves made of walnut, each housed hundreds of books in all different sizes. To his left, the room bubbled out as though it were inside a circle. A curved window seat lined the 10-foot radius and was topped with enough cushions and pillows to sleep all of Camp Buckeye. In the center was a game table with 2 high-backed chairs. That's where Noah found John, lounging like a king on his throne. Have a seat. Noah took the chair across from him, the chess pieces on the table clinking as he bumped it with his elbow. Instantly feeling out of his realm, Noah sat up straight in the chair. John waved his arm, indicating the vast amounts of literature visible from where they Saturday. See those books? Noah nodded. Half of them are full of cow droppings. John leaned forward. So why do I keep them? Noah crossed his ankle over his knee. I have no idea. 2 reasons. 1, so that I have someone around who disagrees with me now and again. It's awfully difficult to find a man willing to go up against me. He paused, but Noah wasn't about to jump in on that one. 2, for education. No one ever amounted to anything without searching for knowledge. So, I bring you here because I want you to tell me the things I don't want to hear, and because I think you have something I might need to hear. I've given you plenty of rope over this thing with Harley, and I hope you don't hang yourself with it. He leaned back. What have you got? Noah took a deep, fortifying breath. He shoved the chess pieces out of his way and leaned his elbows on the table. The list of suspects Harley knows is pretty short. There's Jeremiah. Though Harley swears he's as harmless as a toothless, 80-year-old blind dog, I can't believe that anyone is as nice as he appears. Agreed. However, he comes up squeaky clean. The private detective I have following him continually sends in reports of the guy volunteering at pet shelters, walking old ladies across the street, and changing tires for single moms on the freeway. I can't get a dirty word on the guy, and as much as I hate to admit it, Harley might be right. Who else? Jackson. John shifted in his seat. You wanted uncomfortable. Go ahead. He acts as if he's in a different family than Harley and Wyatt, and while Wyatt isn't at the office, nor does he take an active part in the family company, Harley does. I checked into the bylaws of the company. If Harley left, for any reason, the two of you would split her voting rights. It's nice to keep things in the family, but it does create a motive that can't be ignored. Did you have him followed too? Yes, and I had his office searched by an FBI agent. And? A vein on John's temple pulsed rapidly. He's clean. There was no evidence that would link him to the stalker, or any type of illegal activity, for that matter. The agent was disappointed. Who else? Sebastian. John sucked air in through his teeth. At the wedding, he told me that Harley had been promised to him since they were children. John waved his hand dismissively. Never by me or her mother. I'm sure his parents pushed him in that direction. His comments at the tournament yesterday were not only inappropriate, they were crude and disrespectful. John steepled his fingers. And the investigation? Noah cleared his throat. He keeps company with several women. Not at the same time. I'm under the impression they don't know about each other. He's in debt, but not over his head. He shows up to work, does the bare minimum, and then parties on the weekends. But we have yet to find the link between him and the stalker. Do you believe it's Sebastian? Noah sized up John. The arrow was a big indicator that I've pinpointed the right guy. What if I did say yes? Then I'd make sure he didn't see the light of day for 10 to 20 years. How? Nothing illegal, Boy Scout. But money in the right places can make things happen pretty quickly. I've been dealing with this longer than Harley has, and I'm tired of it. I want it taken care of. Can we set a trap of sorts? Noah shook his head. Absolutely not. The only bait we have is Harley, and I'm not willing to dangle her out there on a line. John leaned back. No. You're right. Noah tapped his finger on the table. There's always the chance that it's all random. John's voice was low. Noah matched his tone. Then we're chasing a shadow. Until the stalker tips his hand, we're a bunch of bumbling fools. That's unacceptable. Harley's too important for you to mess this up. Believe me, I know that. Noah snapped. John carefully moved the chess pieces in front of him and rested his elbows on the table. I like you, Noah. You're a straight shooter. Thank you, sir. I see the way you look at my daughter, and I couldn't care less if you're in love with her. I want this taken care of. Yesterday. Noah stood. Yes, sir. And Noah, John called just as Noah reached the door. Yeah. If you break her heart, I'll drag you out into the desert and leave you there to rot. Noah smiled. I would expect nothing less. Chapter 28. Harley slid into her office chair with a satisfied sigh. Working from home had its perks. Like 24-hour Noah. But there was something satisfying about riding the elevator to the top floor and taking command of her desk. Noah had seen her to the executive floor before heading back down to security. She missed having him close. However, if she was feeling cooped up in the house, he must have been going nuts. It didn't take much prodding to get him to talk about his time at Camp Buckeye, and she suspected his body and mind were in her home, but a part of his soul was off riding trails with Rebel Rouser. Upon her arrival, Madeline flew into a flurry of pampering the likes of which Harley hadn't experienced since her first week on the job. She'd informed her assistant, Jay, that she'd be in today, and he had a stack of folders awaiting her perusal. Madeline came in with a can of vanilla Pepsi in one hand and a small plate of crackers in the other. Harley eagerly accepted the soda with a thank you. "What are the crackers for?" Madeline's hands fluttered like butterflies in a field of poppies. "They help with the morning sickness." Harley spit soda all over her desk like a possessed lawn sprinkler. She looked down to see she'd even splattered Jay's folders. "He'll love that." "Who said I was pregnant?" "Aren't you?" Madeline demanded, her plump hand on her plumper hip. Harley ran her hands over her flowing skirt and peasant blouse that hung loose over her torso. "Do I look pregnant?" "Well, a woman doesn't usually show for 3 months or more, and you've only been married for a month and a half, so I wouldn't expect to see evidence." "But you never miss work, and you stayed home for several days." Madeline sat in the chair across from Harley as she used baby wipes from the corner cabinet to wipe up the mess Harley created. "I would throw up within a week of being pregnant, and it didn't go away until I was 6 months along." "Sounds awful." Harley wrinkled her nose. "Of course, every woman is different. Even mothers and daughters can have vastly different pregnancies. You should ask your mama how she did." Harley pressed her palms against the desktop. "Madeline, I am not pregnant." Sebastian strode into the room, a saucy grin on his shiny face. "That's a relief." "Howdy." Madeline jumped to her feet and gave Sebastian a pat on the cheek. "You turned out much handsomer than I expected." Sebastian laughed at Madeline's backhanded compliment. Harley had never noticed Madeline do that with anyone but Sebastian. It must be her way to undermine him without being outright rude. The woman was a genius. Harley wasn't feeling as generous as Madeline. Something about Sebastian smelled fishy. Not literally. Sebastian would never leave the house without a fresh coat of designer cologne. His appearance this morning, so quickly after the arrow had arrived at her home, pressed her panic button. "What do you want, Sebastian?" she asked as Madeline left the room. Harley wished she could have asked her to call Noah without being obvious, but there was no way to do so without alerting Sebastian to the way he'd set her on edge. Her cell phone was on the far corner of the desk. If she could get to it without attracting Sebastian's attention, she could get to Noah with just the touch of the screen. She stood, and Sebastian cut her off before she made it halfway around the desk. "Harley," he said low. Dear, Harley." His hands went to her shoulders, and he began kneading her muscles. Harley didn't dare step closer to the phone for fear Sebastian would think she was stepping closer to him. She didn't want to back up and have him backing her in a corner, so she stood her ground and brushed his hands away. Undeterred by her brush-off, Sebastian continued, "I know it was a risk coming here today, but it was one I had to take." "Uh-huh." Harley prompted in an effort to keep him talking. She leaned against the desk, hoping to brush her fingers against the phone. He shifted his weight and leaned his hip next to hers. Harley cursed silently. "The times we've spent together have been the happiest of my life." "Really?" "I mean, a few play dates and a family vacation here, and there doesn't add up to much time when you think about it." Sebastian leered at Harley's lips. She held back from making gagging sounds, but just barely. It wasn't the quantity that mattered, it was the quality. "And Harley, time with you was golden." "Thanks, Sebastian. That's nice of you to say. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do." She stepped around him and hastened to the door, sending clear signals that it was time for him to leave. To her great relief, Sebastian left the desk. He paused in front of her. The truth is, Harley, I've loved you for as long as I can remember, and I think you love me too. What gave you that idea? Harley asked in a neutral tone. When Wyatt would run off with his friends, you stayed behind. With me. Out of pity for the awkward kid who no one liked. At parties, you sat next to me at dinner. Seating arrangements. And you never forget my birthday. Personal assistant plus family birthday list. Sebastian took her hand. Let's not fight the attraction between us any longer. At the intensity in Sebastian's eyes, Harley stepped back and smacked into the heavy open door. I just got married. I know it's bad timing, but we can disappear together. We'll go to Europe. We can leave right now. I have a car and suitcases packed. Harley's hand went to her head. You packed me a suitcase? Of course. I'll take care of you, darling. He kissed the back of her cold hand, his lips squishy and warm. Every bit of Harley knew that getting into a car with Sebastian was a horrible idea. And she was done being nice to him. He hadn't taken her subtle clues to leave, so it was time to throw off the niceties and get rid of him once and for all. Jerking her hand out of his, Harley narrowed her eyes and said, Sebastian, I don't love you. In fact, half the time, I don't even like you. I tolerated you my whole life out of sense of familial duty. No more. You need to leave, and I don't want you to come back. Sebastian's face turned crimson. You little. He clamped his hand around her arm and shook her with surprising force. Harley gasped in shock at his rough handling. You and I were meant to be together, and instead you pick some California cowboy who wouldn't know the difference between a merger and merging lanes. Harley glared. At least Noah is a gentleman. I'll show you gentlemen. He yanked her to him and smothered her mouth with his. Harley's scream was muted. She struggled to free herself and finally succeeded in twisting her head away. Sebastian left a trail of saliva across her cheek. You're not so high and mighty. You're a dead man. Harley spat on his suit. Sebastian raised his hand to strike her, and suddenly he was tackled to the floor. Harley grabbed for the fire that burned in her arm where Sebastian's fingers had torn at the flesh. She fell against the door as a blur of arms and grunts tussled in front of her, too shocked by what had happened to call for more help. Noah appeared at her side, looked her up and down, and then jumped into the fray. He came up with Sebastian in a chokehold. You make one move and I'll squeeze. Sebastian glared at Harley, but he held still. Harley turned to the man who had saved her, ready to thank the security guard for risking life and limb for her, when she got the second biggest shock of the day. Jackson wiped blood off his bottom lip. That's gonna leave a mark. He glared at Sebastian. Tears filled Harley's eyes, and she threw her arms around her older brother. He stood there for a moment before accepting her spontaneous show of affection and returned her hug. Thank you, she whispered. Jackson relaxed into her hug. Any time. They were interrupted by the arrival of several security guards. Once they took Sebastian, who was slowly turning purple, from Noah. Noah helped Harley into her chair. Call my lawyer, shouted Sebastian. I'll have you thrown in jail for assault, Jackson. I'll take every penny. Get him out of here, ordered Noah. The guards nodded and pulled Sebastian from the room as he sputtered about his innocence and the way he'd been mistreated by Jackson. Noah balled his fists, ready to take him down again if needed. After Sebastian was contained in the elevator, Jackson nodded once to Noah. I'm going to get some ice for my lip. Noah nodded back. Thanks, man. He flipped around and squatted next to Harley's chair. Taking her hand in his, he asked gently, Are you okay? Harley's body shook, but her mind was clear enough to compare her reaction to Noah's flashbacks. Am I going to live with this? Will it haunt me? She asked, holding up her shaking hands for Noah to see the effect. She didn't want to turn her back on the work she loved, or forsake the position she'd earned and never see the office again, just to find peace of mind. No, darlin'. We won't let it. Noah brushed his hands up her arms, much like she had done for him in the car, and Harley gasped at the pain. Gently pulling the fabric up, Noah revealed 4 deep red marks on her arm. His fingers. Harley brushed the marks and sucked air in through her teeth. Noah cursed. We need ice. Madeline was there in a heartbeat. That son of a... Hold off, said Agent Gonzalez from the doorway. I'd like to get a few pictures for evidence. Then get over here and get it done. She doesn't need to be in pain, Noah barked. A uniformed police officer practically ran from the other side of the room to take a few pictures of Harley's arm from different angles. Is there anywhere else, miss? He kissed me. Noah's eyes widened, and he looked as furious as an avenging angel. Harley hid her face, embarrassed that Sebastian had been able to take so much and she hadn't been able to fight him off. The photographer took 2 photos of her lips, and then Noah was in front of her, cupping her face. I'm so sorry I wasn't here. I've failed you in the worst way. He hung his head. How did you know to come? Jackson called. He said he heard a strange noise in your office and was headed over to check it out. Harley checked the room, but couldn't see him. Her eyes came back to Noah's broken posture. She placed her hands on his cheeks and lifted his face. You didn't fail, Noah. Noah stood and pulled her into his embrace. His palm did circles on her back, and Harley believed she could live in this moment for eternity. Noah had a power over her heart and her knees that left her breathless. Their marriage wasn't supposed to be like this, and yet how could it not? In her mixed-up world, Noah was her anchor and her supply of helium, all wrapped up in one amazing man. It's over, he whispered, his tone melancholy. Harley wondered if he was talking about the stalker, or about them. Was this the moment her hired husband quit? Could he leave behind all they'd shared? She tightened her hold around his middle. Leaving wasn't an option. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to get a statement from you, miss, said Agent Gonzalez. Noah let her go without comment, which was unusual for him. Noah always had something to say, usually something that unnerved her. His silence was so much worse. Actually, Harley's gaze followed Noah out of the room. It's Mrs. Baker. Chapter 29. The rest of the afternoon was spent filing charges against Sebastian, handling paperwork, and relaying the events to Stuart and John. By the time the family gathered for a celebratory dinner, Noah was exhausted and had little appetite. With Sebastian behind bars, Noah's job here was done. Moving on to the next case was part of a police officer's life. Only, he wasn't a police officer, he was a husband. A temporary husband at that. Noah watched Harley laugh with Wyatt. She was a different woman tonight. Her eyes danced when they met his. Her skin glowed. Her hair shone. She'd always been beautiful, but he hadn't noticed the shadow of fear that had hovered over her, until it was gone. Jackson was the guest of honor, and Julia served lobster tails and crab legs, which she explained were Jackson's favorite. I'll bet you have good seafood at home, said Wyatt. Yeah. There are some great restaurants. Can't wait to try them when we head out. Noah was trying not to think about heading back to Norco. He missed his family, and he could really use one of his mom's Dutch oven dinners and a day in the saddle, but that would mean he and Harley were done. And that made whatever appetite Noah had left completely disappear. He couldn't sit here and celebrate knowing that he was biding his time until the divorce. He scooted his chair back. It's been a really long day, and I can hardly keep my eyes open. Thank you for the wonderful meal, Julia. You're welcome, Pumpkin. Julia smiled. Harley placed her napkin next to her plate. "I'll come with you." "No," Noah shook his head. "You should stay and spend some time with your family." Movement at the table stopped, and it seemed everyone was wondering why he had made the statement as though he wasn't a part of them. But he wasn't. No one else was paid to be there. No one else had a time limit on their membership in this exclusive club. Harley slowly picked up her napkin without saying a word, her eyes in her lap. At home. Well, Harley's home. Noah was met with a room as empty as his heart. Both his and Harley's beds were made. He slipped his final gift out of his top drawer. He bought it online several weeks ago from a guy in Snow Valley, Montana, who sold artwork made from old horseshoes. The small circle made from a horseshoer's nail hung on a delicate silver chain that glinted in the soft light. He'd always been fond of the story of the cowboy who couldn't afford a diamond ring for his girl, so he forged one out of an iron nail. The nail head was bent up so it resembled a diamond set in a ring. He'd carefully written down the story in poem form and stored the letter with the necklace. He still hadn't figured out what Harley wanted that she couldn't buy, but he'd been willing to offer his heart and hoped she'd accept it. After watching Harley sparkle and shine tonight, he realized she was a diamond, and he was just a cheap substitute. It was time to go home to Norco, where he belonged. He set the envelope and necklace back in the drawer and crawled into bed, where he waited to fall asleep until he heard Harley settle in an hour later. Noah awoke to a dark room, slashes of moonlight coming through the blinds and cutting his eyes. He blinked, trying to figure out why he'd woken up. Harley lay on her side, facing him. Her blonde hair spilled over her shoulder. Listening, he could just make out a soft sigh as she exhaled. Scrunching the pillow behind his head, Noah stared at the ceiling. His stomach growled, and he decided his hunger must be the reason he was up at the unholy hour of 3 a.m. He crossed the room as quietly as possible so as not to wake Harley. The moment he entered the hallway, the motion sensor safety lights kicked on. Positioned shin-high, they threw their yellow glow against the hardwood floor and kept Noah from tripping into decorative tables. The living room lights didn't come on, and he made a note to tell the maintenance man. The fireplace loomed in the shadows, and Noah shivered. He pushed the swinging kitchen door open and was suddenly thrown back by a pain in his shoulder. A thundering boom came a hair later. Noah stumbled into the back of the couch, holding his left arm with his right. The room spun before him, the fireplace getting closer and then farther away. He tripped and fell. Throwing his arms out to protect himself from the unforgiving hearthstones, he cried out as fire exploded through his wound. "Harley," he yelled. At least, he thought he did. Everything was fuzzy. And then it was dark again. Chapter 30. Harley was sure Noah had whispered her name. She put her arms out in an effort to pull him close, but felt nothing. "Noah," she moaned, half in and half out of sleep. When there was no answer, she lifted her head and checked Noah's bed to see if she'd dreamed about him again or if he was actually calling her. In the pale moonlight, she could see his covers folded back and the bed empty. "Noah," she whispered loudly, flipping onto her elbows to check the bathroom. The door was open and the lights off. Harley flopped onto her pillow. Noah had been acting strange all evening. Leaving the dinner early, like he did, was out of character for him. She thought he'd be happy they'd hauled Sebastian away. Everyone was happy, even Jackson had thrown a comment or two in during the conversation. And the way Xavier looked at his dad like he was a hero did Harley's heart a world of good. Maybe there was hope for those two after all. She threw her arm over her face. If Jackson and Xavier could work things out, maybe there was hope for her and Noah as well. There was no time like the present. Harley hurried to the bathroom and ran a brush through her hair. There wasn't much she could do about makeup at 3 in the morning, but Noah had seen her without mascara plenty of times. She stopped at the door and shook out her shoulders. Noah was probably in the garage with his truck. Working on that old thing was a balm that soothed his mental and emotional turmoil. She fortified herself for the possibility rejection. Nothing ventured. Listen closely, said a metallic voice behind her. Harley jumped and screamed. Shut up. The sharp click of a bullet being put in the chamber seemed to focus the whole world into this hallway. She froze, not daring to turn. Her heart rate gaining speed like a runaway locomotive. Do exactly as I tell you, and your dear husband might live through the night. Thoughts of Noah in pain, danger, or worse stabbed at Harley's heart. Don't panic. Harley took a deep breath in through her nose and slowly let it escape through her mouth, calming her heart like she'd been taught during Stewart's security briefings. It still pounded loudly in her ears, but her hands no longer tingled. She touched each fingertip against her thumb. Your move. You need shoes, came the strange voice. They're in my closet. Right next to the panic button. The cold metal barrel pressed against the back of her neck. Let's go. Chapter 31. Noah awoke with a start and immediately wished he hadn't. His left arm burned and was sticky with blood. I've been shot. Harley. Not taking time to assess his injury, Noah used his good arm and his chore muscles to get himself off the floor. He surveyed the room, surprised to see that he wasn't near the fireplace at all but had landed in the middle of the floor, saving himself from further injury. It must have been the shock playing with his vision and disorienting him. A primal shriek tore through the house, and Noah stumbled forward. He made it to the bedroom, and a female figure flew from the closet and landed hard on her back. Harley! His only thought was to get between her and the gunman, who had already proven himself capable of pulling the trigger. He slid to his knees and stared at the black mask before him, wondering why Harley was wearing a mask. He leaned over to take it off and another shot rang out. He threw himself across her body, only to have his leg burst with the same fire that tore through his shoulder with each breath. Get off me! Noah looked down in confusion, but he didn't find Harley's stunning golden brown eyes. Instead, he saw ice-cold blue ones. Wah! A gun was pressed to his head. Get off me or I'll kill you. Noah! Harley's voice was behind him, coming from the closet. Don't shoot. I'll go with you. See, I'm putting on my shoes right now. Since he'd stumbled out of bed, Noah had been fighting disorientation, but suddenly, everything came into focus. He prayed Harley had pressed the silent alarm in the closet and worked to stall Molly. Don't do it, Molly. Noah tried to keep his voice level. He was on top of Molly, but she had a gun to his head and he had no way of being sure he could knock it away in time to save his own life. And there was Harley to consider. He wasn't sure where she was behind him and he couldn't allow her to be shot. Harley gasped. Molly? Get off me. That was Noah's greatest desire. I'm going to get up slowly. Noah did his best to move with care. He'd already lost who knew how much blood from his shoulder, and his pajama bottoms stuck to his leg. Controlling his body was difficult, awkward, and painful. When he tried to pull his leg up underneath him, his stomach dropped and a wave of nausea nearly overtook him. Molly kept the gun pressed to his temple and she moved with him. Once he was on his knees, she said, "Stop there." She looked from him to Harley. Hands up, both of you. Noah lifted his good arm. I said hands up. I can't, Noah lied. It won't move. He pointed to the dark stain. You ruin everything. Molly screamed, jumping to her feet. Molly. Harley stepped closer. No, the gun swung towards Harley. Why can't it be the two of us? Why did you have to marry him? She flicked the gun towards Noah. I worked so hard. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to keep Harley to myself? Noah shook his head. Molly laughed. It was a pretty little laugh, a light one. And it was the lightness that scared him. Of course you don't. It wasn't easy. The golden girl. She flipped her hand towards Harley. Everyone wanted to be her friend. It took 2 years to get them to leave us alone. Molly, what did you do? Harley asked. I sent texts from your phone telling people to stop calling or blocked their numbers. I emailed them from your school account. I did whatever I had to do to keep you. It was you? Harley grabbed the doorframe. You were. Her gaze flicked to the gun. Are my best friend. Why would you do that? Because you're all I had. I couldn't let them steal you away. We're closer than family. We're sisters by choice. It was supposed to be the two of us. Just the two of us. I thought it would be fine after we graduated. We'd live right next door and we'd always have each other and no one would come between us. But you built your house here, and there wasn't room for me. And you went to work and I never saw you. I knew you were lonely. I could see it in your eyes, so I sent you flowers and presents. And it wasn't enough. You weren't happy. So I planned a way we could be together. I bought an island, Harley. Our very own island. And then you had to go and marry him. She began circling Noah. And you were happy. Without me. She screamed and stomped her foot. Harley put her hands out, beckoning Molly towards her. Molly. Molly. Let's go. I'm ready. Let's leave him and go. Noah met Harley's gaze. Find me, she mouthed while Molly stared at Noah. I can't leave him. He knows. We'll tie him to a chair, and by the time anyone finds him, we'll be long gone. Molly paused, considering. In her moment of hesitation, Noah dug deep and threw his wounded arm into the back of her legs. The movement caused him to yell in pain. The gun went off as Molly fell, and Harley was there, wrestling it from her hand, as Noah pressed his chest into Molly's back to keep her down. Rivers of sweat dripped into his eyes and stung. He blinked in an effort to clear his vision. Molly's foot connected with his leg, and he yelled a curse word. Footsteps thundered into the room, and all Noah could see were shiny black shoes as he was lifted off Molly. Call for an ambulance, Stuart barked as he set Noah on Harley's bed. Stay with me, man. Noah had no intention of passing out again. Need to lie down. Noah slowly sank back into Harley's pillow-top mattress. Harley was there in an instant. She leaned over him, her hair tickling his neck and cheek. An ambulance is on the way. Stay awake, okay? Ralph. Please don't let them take me. Ralph, we had such a good time, baby. We can have more. Please, baby, don't let them take me. Stuart pointed at the security guard. You. Ralph stepped forward, his eyes full of pain. I'll be happy to provide a full statement. Get him out of here. Stuart pointed to the door. Harley. Molly screamed over and over again as she was hauled out of the room. She kicked and screamed down the hallway, knocking over lamps and furniture. Once the door slammed shut behind her, the whole house seemed to sag with relief. Harley trailed her fingers through Noah's hair. As soon as you're better, we're going to have that honeymoon. Noah chuckled. If you're trying to keep me calm until help arrives, you're failing miserably. Harley pressed her lips to his. How's that? I think I need another dose to be sure. He cupped the back of her head and pulled her down. Their lips met, and a fire, quite different from the one in his arm and leg, threatened to consume Noah. Someone cleared their throat and Harley jerked away, revealing her father standing over the two of them, his hands on his hips and his face red. A troop of paramedics stood behind him, averting their eyes and shuffling their feet. "If you don't mind, Pumpkin, I think these men would like to have a go at him." Harley slid off the bed. "That's fine, but I get him back when they're done." She flipped her hair over her shoulder and sauntered across the room. Noah grinned at the paramedic on his right, who was working to find a vein in his arm. "Ah, she does care." The paramedic grinned back as he pressed the plunger down on a vial, and suddenly the night swallowed Noah and hauled him away to dreamland. Chapter 32. Harley didn't even think, she just climbed into the hospital bed next to Noah and carefully wrapped herself around him. She drifted in and out of sleep, content to be near him. The doctors had assured her that, except for the possibility of limited movement in his left arm, Noah would have a full recovery. Daddy came into the room, a scowl on his face. "Why do I keep finding you in bed with this guy?" Harley shrugged, unwilling to move. "He's my husband." Daddy groaned as he settled into the squeaky padded chair. "The police got a full confession from Molly. They're compiling a list of charges that go back to your first year of college." Harley shook her head, the papery pillowcase crinkling underneath. "All this time, I thought something was wrong with me, and in reality, it was her." "Something's wrong with her, all right. Agent Gonzalez believes, even with the charges they've compiled, that she'll end up in a mental institution." "I'm fine with that. She needs help." John's eyes softened. "What about you, darlin'? What do you need?" Harley's eyes prickled. "I need Noah to be okay, and I need to tell him I love him." Before John could answer, a doctor entered the room, carrying an electronic pad. He had a bald patch right in the middle of his forehead and wore a blue shirt under his lab coat. He saw Harley in the bed with Noah and frowned. "I'm going to have to ask you to remove yourself." John patted Harley's hand as he spoke to the doctor. "This man took 2 bullets for my daughter. If she wants to be here, she will be. If you have a problem with that, you come to me. Understand? And who are you?" The doctor's eyes went to the chart, obviously checking the name of his patient and not finding anything particularly interesting about the last name of Baker. John lifted himself to his full height, towering over the indignant man. "John W. Wilson, CEO of the Texas Legion of Hope and Hospital Funding Board." The doctor pushed his glasses up on his bulbous nose. "And this is my daughter, Harley Wilson Baker, our executive vice president." Harley wiggled her fingers. "It's nice to meet you." "Why you too?" Tucking his clipboard under his arm, the doc said, "I have patients to check on. Mr. Baker appears to be in good hands. I'll be back in an hour to see if he's awake." "Sounds wonderful. Thank you for your time, doctor." John shook his hand and patted his shoulder. "Thanks, Daddy." Harley smiled sleepily. By throwing his name behind not only Harley but Noah, John had thrown his support behind them as a couple. Harley would have gone ahead without it, but it was nice to know her love for Noah wouldn't strain her relationship with her father. John leaned over and kissed her forehead. "You two get some sleep. I'll come by later." Harley tried to sleep. She truly did. There were just too many things swirling through her head. Her mind went back to the day she'd met Molly. The poor girl was being picked on by a group of seniors who taunted her about her larger-than-average sophomore chest size. Harley had stepped into the middle of the group. "Y'all are carrying your brains in your back pocket. Why don't you do something useful and go put socks on a rooster?" The ringleader had sized Harley and her thick-framed glasses up with a disdainful air. "This isn't your concern, little chick. Why don't you skedaddle?" Harley threw her arm around Molly's neck. "I think we will." "Whoa. We aren't done with her." The circle tightened. "I say you are." Harley cocked a hip. She wasn't sure what she'd do if they all surged at once. She was pretty sure she could take any of them individually. After all, she'd graduated from Stewart's self-defense class with honors. Thankfully, a teacher had come by and sensed the charge in the air. "Is everything all right, Miss Wilson?" Two of the girls went bug-eyed and began whispering behind their hands to the one who had clawed her way into leadership. Harley caught a few words such as "dad's boss" and "kill me." Harley gave the blonde girl with the bleached highlights a broad smile. "Right as rain, Mr. Perry." The group dispersed, and Molly sank against the lockers. "Thank you." She threw her arms around Harley's neck, squeezing almost too tightly. "No one's ever done anything like that for me before." Harley hugged her back. "What are friends for?" "Friends." Molly whispered the word as if she were trying it out for the first time. Skipping forward, Harley flashed to their first day of college. They had 3 out of 4 classes together, and Molly seemed really nervous to head out on her own. "It's only one class," said Harley. "Yeah, but it's on the other side of campus." "You'll be fine. Meet me for lunch after?" Molly chewed her bottom lip. "Of course." Harley practically skipped away. She was really looking forward to the economics class. Looking back on it, she considered Molly's clinginess a result of the teasing she'd had throughout her life. Now, she believed it was Molly's way of controlling her. It was in the econ class that Harley had met Stephanie. Harley thought they'd hit it off, but a week later Stephanie sat on the other side of the room and refused to make eye contact with Harley. And Stephanie wasn't the only one. Never had a group project turned into anything more than a chance to acquire a grade. Harley rubbed her eyes. She'd been so confused and hurt at the constant rejection. So thankful she had Molly. She'd told her so on several occasions. Molly ate it up like candy. And the whole time, Harley had been playing right into her hands. It made her sick to think of all the pain Molly put her through, the way she'd played with her emotions. She needed help. Maybe Harley did, too. Noah had mentioned seeing a psychologist. It would probably help. She shifted, and Noah hummed. The pit in her stomach turned to butterflies as she took in Noah's scruffy appearance. He would be handsomely indecent with a beard. But she liked him this way too. Who was she kidding? She'd melt for him in a New York minute. Noah. She ran her hands through his hair. Noah. She kissed his cheek and got another hum. His eyes slowly opened and focused on her face. "Hello, Angel." "Hi," Harley replied shyly. Noah twisted a little and grimaced. "Does it hurt?" asked Harley. "Not so much. It's all kind of numb still." "It pulled, is all." His eyes dropped shut and then slowly opened again. A drunken smile played at his lips. "I like waking up to you." Harley giggled. "I like it too. Let's do it again." Noah's body relaxed and his eyes started to close. "Every day for the rest of our lives," he muttered before slipping back into sleep. "I plan on it." Harley kissed his lips and rested against the pillow, determined to stay by his side through everything. Chapter 33. Several days later, Harley paced the waiting room, too excited to sit in one of the chairs that lined the wall. Every time the doors slid open, bringing a gust of dry Texas air, she hurried over, hoping, only to be disappointed when a maintenance man wheeled in oxygen tanks or a flower delivery arrived. Finally, there was a squeal and Addison yelled, "Aunt Harley," as she threw herself into Harley's open arms, spinning them both in circles. The little darling had on a purple skirt with white fringe and a Scooby and shaggy shirt that said, "Groovy." "Addison." Harley laughed. "I'm so glad you're here." "Me too. Daddy's helping Penny Page out of the cab. She falls asleep everywhere." You would too if you were growing a whole other human being, said Paige, one hand on her slightly swollen belly and the other tucked into Cody's arm. Harley felt like she'd known them all for ages, yet this was their first official meeting, and she suddenly felt old insecurities coming to the surface. Harley smiled at Paige as Addison wiggled down. As easy as peaches, Paige stepped forward for a hug, and Harley reminded herself that Molly and her mayhem were tucked safely behind bars. Where's Uncle Noah? He's upstairs. Do you want to push the button on the elevator? Yep. Addison scampered across the room, and Cody gave Harley a one-armed, very brotherly hug. He's doing really well. Harley gave them the latest updates from the doctors. As soon as Noah had woken fully, she'd called Paige, thinking his family should be alerted, and they'd been in constant contact as Paige packed up her family, made flight reservations, and even when they landed. They were going to stay in Harley's guest wing for a few days, before getting back to Serenity Stables. As soon as he was able, she and Noah would fly to Norco and meet the rest of his family. I haven't told him you're coming, so wait here and I'll go in and then you can surprise him. He's going to be thrilled. Harley steeled herself against the butterflies she knew would attack her the moment she saw Noah. She swung open the door, and all her preparations didn't matter. The moment she saw him, she was completely gone all over again. Noah lifted one side of his mouth, his dimple drawing Harley to the bed, where she gave him a proper hello. You get prettier every time I see you. Noah. I left like 10 minutes ago. I know. You're amazing, he muttered against her lips, making Harley grateful she wasn't hooked up to a heart monitor. As it was, Noah was doing a good job of making his go nuts. The nurses had long since given up on checking him when that happened, because every time they'd found him and Harley kissing. In apology, and because she had no intention of stopping, Harley filled the nurses' station with fresh flowers, boxes of chocolate, and chocolate-covered strawberries, and gave them each gift cards for a night out with their significant others. After that, someone had hung a heart-shaped "Do Not Disturb" sign on Noah's door, and they didn't have any more interruptions. Noah's lips moved to her cheek. Harley leaned into him. Harley felt a heavy tap on her arm and pulled back to see Addison staring wide-eyed at the two of them. Addison! Noah exclaimed. His cheeks blushed pink, and Harley laughed. She'd completely forgotten Paige's family waited in the hallway. Daddy and Mommy kiss all the time too. Addison climbed over the heavy plastic rails and landed next to Noah. What are you doing here? Noah asked Addison, but his eyes were on Harley. Later, he mouthed. Harley bit her lip. I came to bring you the surprise. Oh, right. Do I get to guess? Nope. Paige came in, belly first, followed by Cody. Noah gasped. What? Why didn't you tell me? He tickled Addison. She squirmed and shrieked. I tried to, but you told me to mail it to you, and I couldn't. Noah laughed, clearly delighted at the news. Everyone found a place to settle, and they talked about everything from baby names to Scooby-Doo. Addison climbed into Harley's lap and tucked her head between Harley's neck and shoulder. Harley breathed in her honeysuckle and sunshine scent. Paige smiled fondly. We were up at 4 this morning to make our flight, and I'm afraid I slept more than she did. If you'll excuse me. Paige stood. I've got to find a ladies' room, and this one hasn't gone for a while either. Addison hopped off the bed, bouncing from foot to foot. Hurry. I'll walk with you. I need to make a few calls. Cody followed Paige out of the room. Noah pulled Harley next to him, and she found her new favorite place in the world, tucked under his arm with her head on his good shoulder. I think I figured out what to get the woman who has everything. Harley smiled. What's that? How about one of those? He indicated where Addison had just run from the room. Harley's cheeks flushed. If we got started soon, he'd be in the same grade as his cousin. Harley raised an eyebrow. What if it's a she? Don't tease me, woman. A daughter would be awesome. Noah kissed Harley's temple. Did I come close? He whispered. Harley placed her palm on his chest. Yes. Noah started. Really? Don't look so surprised. What about your companies and investments and mergers and... Harley placed her finger over his lips, silencing his concerns. All this merging and acquiring and such is good business, but it should support the things that truly matter in life. Noah found her hand and pressed her palm to his lips. You are what matters, love. I love you, Noah Baker. Noah kissed her in response. His arm tightened and he deepened the kiss, stealing her breath away. Harley gripped the top of his t-shirt, holding on for all she was worth. Which was quite a bit. She wasn't letting Noah get away, and thankfully he'd explained that he'd like to stick around. For as long as they both shall live. You've been listening to The Protective Groom, a Billionaire Marriage Brokers romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dymock.
Did you love it? Oh my gosh. Aren't they the cutest thing in the whole world? Don't you just want to squeeze them? They're so adorable. I adored this book so much. So I hope you did too. If you have any questions, comments, or anything, leave them down below. I will happily answer them. If you have any ideas, because this is the series that people are always like, what if you had a bride that did this? Or what if you had a groom that did this? I love those because a lot of this series came from reader recommendations. This one was a reader who said, what if neither of them actually wanted to get married? And I thought about that and I'm like, well, one of them has to, because one of them has to sign up with Billionaire Marriage Brokers. So the best I could do, or most creative thing I could come up with, was having the bride who is hiring the groom not want to get married. So that was kind of a fun challenge to come up with that situation. If you, so if you come up with something, let me know in the comments. Please like, subscribe, do all of those things that help this video get found by other readers and listeners who want sweet romance. Your support just makes it possible for others to find this channel. So I appreciate it. And can't think of anything else except that thanks. Thanks for being here. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.